okay?
Oh, it's
Also,
probably the plastic inside that pushes down the button, because that was what was
Yeah.
wrong with mine.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Anyway, so it works pretty well as long as that
Okay, it
happens.
works now.
Also, right?
We did it.
Snowfire,
Congrats
thank
all.
you for coming in and helping us do guest commentary.
All right, no problem.
So stick around if you want, but if you
I'm gonna go off and grab lunch. So
that's probably a good idea. Yeah.
the Shadow Hearts 1 run is not over yet. Maybe Metagod will get revenge on Garrick.
I really doubt it.
Let's hope not. Unless you mess up that key. Although messing up that key is pretty great.
I'm
So all you
hoping
have to do
for
is smash.
maximum amusement here is my goal.
1915.
Also, let me know if the audio on my sound might be too loud or too low, because it's using my sound now.
Yeah, I have it muted because I'm joining on for commentary for the second game. So,
Dang.
yeah, the game picks up basically where we left off at the end of the first Shadow Hearts. Pretty much exactly with the bad ending as canon. So, Alice is basically dead because we didn't get to see the rest of the ending. But yeah, so there was all the foreshadowing beforehand. So the game starts off with our couple of new characters, Karen and Nikolai. So at the very beginning, Karen's part of the German military, and they're being sent to investigate something at the Pointer Tower.
As a comment, if we had actually finished Shadow Hearts 1 ending, then you would have Yuri and Alice on a train in Switzerland where Alice goes to sleep, and then Yuri starts asking her to wake up and begging in more and more alarm tones, and that just kind of cuts to black after that. Kind of alarming. Also, I think the stream should be updated because I don't think Dylaneka is the Team Cool Cat runner anymore.
No, and we gotta switch some of the commentators as well.
Oh, yes.
But,
I'll add you on in a second.
Yeah, whenever you get the chance. I don't remember when the bathroom breaks for this game are, unfortunately.
It's fairly constant going.
I know there's the one that happens around game. That's about the only one that I'm aware of.
I think Dylaneka's a coward, running away from all these enemies.
So yeah, Garrick's just approaching the final battle.
Yeah, so with the combination of the, what was it, the Silver Hand, was it? Silver Hand, Monkey's
key.
Paw, 7th key, you just raffle stomp the boss.
Then you mash buttons. Mash buttons.
Best way to play a speed game indeed.
Many have been imprisoned.
Most important skill. So, a little bit different things in Shadow Hearts 2. First of all, you can see a turn indicator at the very top of the screen. So, to my understanding, Shadow Hearts 1 also kind of operated on a CTD system, which is why you had double turns and everything, but it wasn't quite clear when the turns were going to be exactly. So now you can actually see kind of what's going on in terms of the turn order. So that'll be important because the big thing in the later Shadow Hearts games is that even though your speed curve is relatively tight between party members, there's a lot of different recharge rates between spells and attacks, and that can alter how quickly somebody else can get a second turn. So do be on the lookout for that because there will probably be some manipulation of getting proper turn orders and everything to make sure things work out properly. Because in the second game, the opening turn order for I think most fights anyways is not fixed, which means that there's a random chance of getting different party members to go first, possibly the boss to go first, and then you have to adapt your strategy slightly in the beginning. And at the very beginning here, LCC is going to turn all his rings into technical, and he's also going to reduce the number of attacks on some characters to just 1. And there are a couple of reasons why you want to do this. First of all, I think in terms of the mathematical calculations for the damage formula, hitting a single strike area is better for damage than hitting a strike area on a 2-hit ring and then missing a perfectly single ring. So there's more consistency just by switching to home rank. And one of the other reasons is that I believe in the route, even now, you still want to get the extreme when you're in the Japan portion of the game. So if you can maximize the number of ring perfects that you can get, that will give you a greater chance of getting stream. I don't remember if it's required. I don't think it is, but it's certainly faster to get it.
It's not required, but it is a case of it does speed up some fights and kind of can clean some things up. Some shots that are normally like a very very close to will become a one shot. Like you can
Alice
pretty much
takes a
one
nap.
shot like late game bosses.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
7th key is off. Doesn't matter.
I do admit that is the greatest thing I have ever seen.
That's pretty great. This
So
Shadow Hearts 1 speedrun is pretty manly. No breaks, and then you do that at the end.
just smash buttons.
Precision targeting.
GG. 655. Yeah, 651.55 looks like.
5155.
So good job, Garrick. And he will be passing it over to Bowie.
Yeah, I got nice surround by my ducky friends.
I like
Yo,
that. I like the sound of that. I can catch up now.
Yeah.
So I think another thing that Tide was going to get onto regarding the rings, the reason you go down to one hit areas, for the most part, it also means that you're finishing off your attack earlier on the ring as well, which doesn't seem like too much, but over the course of the run, when you're attacking so much, having just to kind of cut it off halfway around the ring rather than 2/3 way is obviously better, and obviously the attack animation's quicker. So yeah, in terms of all physical damage, it's one. I think the only one that it doesn't matter for is Blanca, because it's actually later on in the ring with Blanca. If Blanca has one hit area than two.
Yeah. Like if you see them use 2-hit ring areas, it's usually because of what Bowie just said, which is that swapping to them to one area puts the hit zone into the upper left corner, which makes it take longer, or you need the extra damage on that character in order to either one-shot some enemies or to do certain strategies that would not be possible with one-hit area.
Oh yeah, I gotta switch the names too, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we can pretend that Garrick is pulling a massive marathon, because apparently he didn't go to sleep yesterday, which probably contributed to some of the errors that he ended up making.
Let me know when I'm live, guys, as well. As far as I'm aware, I'm going.
My eye is on stream. Sure.
Anyway, that was a very good, pretty solid Shadow Hearts 1 race. It was pretty close, even at the very end.
Yeah.
It was great having myself be here. Thanks for the invite, Tide, and
No
Bowie, and
problem, sir.
LCC, and Garrick.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you for coming on and joining us for the relay race.
Cool.
So,
I'm on. So I'll start.
All right.
You're good to go, Garrett or Bowie.
Bowie, you're on. Well, your stream is a little off, but
Yeah, I'm fixing
yeah,
it
it's on.
a little bit.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks all, and good luck to Bowie and LCC for Shadow Hearts 2.
No worries.
All
Thank you very
right.
much for doing comms,
See
man.
you
Really
around.
good of you.
Take care, everyone.
All right. Later, Arthur.
Okay, bit of Shadow Hearts 2. This game is so
Yeah.
good.
We are on our way.
A
So
little off.
LCC has a slight lead.
I'm just gonna fix this right now.
Yeah.
Any time you can give me to catch up, my friend, is fine with me. Don't worry.
All right. I think
So
that's good enough for now.
basically, in terms of kind of where the plot is, since we haven't really mentioned a bit more about it, we've been just swapping or cutting through all the cutscene. So as you can see, we see Yuri back in with the party right now, and Karen, who was the German officer, is with them. So they were initially sent to the tower because they heard a rumor about some sort of demon terrorizing a village, and when they go to the top of the tower, they find out that it's not really a demon, it's actually Yuri fighting off the German soldiers. So at the end of that cutscene, Yuri, I believe, gets cursed with the mistletoe.
Yeah,
And this becomes a very big plot point, as well as a very big character motivational driver, I guess, for Yuri as well, because it brings forward the fact that the game likes to drive home on this point, which we won't be seeing a lot, but the fact that he's cursed with the mistletoe means that Yuri is eventually going to die, and basically there's nothing he can do about it. So
there's a bit of a visual
Okay.
reminder about that. In terms of the logos, the first one has a blue lariat, or whatever the pendant's called, but in the second one it's red. So when he's cursed, because the pendant basically reflects Yuri's soul, so the red shows he's cursed, just as a little aside.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting.
I believe right now, at the start of the game, you actually go have to grind a little just for extra soul power. So the general plan of the speedrun in Shadow Hearts 2 is to get the fire fusion, get energy charge, and then once the game gives us more broken options, we proceed to use those, and then later on we key the bosses and run around them before they can do anything dangerous. So right now, because we just started the game off, we don't really have the soul power necessary to have the fusions available yet, because as part of the plot, Yuri getting cursed with the mistletoe basically turns him into Mega Man, and he loses all his powers. So he has to rebuild those powers up, which is why LCC is fighting some of those battles.
So yeah, I
And
didn't
we
menu
are-
at all for that first fight, so it was a little weird. Normal
And
rings
yeah.
with multiple hit areas and stuff, you know. No magic.
No one needs magic in this game, just poke things with physicals and they die. So we were introduced to the other two party members in our team, which is Blanca, as our team name Blanca Z, who's a wolf/dog hybrid, and a puppeteer named Geppetto, who is actually Alice's uncle. So at the end of the first Shadow Hearts, Yuri actually retires to a village, and I believe he informs about Alice's death to Alice's uncle, and then they end up protecting the village kind of on their own. So that's kind of how they're together at the very beginning. So now we find out that the soldiers are after them, so because Yuri's weakened, he can't take them on, so they decide to basically run away to rebuild our strength after getting cursed with the MacGuffin. And the magic system's slightly different too. So you'll notice that in the menu screen when LCC had it open, all the different spells were attached to things. You can think of them sort of like materia from FF7. So you can equip spells and you can de-equip them. But the number of spells each person can equip is limited to a total of 12 what they call crests. And each crest has a certain, I guess, limit, you can call it. The game calls it DCP. So if you equip
Which is,
up
I think it's called domination power or something like that. Or...
Yeah, I don't remember the exact name, but the way it functions is that if you have too much DCP, more than your bar or your stack can hold, then you can't hold that many. Spells. You have to drop one or two.
Can't hold all these spells, man.
Yeah, it's overload. You're gonna go insane from trying to hold all the different crests. Don't have enough mind power or whatever.
I think it's called domination capacity points. I believe so.
Yes, I think
That
that's
sounds
actually
right.
the correct name.
Just off the top of my head. Trying to remember. Don't get a fight. God damn it! Every time. I never get.
And yeah, you can see the mistletoe symbolism here that Yuri's impaled on within the tree. So as
Yeah,
you can see,
that-
LCC's.
The tree is kind of the mistletoe itself, and it's kind of
Yeah.
as you said. To be honest, Tide. I don't know why I tried to add in something there.
No, it's okay. Trying to go back and forth between plot and gameplay, but as I mentioned, at least on LCC's screen, he's already at the first mandatory fire graveyard visit. So he's gonna go and visit the fire crystal, whatever, and power up that fire soul. So we need that as part of our general plan. Then he's gonna fight a boss battle with a giant spider. If I remember correctly.
Arachne,
Yes.
which is made out of like fingers. All of her legs are fingers, and her teeth are fingers. It's really good.
Finger spider.
Finger spider.
So I'm not actually 100% sure on what the strategy for the spider is, because I know we were discussing this yesterday.
It's very straightforward. So basically, what we're going to do is I believe we've given Focalor to Blanca and Furfur to Geppetto, which means that sorry, let me just do this wooden line. We're going to be using wind and water magic in order to damage Arachne. Yuri's going to transform into fire fusion. You can use rage if you want, but it's best just to attack to get as much damage down as possible. obviously, because Arachne's Earth, he's a Gale. What's the opposite of that? What was that actual skill called itself?
You mean the wind spell or
Yeah, the wind
special
skill.
The wind
Gale
spell is
spin.
Gale spin.
Gale Spin. You're going to be using Gale Spin because it's going to do like bonus damage against Arachne because she is Earth, and obviously Wind is Wind. So we'll do bonus damage, and then just that's on Geppetto because he has a higher magic damage early on in the game. So we give that to him there. And it's just kind of trying to knock him down. You want Arachne to hit different people each time because any 2 hits on one person will probably kill them. Because she normally goes poison and then into Crag, and Crag is an earth-based spell. If that's on Blanco, it'll probably kill him. So you want to
Yeah,
kind of
the elemental weakness affinity stuff is present in this game as well. So Blanca's wind elemental, so if he gets hit with something that's earth, he's going to take 25% more damage. So at this point in the game, that's probably pretty significant.
Yeah.
Alright, so that looked like it was pretty fast outside of somebody getting killed.
Yeah, I got the pattern where he's essentially just targeting one guy over and over again, so I had to heal him.
Yeah. That's a little
really,
unfortunate.
You really want everyone to be alive in that one because it's a lot of experience and it'll help going on to the next segment. If someone dies at the end of that fight, you're really in a bit of a issue, which is kind of like the beginning of Shadow Hearts 1.
Yeah,
You want Alice to survive.
I think as part of the reroute, LCC mentioned something about wanting to keep the party level high, so that I think when Joachim joins, he joins at one level higher. But I don't remember the exact conditions for that. I know that for one of the bosses, it's like you have to hit all ring perfect just to get like an extra 72 experience.
Yeah,
And
you
being at a
get
high
30
level-
extra from Castor and Pollux. For hitting
Yeah,
all ring perfects. The old route, what you would do is just fight 3 random encounters, that would just give you enough anyways. But if you only fight 1, then you need the extra experience from both the Spider and Castor and Pollux. And the enemy formation to fight's very specific as well, so it's kind of hard to do, but it's easy if you just fight 2 battles.
I tend to, what I do is only fight the battles if I get us around or if they're in a really advantageous position. If not, then I just don't worry about it.
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah. I don't think in the grand scheme of things it like hurts too much. Obviously, it's slower. You don't have Joachim at a slightly higher level because you have to heal earlier, do less damage. But it obviously, you want to go for it if you can. So Bowie's just kind of doing the same thing that LCC was doing beforehand. As we were saying, just grinding up a little bit, get that extra little solo energy. So we're gonna need it to open the doorway, breaking the game wide open as quickly as we can.
Mashing away.
Yeah.
It does a small thing. One thing I actually completely forgot about is actually if you click R3, it actually closes the menu at any point in the menu rather than having to go out, which is
Right.
what I used to do before. I never actually knew that, so that's really handy.
Yeah, that's actually like a recently discovered thing that I think LCC found. And I think
There
it
are
was
loads of
first
things
found
actually like that.
from the New World, and then we swapped back to Covenant, and we were like, oh, does this trick work for Covenant as well? And it does.
No, it was the
So,
opposite. We
it's
didn't
the
know about it
opposite?
until I read about it in the tutorial, in the help files in Covenant. I was like, oh, that's a thing?
Wow.
Okay, let's try it.
It
Oh, it
helped.
works. Okay.
Yeah. So
Let's see if it works from the
you
New World. It
press-
does.
Press R3, you get out the menu instantly, which
So-
helps a lot if you're doing a complicated menu in your
Shoutouts to
solo
the help
screen zone.
files.
So Karen joined the party on LCC side. So something different in this game is that the characters don't learn skills based on their levels, really. They learn skills based on their individual separate side quests. So for Geppetto, he has to make new dresses by picking up what's called stud cards. Blanco has to do what's called the Wolf Bout, and Karen has to read new play manuals for some reason to get inspiration to learn new sword arts. And obviously Yuri has the Graveyard to power up his fusions. I think for the most part, though, most of these skills are not really important, just because we're basically going to be smashing the game in with physicals after Yuri fuses.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. There are some of them are very comedic. So like Joachim obviously has to go and do his man bouts in order to kind of learn skills from his master, which is quite funny. So there's loads of if you want to really like think about Shadow Hearts in terms of a series that goes on, the first is very, very dark. The second has this kind of strange combination of the gothic and this weird wackiness, and then From the New World just goes full on with the wackiness. So there is like a lot of comedy in this game that you can kind of find on. It's usually on the side, but there is the odd moment as well, which is quite nice.
And here's the wolf bout I was mentioning beforehand. So this one is mandatory. In fact, most of the side quest things I was telling you about are, the very first one is mandatory in the game to introduce you to say, hey, you want to power up your characters, this is what you have to do. So, I don't think there's too much you need to do for this first fight. For the most part, it's just one-hit strikes and get the attacks in. It is kind of a shame though, because there's some cool stuff hidden in the character quest that you don't get to see. You get to fight Tyr Bogard if you do the wolf bouts far enough.
A lot of a fun little fact actually about the wolf bouts. They're actually based on a real kind of thing that went on. So the guy Ernest, I think his name is, who runs the wolf bouts, actually did start a dogfighting ring in Europe, like around this time, around World War One. So
yeah, that wouldn't surprise me too much, because a lot of, I think we touched upon this in Shadow Hearts 1 as well, that a lot of the stuff that happens in the Shadow Hearts series in general, like they refer back to some references and common events that actually did happen, except obviously they put their own spin on it. So as a result, that fight you get power up for Blanca's personal skill, which is called the Soul Comet, and that skill will be used at 1 or 2 points during the game. For the most part, though, I believe that we usually just stick to the Crest spells. Because if I remember correctly, Soul Comet doesn't have a very wide area effect. I think it's actually single target.
Yeah, it's single target.
he gets
Stronger
later,
than
I
regular
think.
spells, but rings harder and single, yeah.
I think I just got ring perfect Arachne. Sweet.
Excellent.
I'll take that.
Yeah, it looks like Bowie had a better fight there. I didn't see anybody die offhand. So as long as he distributes his damage, then you're probably okay. Because you don't want to end up being in a position where you have to constantly heal either, because that just drags your offense down.
Sassy sailor.
And
Also
here's the
shout-outs.
stuck card thing that I was mentioning beforehand. So again, this is required. And the very first one they do, actually all the ones that they do, are for specific reasons. We're going to make the Sassy Sailor for Cornelia, which is Geppetto's puppet. And
Oh, are you going for the Sassy Sailor? Why do you do Sassy Sailor?
Sassy Sailor?
Because I always go for the Fire Dancer.
I believe you get both during portions of the route, but I think that the thing you need to remember with the dresses, for those of you that have not played the game, Geppetto's special property is that when he equips a dress, it powers up the corresponding elemental type of spell that he will use. So if you equip the water dress, then water spells get stronger. If you equip the fire dress, fire spells get stronger, etc. And he can actually change his affinity as a result of this, which no other character can really do. I think Yuri can if he changes fusions, but I may be mistaken on that point.
That is true. That is true.
Okay, good. And after getting the dress, we're gonna go into the inn, and there's an important quest here that we're gonna grab, because we're gonna get an item later on called the Solomon's Key within the menu, and we're gonna need to do that to open up a couple of other options that will become available. And I was talking to Trank about this before too, but the the Crest magic menus are probably the hardest part in learning any Shadow Hearts game for menuing, because they're just so awkward compared to your normal menu. Like, the movement's different in this game. The Crest all have different names, and like they're not sorted properly, so sometimes you dig really deep to just find the Crest that you need to equip. So we end up going to this hotel, we talk to this guy. Basically, we're still being chased by the army, or I think what they're called is like the Sharp Claws or whatever. I don't remember the exact name, but just pretend we're being chased by a gang. So we decide that our best way through, or to run away from them, is to escape through the train tunnels.
They're going to be revealed as Sapientis Gladio, but yeah, the names of the enemies are just claws.
Yeah. So we go through the train tunnels, and if you've done this dungeon before, I'll admit I've gotten lost in this dungeon like ever. And the very first time I basically played it is just within a month because I finally managed to figure out my way to get through this stupid tunnel. So that can actually be very confusing. But the entire gist is that we need to go through the tunnel, but there's a train blocking our path. So what you actually have to do is you have to take a roundabout path to get a train battery to power up the train, to move the train so you can go through the tunnel. While we're being chased by the people.
Kind of cruel of them to dump a dungeon like this on you early on, too.
Yeah.
It's way too mazy than more mazy than it should be, really.
The good thing is, I think they learned from this, because in the third game, whenever you open, I think you press like a certain button, I don't remember which, it opens up a map. But this wasn't available in first or second game, so you just kind of have to walk your way around to figure out where to go. And yes, we're introduced to Lenny, who is the best villain. If you want to figure out what Lenny is like, because you never played this game, think of Wreck-It Ralph, and Lenny is basically Ralph.
I just want to be a good guy.
Yeah, you might want to be the bad guy anymore. And actually, if you do all the bonus quests, you find out that Lenny does end up being a good guy, because he does a bunch of stuff for people. But here he's being a bad guy, so...
Hello, Ernest.
Hello. Dog. Doge. So... LCC's just doing a bit more of the fights, just to get the extra soul powers. And Bowie's coming up to the boat.
Yeah, these fights are done to get more soul power to get energy charge earlier,
Yeah.
mainly. And to get a couple levels, that also helps. And you just want to do them if they're clumped together.
Yeah, one of the skills that you have to be aware of, especially during the second and third parts, is that random battles aren't like completely sleep fest where you just hit escape. You actually have to pay attention during this part, especially because in this part you want to grind up the soul power. You want to take on good formations, and you want to escape from really bad ones. And one of the things that's not really nice in the second game is that whenever you select an AoE spell, the camera zooms in on the enemy, so it's not usually easy to tell like if you can hit the maximum number of targets possible. So you do have to kind of play around with the camera sometimes, and if you don't get a good formation, then you want to run away. And later on, we talked about seals in the first game. Seals are more important in this game again because you don't have any ways of speeding up your characters other than using seals to speed. So you want to use the seals inside the battle, and when you do use them inside the battle, you want to be looking for a good turn order where you can use it and then escape immediately. So this will be more relevant in the third game as well.
Just quickly about going back to the AoE spells and zoom in. Something that's kind of quite small but hard to notice. But when you're checking who you're attacking on the turn order gauge at the very very top, it will highlight enemies. So if you want to just quickly see if you're attacking ones that are in the way, so you can kind of clear out moves to get your next turn. You can just check the turn order line as well. It's like another little thing. As well as moving the camera, it's like if one doesn't work for you, check the other.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, and the corresponding list that you have, like A is the first on the list, B is the second on the list, that sort of thing. So if you want to attack enemy C quickly, because it's next on the list, you just go to the third option.
So these random fights quite aren't as simple as they look. I know we're hitting escape a lot, but it's a very quick process when you have to analyze the battles. That can really only come from me to practice the panel. LCC got surrounded. I believe during this point the game getting surrounded is actually kind of hard, so you don't have a lot of health here, so it is possible to die if you're not careful.
1, 2, 1, 1.
So like in this case, you probably want to hit escape, just because if you get run failures and then you have to take more attacks, probably not a very good. Something we haven't really touched on is kind of the way the money route is going to work, because I believe I forget whether or not the old route that Bowie, you and Garrick designed was as title money, but I know that, because LCC and I were talking about this yesterday, the money route in this game is actually kind of tight. So you guys
It's very
be careful.
tight,
Yeah. You have to be
We had
careful not to blow too many items.
Yeah, there was a bit where we used to kind of add additional. We used to add an additional Leonardo's bears. We used to kind of get 4 like in the Grail Gate fight, but we only really need 2 max really. Ideally 1 on your healer and 1 on your and 1 on Yuri, but you can pretty much skimp out on your healer. But we used to get 4, so we used to have to kind of buy. You used to have to sell, buy for that one particularly. It was always very close. We had like almost down to the very, very single cash, which is obviously the currency in this game.
Yeah.
Or to the nearest 100 kind of thing. It was very close.
So you just kind of want to be careful when you're getting into fights too, because if you end up getting in a case where you have to blow more healing items or blow more talismans than you're supposed to, you're gonna have to. You probably have to improv the menus on your shops.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that in the 3rd game too. Like there's certain stuff that you want to do for sure, but it's sometimes not really within your control. So you have to do backups, and those are a little bit slower than what you will optimally take. So now in this battle that LCC got, if Manga had mana, he would have taken it.
So a
Because it
small
was
thing
very
like
nice
just regarding the money route, the reason we actually win the wolf bout is you could actually just probably lose the wolf bout, but if you win it, you get the coral lariat, which allows you to,
right.
which
I forgot about that.
you sell in order to have enough money to buy the weapons
Yeah.
from the first shop between Pierre and.
It's worth a lot.
Yeah.
We were comparing it to the coral lariat from the New World, and it's like a 50 times difference or something.
I think
It's pretty great.
from the New World one's like 500, this one's like 2,500 or something.
Yeah.
2,500.
So LCC picked up the Amy Crest, and again, that's just important because we're going to use it to fill out the Solomon's Key later on. And I'll explain more about that once we actually get the Solomon's Key. For now, you just have to know that we're getting it because it's important. Figure out why later.
So it's important to kind of, as soon as you get those weapons from Pierre, and I can't remember his name for some reason. Pierre and
I don't
his
remember
other
his
name.
name either.
The other
I'm sorry,
guy?
yeah,
His
completely
brother.
blanked, yeah.
It's his
Yeah.
brother. Matt
Gerard. It's Pierre and Gerard. When you buy them, when you buy the weapons there, like if you don't equip them, because sometimes I used to kind of think I'd be smart enough to menu later on when I have to menu, but if you don't have the weapons, you can't one-shot the enemies in here. If you do get this around, so it's kind of important to get those weapons on you if you want to kind of do the farming that you need to do in this kind of area. That is a perfect setup, in fact. I haven't got enough mana. That is quite upsetting.
Yes, that also happened to LCC earlier. I saw his cursor go down to spells, and then, oh, I had no mana. Alright. Not taking this fight anymore.
This is why I don't use magic against Tetsu, I used it today just because I thought maybe it's faster, but it's incredible. I'm going to run. I can't.
Well, it's kind of a thing where if you're using magic, you won't run into issues of accuracy and evasion. So I don't think it's completely pointless, but it does.
Well, no, it's not.
Well, there's two things with it. The one is you save 1 turn, which isn't huge because the magic animation still takes a while. But I also do a tent before the subway, so I get my magic back anyway.
See, I run with the poison, and if you get the poison proc, the reason I did use magic is because I didn't get the poison proc. If you get poison proc on your first move, then you should be okay.
Yeah.
Should. Obviously, the thing there is on should be okay.
Yeah, I just skip putting poison on altogether. That's another reason. Because at the beginning, you're closest to him with the magic, so the magic animation is slightly less than if you hit him with it second.
That's really interesting. I didn't think the distance would play as much of a role as it would. So LCC got the train battery, so he's now running back to the train that he needs to fit the battery into. And Bowie is making his way there. So yeah, these tunnels are really, really confusing. So if you do learn the route, the good news is you'll probably never get lost in these tunnels again, because you actually know where to go.
So the next boss coming up is one of the ones where you'll see an instance of, unless you kind of got unlucky before with us around, the first instance of enemies doing like comboing and kind of going against you to kind of deal some damage. They will, unless you kill one before they get a turn, they will kill off a character guaranteed, which is obviously very annoying. So you can either have to try and burst a character and the enemy down one of the enemies down as quickly as possible, or you're just going to have to take one to the face.
Yeah, something that is new in this game and will become a lot more relevant from the new world is they introduced a system called a combo system. So in this game, what happens is if two characters are adjacent to each other, then when one character takes their turn, the second character can do follow-up attack. I don't know the exact equation of how combos increase your damage, but the enemies are smart enough to use combos against you, and when they do, it hurts quite a bit. So there are several ways you can go about breaking Covenant. Combos is one of those. There's several moves in the game that basically do a lot of hits, and you're supposed to use them to build up the combo counter so that when you get your actual damage dealer to go forward, they'll do significantly more damage than they normally would. So one of the things that Bowie is just mentioning here is just that next boss, because there's basically two targets, they will be smart enough to try to use the combo command, and because as it sounds, combo command links the two attacks together, you won't be able to get a turn in between to heal someone. And touched upon the money route beforehand, so if you die and you have to use a talisman, then that goes against your money count, so you have to be careful. And LCC just, as you can see, went back to the graveyard to charge up his soul power for fire, so now he has energy charge available. And in this skill, do you?
I just had level 2 fire fusion. You get the energy charge after.
Okay.
You get it because you get 50 soul from Castor and Pollux, and that's enough to get you over 60. You need 60 into fire to get it to level 3, and that will give you that energy charge.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Now, if it did have energy charge, this fight would be way better.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about your charge when we get there, but it's part of the reason why you can break the game pretty badly. Anyways, we're getting on to this cargo car now, because the train all the way. We're gonna escape away from the people that are chasing us, and we're gonna find out that, oh no, so actually one step ahead of us. Because this woman's also part of that rivalry gang. I think it's the first time they introduced themselves as the Slapientos.
Yeah. You may notice she has breasts.
Yes. You may notice that all the other characters are in, say, ellipses. They're in just as much awe as you are.
I mentioned before the whole, there was the, the kind of, let's say, serious gothic side, then there's the kind of crazier, colourful side. Veronica kind of represents the latter. See, a fun fact about the routing is that long ago when Garrick and I were routing, I considered the Amy Crest for the route, but we didn't really have too much faith in magic damage for like the kind of mid-game area. Like early game, we were like, we tried to use combo magic with Geppetto to kill off Castor and Pollux, but like the mid-game we didn't really think too much about it, or like the midway through disc 1, but actually Amy allows you to get entranced really early, which is like energy charge, but it's for magic damage, so you can do a lot of magic damage with people. So getting the Amy Crest when putting it into Solomon's Key allows you to do that, which is very good.
So as you can see during this fight, when the two characters are touching each other, they will shine either blue light underneath them or red light underneath them, depending on whether it's enemy or allies. So, and as we mentioned, by doing that combo, LCC was able to get a good chunk of damage on one of the bosses. And then the bosses got their turn and then comboed him and killed one of them. So now that one of dead, this fight becomes relatively simple. By the way, I believe that in order to get that like 2 rounding, you need to hit strikes on everything within the combo. So, like if you miss even one, it cuts your damage pretty hard. is using a technical ring with the strike zone. It increases damage by 44%. So if you miss it completely, you lose out 44% of damage.
Had some bad luck, but I did the best I could.
Yeah. Didn't look too awful.
Okay, come on. I'm getting really
One
good
of the
formations.
Other interesting things about the combo stuff, because the characters just have to be adjacent to do a combo. When Yuri fuses to Barbaration and later on to, I don't remember if we get Fides, but
We don't anymore, no.
yeah. Basically, when you fuse to the fire fusion, it actually increases his hitbox, so it makes combos possible normally wouldn't be at the very beginning.
See, you can put characters into different positions in the order. So, like in position 1, 2, 3, or 4. If you put Yuri into position 2 or 3, he will, when you change into Barbarisha, excuse my stutter there, he will combo with the two people adjacent. So with the first person, let's say Blanca's in slot 1 and Yuri's in slot 3. If Blanca will go first, combo into Yuri. Yuri will then change into Barbarisha and combo with all 4 of you. Which is really cool.
Yeah, so we kind of saw that during the fight with Castor and Pollux on LCC's end.
Yeah, the
And
fact that
here
it expands
he's
your
gonna-
hitbox is pretty cool, actually. It's a mechanic you don't really think about until you actually like look at it in the speedrun sense.
Yeah. Like, you don't really see how it all plays together, but when it does, you're like, oh, that's something that you probably wouldn't have noticed.
Yeah, because normally you have to
Also,
like
he-
select combo and then move them to other guys and do all this stuff.
Yeah,
But if
it's a
if
little
you're
bit
just in the
more
middle
cumbersome.
already, it's like perfect.
Sets up the combo without any fuss. We also played the lottery there for the Bathing Crest. So we also need that for Solomon's Key later. So now we're in the town. We escaped from the tunnels, and we hear about a supervillain that's supposedly terrorizing the town. So the mayor's trying to get tough people to go and beat up the supervillain dude because he's terrorizing the town apparently.
I think I need to have some things going on.
Do we complete multiple Solomon's Key? No. We only fill out one part of the Solomon's Key, because it's the only part that helps us beat the game faster.
Yeah, the fire field, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
You don't
Dry
complete-
desert, something like
Yeah.
that.
So actually, that's interesting. Regarding Solomon's Key, we used to also use Solomon's Key for another segment, but we took that other segment out, which where we used to complete the field. Did you complete the fields as well to get Evil Ray?
Evil Ray is part of it, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, okay, you do. Yeah. So Garrick and I took that out, and LCC put that back in. So you
Yeah.
might, because yeah, I think
That's
with
often-
Entrance it makes it even more worth it, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah,
That's
there's
like
multiple
those
reasons.
of
You get Evil
you-
Ray and Trance,
Yeah.
tier 2 fire spell. It's pretty good.
So for those of you that ever think about speedrunning games, you should never delete any old notes, because you never know when old tricks or old stuff becomes relevant again. So Bowie is getting to catch down Pollux. And LCC has to fight the super villain dude.
Oh, wonderful, they went first. Oh, it's Barbaria. I keep forgetting her name, but it's Barbaria. That's the one.
So now we actually do have an energy charge. And energy charge is kinda, just say it's kinda broken. They learned your lesson. Yeah, just kind of. They learned their lesson by going through the world and made it less broken. And it's pretty deep broken. So it's self-target, so you can't use it on anybody else. But when you do use it and you get a strike on a technical rank, it improves the damage by the next attack by 180%. So this stacks with other buffers such as rage or elemental edges. And as we all know from playing RPGs, if you ever play an RPG and you're capable of stacking all the five together, you're able to pull off really, really high damage really quickly. And you can quickly see that in this fight. So the last fight he was doing about like 50 damage, he's now doing like 200. So the damage escalates pretty quickly as a result.
Got him. Yes. Managed to take down Pollux before they got to go. That's really
Very
good.
nice.
That's really
Very
good.
nice. Yeah, you primarily want one of the either the water dress or the fire dress so that you can do more damage to these two idiots. So Bowie went with the fire dress here, so he took out the water dude as quickly as he could before they could drop a combo on him.
I believe Pollux has less HP. I might be wrong about that.
I don't remember the exact HP values. I know when I was playing through it casually, they
Should be
didn't
the
feel
same.
any more durable than the other. So if there is a difference, it's not going to be by a whole
It's
lot.
the same amount of hit points, but Pollux has less physical defense, more magic defense, and then Caster is the other way around. Or maybe I got the names mixed up. The fire one is more physical defense.
Yeah, so Geppetto with the proper dress and doing the spell casting will do more damage.
I'm losing so much time to this fight.
Don't worry, man. I can't
My
wait
goal is
until
just,
I get to go. It's gonna be amazing.
I lost 2 minutes to that split. Great.
So LCC is just progressing up the story. So we beat up the supervillain, but we find out he's actually not a supervillain. He is Grand Papillon, superhero to all the kids in town. When we found out that the mayor has actually been trying to force one of the landowners out of their building because he wants to build something over it, I believe. And Grand Papillon has actually been protecting the old lady because the old lady protected him when he first dropped into town. Spoilers, he's actually a vampire related to the vampire we saw in the first Shadow Hearts. He's the older brother.
So yeah, like many games tend to have like these kind of crossovers or like links in between. The Valentine children are the links in between the Shadow Hearts. Beyond,
Yeah,
as
so-
in like, you know, the kind of consistency between them all.
Yeah. You can think of the concept quite like how you have different Sids across different Final Fantasies, just that Sids aren't related, but in this game, the Valentines are all related. So now we're gonna go back, and we're gonna beat up the mayor and his goons, because they're thugs, and they suck. And I believe the formations for these are not fixed.
No, it's all random.
100% sure on that.
Mandatory
Yeah.
fights in this game can actually surround you.
I
They
have-
changed
I
that in
have
part
done- I
3
have
where they
done
can't do
that.
that anymore, but in this game they can.
Yeah,
have
so
died.
that was really good because he got like LCC got like an optimal formation that he was able to drop an AoE spell immediately.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Because sometimes you get scattered formations and then it takes longer because you have to do 3 spells instead of just 1. The enemies could attack you. Just makes things a whole lot messier. So when you get the optimal, it's great. So Bowie just completing the lottery. So if you fail the lottery the first time here, it's not too big of a deal because we do need to get tissues later on. Basically, we need to move some dude out of the way with the tissues to get the mind's eye later on. So it's not too big of a deal if you do fail the lottery once, but
I think
I think any more than once is probably not good.
As well as characters all having their own kind of side quests for their special attacks and their kind of personal skills. Every character also has a side quest for their ultimate weapon as well. The ultimate weapon for Karen being a kind of like a kind of good deed trick where you have to kind of go do like a load of side quests and kind of like fulfill some people's last wishes.
Yeah.
What am I doing? I've gone the wrong way completely.
It's called, I think, the Fort of Regrets, and the entire point of that dungeon is that in order to progress further into the levels, you have to make people not regret about stuff that they were not able to do. So some dude in that area is regretful because he wasn't. He was basically in the toilet and he didn't have any tissue, so you need to bring tissue to him.
What a horrible way to die.
Yes. That guy. So now, Joachim, Keith's older brother, joins our party. And we're in a wine cellar now because the mayor got beaten up and he got angry, so he's like, you as well haven't seen the last of me yet. And he goes and kidnaps children because he's a bad dude. So now we have to fight all the thugs that the mayor hired to kidnap children. that's not too bad of information. As you can see, it's not always possible to hit all the targets at the same time, so now you have to do 3 or 4 attacks instead of just 1. Joachim's alright. I don't think that he was particularly humorous or particularly annoying, but
It's his run
talking
animation.
about favorite Valentine, Hilda is
Hildegard,
best.
yeah.
That's the only thing you need to know.
Best.
But Joachim's run animation, just look at it.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
Well, Joachim also boots people in the head when he attacks.
Yeah,
which is pretty great.
he carries his like giant thing, whatever it happens to be, at that point in the game, and then just boots them instead, because he only uses one attack
Yeah,
there.
he's just like, huh! Some right in the face. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, if you were able to get all the ring perfects, bring Joachim to a slightly higher level, there's a bit of an advantage when you fight Varang solo in the next part. So, yeah, there's a solo fight coming up.
Yeah, if
Joachim's
you're level
slightly higher
6, there's a potential for it to double turn you, and there's also potential to get owned by either missing or getting critted.
Yeah,
Which still sucks at level 7, but at level 7 you have more life, and your agility's better, and it's just good.
Basically, being at a higher level just means that you probably have to heal less, probably do damage, finish the fight faster. So a whole bunch of good stuff, but it's not too big of a deal if you can't do it. Obviously, you're slower, and you can get owned, so...
God damn it. Drain touch. I hate you so much. Wait, why did Joachim go before Geppetto? I could have sworn Geppetto went first, but either way, he's dead. He had 2 HP left, I can't believe that.
It's probably some recovery time thing.
So
Because
silly.
that's
Yeah,
that's
well,
the thing with the Shadow Heart series, that while the game will adjust your turn order for your recovery times, it doesn't really adjust it for boss charge recovery times. So sometimes if the boss takes a slightly faster action, it can be really difficult to catch on to. So it's not so much that the turn order is lying, but it doesn't update with most accurate information. So you have to take that into account sometimes. And here we go. We're about to fight Ron. First, Joachim needs his mask to become Ron Papillon.
Mask being held by the young lady tied up in the corner. So this fight is one of those ones that if you do get 2 hits and strikes, you will kill her. I'm not sure if you keep rage on.
No, I don't use rage. I just boot her 3 times.
Just boot her. Use
Yeah,
boot.
So yeah, you can basically kill her in 3 turns. If you miss, she'll kill you, so you can either risk it or not. But yeah, you have to kind of, if she uses Hail Beak, you have to be very, very careful. If you get a bad damage roll, she can kill you as well. But it's more than likely you won't die with just 2 moves, but it can happen. So you have to be careful. But the next fight, Mjösult, is pretty easy, I think, for the most part, especially with your brand new strats. Actually, I like them. They're good.
Yeah, so now we have to deal with the giant frog.
Just so everyone knows as well, I'm running like a hybrid of old and new strats. I haven't learned every single thing, but yeah, that LCC kind of rerouted, which has kind of proven to be faster for the most part. But I'm kind of running with some of the things that I still kind of am used to, just because I couldn't really get it out of my muscle.
I don't know how much the elemental edges increase damage. Is it 25%?
Yep, 25%.
Yeah, okay. So this boss, in case you couldn't tell, is wind elemental. That's why we're casting all these orb spells. So powering up Yuri this way, using rage on him, energy charge, casting the elemental edge is going to make him do a lot of damage in a single hit.
And for those who are wondering my nationality, I am British.
these ring areas, by the way, if you played through all the Shadow Hearts games, they might look kind of small, but you're cutting from the other directions. World first, and you play this game, like the strike areas are just massive. The energy charge ring, your lesson.
And another
New
quick
world,
thing.
it's like 5 times smaller. It's pretty great.
Another quick thing regarding the strength of the tech ring and why it's so important to have it is there are some of these fights that you'll see us doing that when with a perfect ring on tech you actually kill the enemies. But if you didn't, like the enemies I'm fighting now, the thugs, if I didn't have tech, I could only one-shot the faster thugs, but not the thin thugs. So you'd have to deal with them.
Yeah, whenever again, when you play a game and it deals with multipliers, the roadway to victory is always to stack the multiplier as high as possible, so that it's high enough so you can kill things really quickly.
Which is why getting like a perfect extreme at the end is so satisfying. If you can hit by 10k, you might as well. You know.
Well, I remember when I was doing my casual run, doing basically sort of like the same sort of strats, just basically like doing energy charge and whatnot. And I remember I was calculating the approximate multiplier of what happens if you stack everything together, and it's something ridiculous. It's like something like 33.4 or something. So a single
crazy,
attack
man.
that does a single attack that does 300 damage escalates to do 10,000 damage basically. So it gets pretty nutsy. It's part of the reason why a lot of the bosses go down before they damage.
Guide Day? No. So, in theory, if you had multiple hit areas, it would do more damage as long as you could actually hit every perfect. But the problem is that later on in the game, the later weapons you get, it actually shrinks your strike areas, and then the more hit areas you have, the more your strike areas actually shrink as well. So because we're using Technical Ring, it has lower hit areas for that as well. And for the most part, you can still do enough damage without needing those extra hits. And a single attack area also has a faster animation time because you take less time actually doing the ring, and it also has a less attack animation as far as actually hitting the enemy.
Basically,
And-
unless you really need the extra damage, it's probably not really worth it to set an extra attack on, even though it seems very contrary to what you would think.
Yeah.
Just because of the way the math works out.
And it's just a lot of consistency, because you can't expect a player to hit 5 strike zones every time. I mean, if you practice it a ton, you could probably do it fairly consistently, but you're not going to do it 100% of the time. I don't think anyone could do that. Where if a single strike area, you can almost always do it 100%.
We do end up using the Gamble Ring later, but for now we use the Technical because the Gamble Ring's boost is only like 20% or something.
Yeah, Gamble Ring acts like a normal ring, so the strike area doesn't do as much, where a Technical Ring does more. So it's
Technical ring
20%
is-
damage increase with normal ring, is 44% damage increase with the Technical.
Yeah,
So-
and it's easier. So if it's enough and it's adequate, we're not going to make things look.
Yeah, the gamble ring gets used. I mean, in terms of like really old strats, we used to use gamble ring on kind of when we were using the key. But they made the hitboxes that are on the ring like frame perfect, which is just silly because they were just tiny pixels. But if you remove more hit areas as well, switching to gamble ring doesn't decrease the size of it that much, so you can still get 5 hits, let's say, or if you're using a third key or a fifth key, you can still get the 3-5 hits, but with no issue at all using them with the gamble ring. Just do it once and you get your 5, which saves time on the ring going round and round.
Yeah.
As well. So we do use gamble ring, obviously, but not all the time.
So part of the plot of what we're seeing right now. So LCC has just basically beat up the thugs and rescue kids. So then the granny inside house gives them the treasure that the mayor, I believe, wanted to look for, which is the Solomon's Key. So a little bit about how the Solomon's Key works. Basically, there are 72 magic crests in the game, and whenever you slot a crest into a position, it fills up a certain node. So what happens is if you can set up the spells in the proper order or the proper spacing of where they have to go in each node, it powers up each of the crests within that region. So it's basically divided into separate parts or separate regions, and it's basically a giant puzzle or riddle that you kind of have to figure out very slowly. At least
there are
that's the
hints to kind of
intention.
tell you where they are. Yeah, there are hints
Yeah.
kind of saying, like, giving you an idea of what the kind of symbol, represents and what they mean, and then you kind of have to obviously put them in places. If you get it wrong, nothing happens. You have to kind of keep trying until you get it right.
Yeah.
But ironically, it's one of the few things that are really interesting and quite deep that doesn't have a tutorial in it. Like, you get tutorials for swapping party members out, but not for the Solomon's Key, which just makes
Yeah.
no
They
sense.
don't really explain it really well, but basically if you slot the spells into the correct nodes and you fill up a region with correct nodes, then it powers up all the crests in that region. So this is used during the run because if you slot all the fire region spells together, it gives you an extra copy of Entrance earlier. So Entrance, Bowie was saying beforehand, it's basically like Energy Charge, but for magic. And the big thing with Entrance is that it's not self-target only, so you can actually cast this onto different people, which really helps because if you have somebody else about to get a turn and your character can't deal a lot of damage anyway, then you can cast Entrance to buff up the other character. And the nice thing about Entrance is that it doesn't matter what your magic stat is because it just costs MP to cast. So you can kind of stack stuff onto whatever caster you want to be and just have the other character just focus on casting Entrance.
She's also it also has very quick recharge time as well. So
yeah, that's one of the other big things. It has a very fast recharge rate.
I'm probably going to die if I do this. Hell, I am dead. I'm probably dead because she lowered my special defense, didn't she? Oh no, I survived! I survived!
Don't play too risky.
Oh god.
So LCC is also about to do the Yoga tutorial. So in this tutorial, you actually want to
I missed the perfect, so I'm dead.
Oh no! Oh no!
That's very sad.
When was the last time you saved?
I saved just for the fight.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would imagine.
Oh good.
I'm getting bad luck on the wrestling fight.
Yeah. So in the
Didn't not die there, so I would always save before that fight. Even in a run, I do that.
yeah, in at least in the tutorial for Yoga, you actually want Great Gamma to knock you out instantly with Grand Slam. It has like 55% chance, I think, to instant kill you.
I don't really know what the chances are. I would say it's 50-50, but yeah.
It's if I'm to believe my other buddies doing their testing, about 55 on the player end. So it's possible it's about the same on the enemy end, but yeah, we don't know. But basically, you want to get one hit shot, one kill, basically get insta killed, so you don't have to do anything. It's faster that way. But yeah, it's a dice roll whether or not you get instant killed, so you're not guaranteed to see that happen.
Okay, let's not screw this up this time. I'm so bad at this game. Let's do this again.
Rings are hard, man.
I just got criticaled again. What the hell?
Oh boy.
Special attack down. Okay. Got it. Okay. Fine. Why am I so bad at this? Okay. That was easier.
Now we have to go through the mines in order to go to Wales, because Yuri wants to visit his old buddy Roger Bacon, which is the only way to get to Wales at the moment, because we're about, I believe we're either about to fight a war or we're in the middle of a war. I don't remember the exact specifics, but basically we have to go through the mines because it's the only way available. So you're going to see Bowie use kind of similar strats to what LCC was doing beforehand. We're going to take out the ads, and we're primarily going to use Earth Magic. Use Energy Charge. We're going to buff Yuri up, and then he's going to attack once. Hassan Chop. Do like 300 damage.
Biggest thing about that fight is one of the ads can actually cast a Rage on the boss, which buffs its attack power, so it can then pretty much one-shot any of your party members. So you want to avoid that.
Yeah, that I didn't know about, but it makes sense to take out the ads quickly. Because they're one-hit KO bait. You have to kill them to finish the fight. Oh, it can also paralyze you, apparently.
Yeah, the boss.
He's
also
paralysis
middle.
on the buffer, so that's really handy. What's really nice is there are certain skills that don't have a strike area, but if you obviously get that strike area, If you just if a move doesn't have a strike area, so you can't get a perfect, it doesn't actually affect your perfect count for the extreme. Sorry, the extreme.
Extreme. Yeah, so you need at least 65% perfect ring rate to get the extreme, which is pretty free.
It's
Yeah.
not as free from the new world, I'll say that much. But
No, it's definitely
no,
not.
and from the new world, it's really hard. I look at my saves that I make before the final fight just to see what my ring rate is. And my ring rate in from the new world in my PB is like a 53% or something. So
It's very
we're not
sad
anywhere
time.
near close within 65. No. Well, it's not 100% reflective because sometimes you want to do actions and not
Yeah.
get perfect on them anyway.
I
So
guess if you're
just
not
speed
trying to
turn.
get as many as possible, that's not terrible.
Yeah. But my
Probably more
perfect
typical,
ring rate is
actually.
pretty bad.
Like when I was absolutely trying to get it, I was getting like 72, 73% or something like that,
don't kill Karen.
which
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
2% off. Very sad.
Yeah, you need 75 in the new world. It's hard to say, like, what your actual perfect ring rate is when you're doing speedruns. Because sometimes you see them perform an action much earlier than the strike zones because you don't need the strike, so why bother waiting the extra 2 or 3 seconds? And here we see the seals, as we mentioned. So he ideally would have wanted to get a strike on them just to maximize the seal. But I think for like most of these seals, it's okay if you only hit like +2. You want like a +3 on the wisdom though, for sure, I think.
Yeah, agility
That would
and
be
wisdom, you want the
important.
+3 more than anything.
Yeah. And those strike zones are tiny. So there's actually a trick you can do that increases the seal to give you +4. But we're not going to do that during the speedrun because it's really time consuming. But for those of you at home that are obsessive compulsive and want to max out your stats, you can get a +4 in a stat by first using Lucia to increase the strike effect, then hitting the strike zone on the tech ring. And that will increase your seal to do +4. So TheLCC has chosen not to heal Joachim as he's running through the mines.
Lucia does have some really cool stuff as well. Like we use her, obviously. You'll see it. She'll come into play as a
Yeah,
character.
we'll
first,
talk a
also-
little bit more
Yeah.
about Lucia
Yep.
when we get her, because she
In
really
ter- in
does.
terms of- Go for it, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna. She really does break the game wide open.
Yeah.
Just another way of adding bonus multipliers onto your character, as if it wasn't silly enough.
In terms of outside the speedrun, though, she has the ability to give everyone physical attacks 7th key effect, which is just silly. But yeah, she can give everyone a free 7th key, which costs like 900 MP as well, like late game, which is just silly. But of course, we'll never get to that point in this game, but it's just fun to know that she can do that. Good old England, nice and rainy.
We do not fill all the Solomon's Key now. We only fill out the part that will help speed up the game, which is basically just the fire region. So the other regions we don't really touch upon. It's not important. Late game, the thing with this game is that late game magic cannot compete with physicals, because when we're talking about multipliers, the magic multipliers in this game are physical multipliers, so it's really difficult to get magic to stack up and do the same amount of damage as physicals can. It's not that you can't do good damage with them, you just can't do as much damage as physicals. So you might need like 2 or 3 spells instead of a single physical attack. And obviously the single physical is gonna be faster because you're watching less animations in total.
Have we mentioned in terms of story-wise Kato and his part so far?
No,
I can't
actually.
remember.
Do you want to fill us in about Kato?
Well, just in terms of like, obviously he's a returning character from the first. He's changed considerably since the first as well.
Yes. Watch out for his mighty chin.
Yes. In terms of like the overall story, he's a very important character, and you'll see why later on. But just for now, kind of like since the events of Shadow Hearts 1, he's kind of like a bit more. He's now a special agent, but he's kind of working as like an informant for Yuri in kind of the early stages of the game, just kind of popping up here and there. Not working for him, but just kind of like whenever they bump into each other, just kind of sharing information.
Yeah,
Talking about what's
Kato's
been going on.
he's kind of like loyal to Yuri, which later on. So he's pretty interesting.
Try this one.
Swashed carrying. Hangover in the morning. Geppetto.
Yeah, inside the catch. So now we're fighting this boss. Don't remember its name.
That is Grimlock.
Yes,
Me
there
Grimlock, me King.
Lock.
LCC is gaining serious time on me right now.
And basically more of the same thing that we've seen. Buff Fury, we will smash the boss in. Ooh, that missed.
Cat emote is so good.
It's great. Aside from the New World is the best.
Just quickly, I'm not sure if this is a thing. I wasn't looking at LCC's stream when it happened, but I assume you pick up the Leonardo's bear in Southampton, just on top of the stairs.
Yeah, I do.
Do you use it to sell or just to keep?
I keep it.
You keep
It's good for Grill Gazer and for what's her face?
Yeah.
The
Night
Queen.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, but I just kind of wondered if you use it now for buying stuff, because
Nope.
money's tight in work.
I do not sell it.
Good. Because you get a second one in Neem Ruins anyway, so.
No, I skipped that one. I get the one in Petrograd in the Gallery of the Dead. There's one in there.
Yeah.
But the one in Neem Ruins, it takes too long to get for me. I just skip it.
Teacher!
This is
And we're on our way. We're in Wales now. So this area probably looks familiar because we were here just 4 hours ago. Let me get a nice recap about what happened from Yuri, complete with silly drawings. We find out that Bacon's actually not in his house. Something happened to Bacon. Yeah, Bowie didn't get insta killed, so he also has to take a bit longer to finish this fight.
So bad. I didn't get it twice.
Yeah, it kind of sucks too because you have to watch that really long animation every single time it happens.
And then it happened on the third time, when he killed me anyway.
Excellent. Yeah, so Bacon's not here. Yuri thinks that Bacon basically just went out for a walk. But surprise, we get to meet up with old Lenny. Or basically Wreck-It Ralph. So I don't think there's too much to know about this fight either. I know he can obviously do paralysis, since we just saw that. For the most part, take out the ads, buff Yuri, and then go for kill. I think ideally you want to like get poisoned to proc on him. Maybe if you get the deadly poison, then you don't even need to do anything, because then he just gets killed really quickly. So you can see the enemies trying to move together as well. The nice thing is that sometimes the enemies will try to move together, but you can catch them with the AoE effect when they do that. It's kind of like FFT in the sense that you can't really see like what the turtle or the charge time is. Although they'll act smartly, sometimes they'll do some really sneaky things. us casting Gale Spin, because Lenny is Earth Elemental. Gonna attack. Plus proc. So yeah, we also want to use the Seal of Strengths on Yuri, because he's going to be attacking quite a bit. And getting the extra damage on each attack. Pretty helpful.
Well, I didn't kill him like I wanted to.
Nope, but there's the deadly poison.
Too little, too
So-
late.
Very good.
You
Did
know,
my whole 7 damage to him with
well,
it?
that's 7 damage. You don't lose as much time from not deadly poisoning him as a similar boss from the New World, but obviously you want to proc that as soon as you can.
The big issue with that fight is I didn't hit the strike on rage, so I didn't get enough damage in. Kill him quickly.
Yeah, I saw that.
And you can't rebuff in this game. Like, you can't cast rage again. If someone's already raged, then you can't do it again to get the extra damage from the strike, so you're pretty much stuck with it.
Yeah, the only way for the buffs to go away in this fight is you either get killed or you wait for them to wear off, whereas from the New World, you can override it by recasting the spell. So there's good and bad things as well, but obviously in this case it means if you miss the strike, then you're stuck with the lower damage boost.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're introduced to this guy called Thomas, the Explorer. I think he was actually also a real person.
Yeah,
Just
that's
like how
Lawrence.
Margaret would.
It's Lawrence of Arabia. It's T.E.
Yeah.
Lawrence. So.
So he tells us about the mysterious organization that Lenny and Co. have been a part of. And also tells us basically that Roger was captured by those guys.
Also remember that we're here to see Roger to see if he can help us get rid of the mistletoe curse, just in case that's kind of been.
I forgot
Right.
about that, but why they want
Yeah.
to visit Roger. But yeah, basically it's Yuri wants to see Roger because he figures Roger knows something about the mistletoe curse.
Watch out for the mistletoe.
Yo, mistletoe.
Yo.
Get to beat you in with the power of the mistletoe repeatedly.
Beautiful.
Alright, so now we go to Florence, gather more information about Sapiente Gladios. And this lady wants to send us on a little fetch quest, I believe. I forget the exact reason, but something along the lines of like they want to use Lucia to do some fortune telling, but Lucia
Yeah, she
is,
needs
like,
to go and
very
get
popular
a
dancer,
plant.
so they're like, well, if you do this favor for me, I'll let you guys bore her for a bit.
I think it's they want to go and get some leaves or some kind of plant from.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
area.
remember the exact thing. Also, you'll notice that we now have a bat in the team. So, I actually don't understand how the mechanics of Joachim's transformations work, so would one of you want to explain that?
It's based on how many battles you go into. So like he has like a counter that goes up and down, and basically the amount of fights he's involved in, it just kind of ticks along one. And I think every 5 Icho goes up to the next iteration. So he'll go. I think he goes from regular to invisible to regular to bat to regular to Grand Papillon, something like that.
I don't know
Is
the
that right,
exact
Elsie?
order, I just know how it goes in a speedrun. So,
Yeah, it's like every single.
This is where it should be at this point.
I just
You did
know
something wrong.
how many battles I get, he turns into a bat. So right now he's a bat.
Great.
And by the time
Yeah,
I get to the
it's
boss, he probably
every
won't be a bat
single
anymore.
fight.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the number of battles you get into, as Bowie was saying beforehand. So the important thing about that means that if you get into more random encounters than you should, it might throw off the counter a little bit, which means that it's possible for him to alternate between 1 or 2 different forms. And the forms have different stats too, like when Joachim's a bat, he deals more physical damage. I think he's slightly faster, but he's also more fragile. He's invisible. I think like he has less damage, but he can be targeted. Like not targeted.
Is there a
per
problem
se,
with the
but-
screen?
It's working for me.
Yeah, I
can
don't see
still
anything.
basically affects the aggros on the enemies. And then Grand Papillon's like his
I'm
super
not
buff.
dropping anything on my end, so
Try
which could be
refreshing the stream.
screwing up. I don't know.
Yeah. It's working for me though. It sounds like it's working for
It might
two
just be the
runners as
loading.
well.
Sometimes pages don't like to load, even though you're already on the page. It works fine, but if you actually try to load it, it's like, no, not gonna let you do it, man.
I don't know why I gave Gale to Geppetto and not to Blanca. Don't ask.
It's the memory of this man. Just auto go and do whatever. So Lucia's a bit of a ditz. She's gonna walk
So
right
bad.
into the trap.
Search on. I did that on him. What am I doing? I'm just doing the wrong thing. It's very silly. Very, very silly. Of course, Yuri. So Grimlock. Just going back to Grimlock, because obviously I'm behind. He tends to use slow on anyone who's been sped up alongside him. So if, as obviously you gale someone, he'll just instantly counter with slow down. So you have to make a choice. I tend to always gale, but it tends to always go against me, so maybe I shouldn't in the future.
Really? I've never had issues with it.
Really? You always.
I
seem
found
to
it's always
attack
been
him.
random on who he targets.
It's all. Maybe I've been very unlucky, but it's always been exactly who I use. Basically, Yuri's taking a stunging right now, an utter stunging.
It does suck when he gets slowed, though. Like, yeah, if it's Yuri, anyway.
The gimmick of this dungeon is the fact that there are 3 doors in the central hallway, and you need these zodiac tiles in order to open them. So you have to go visit these other rooms and pick up the tiles in order to open the proper door. So there's some nice items behind some of the door. I believe one of them has like a 5th key or something. But I don't think we grab that, we just go through the center.
This is a dungeon I haven't really looked at too much in terms of actually exploring and getting stuff in. But this does seem pretty quick anyway, so I didn't really care that much about what was in here.
Yeah.
Because I knew it
I don't
involved
think-
getting more tiles put in a door. So,
I don't think getting an extra 5th key really helps all that much, just because all the bosses later on just already die really quick. So if there's a use for the other 5th key, then you need some way to speed things up. You need the other 5th key. Makes sense. So yeah, you have to align the zodiac tiles in such a way. There's a puzzle written on each of the doors regarding what you have to do. So this one that he's operating right now talks about scales and maiden. So the idea is to fit Aquarius, Virgo, and Libra onto the door frame, and then that will unlock the door.
This is true.
That's basically how that puzzle works. And we get out of here to do anything else.
There are also times when you might see us kind of like, in terms of if you're looking at like particular routing and how we're moving, there might be times when you see we kind of swing wide on certain routes as well, on certain just areas. It's because you can speak to the ring soul here and there, and he'll kind of give you extra attack up, which in a kind of casual run I expect you'd want to go for, but the cutscene adds loads of time, so we tend to try and skip out on the ring soul.
Yeah.
But so we do have to kind of just here and there move really far out of the way.
yeah, there's not too many of
So,
those,
right.
thankfully. But yeah, they're out there. They're waiting for you.
It's kind of like the photo spots in Earthbound.
Yeah, same
So
idea.
you don't want to trigger them. You don't want to trigger them because they take a long time. You do get the extra hit attack bonus, but as we were saying beforehand, they don't really help you there. You just want to avoid them as much as you can. So if you see some weird movements, probably because of that. Also, yes, there's that blind fury. One giant pussy guy.
Fantastic.
buff ourselves to infinity and beyond. So if you're wondering about ring status, fake ring is one of the worst ring statuses. It's the fickle ring.
Yeah, it gives you basically a fake hit area on the judgment ring, but it's slightly darker, so you can see which one it is just by having a look at the thing is you have to kind of it's the same for every individual move, but every individual move has a different one. So you have to kind of always be on your toes as soon as it starts to kind of identify the darker one, and then make sure you don't hit it.
Trank and I were talking about combination of ring statuses. I think the one combination that would be the worst is getting fake ring and blind ring together. No indication of what your ring looks like.
Let's take a guess.
Just blind guess, quite literally.
Of course he's going to use paralysis. Of course it's going to land.
So I think that boss has like 800 HP, or like 1000 HP or something. It's not quite a
830-ish.
lot. Yeah, so as you can see, Yuri was hitting it for like 300 damage each time. So bosses go down pretty quickly. But not as quickly as they could, as you'll find out very, very soon. Just you wait. So, we find out that Lucia basically was commanded by Carla, who is her employer, to take them to this island. Because she wants to make sure that they're not Sapiente Gladios people. Which is why the giant cat attacked them. Because the giant cat apparently eats people. But Yuri's way too good for that. So he just punches the cat. And then cat dies. So then they take them back to Florence. And then Carla explains that kind of what Sapiente's Gladios people do. How they're basically a group of assassins and they're involved in a bunch of shady activities. How at one point in time she was a part of them, and she's always afraid that they'll come back and try to finish her off. Which has obviously happened, because otherwise there's no reason to keep a giant cow on the island that eats people. So now that we have Lucia in the party, you notice that we got a bunch of items called oils. So Lucia has two special character commands. One of them is called Tarot, and the other is called Aromatherapy. Tarot is completely useless, but Aromatherapy is crazy good. So basically what happens is you can mix certain combination of fragrances and oils together, and the combined combination creates a special effect that can be applied to the party. It does cost MP, but you can use this repeatedly, so there's no limit to number of mixes or oils in your inventory, so you can mix them around as much as you want to, as long as you have the mana. And there are a couple of really powerful mixtures that you can use. One of them is it gives you 100% critical hit rate. So if you mix certain oils together, the next attack is guaranteed to be critical. There's another mixture where if you mix them together, it increases the effect of all strike bonuses by 50%. So instead of a 44% bonus, it becomes something like a 63% bonus. And this can stack with the multiplier, so if you get like an energy charge strike with that bonus, and then you cast rage on it, the effect basically stacks on top of itself. So you get like a 270% energy charge, plus a 64% rage, and the multipliers get really silly. But I think for the speedrun, we're basically going to be using the crit mixture the most.
Pretty much only, yeah, because the majority of them you can pick up on the side, but the two for that Moon and Night oil you get via fighting Night Queen and what's his name? It's not Vincent, is it? Basically, it's in.
Don't remember.
When you get to Petrograd, it's the guy who is in the room with the key.
Victor, you mean?
Victor, yeah. So Victor and Night Queen drop the two oils you need, so you get those naturally through the story. So we don't have to go out of our way to get them, which is also a bonus.
Well, I think the strike one doesn't require you to do that either. You don't have to do any bonus quests for it. But basically, my thinking is that the crit is probably going to save more time because you only have to do it once. Whereas if you do the other oil, you have to still cast all the different buffers and whatnot. So it takes a little bit longer if you need to stack different
Yeah,
buffs
one
together.
big problem is that Lucia's agility isn't going to be as high as Blanca and Karen typically. So they're going to go before she does, so the buffs that they cast won't be affected by the oil, because you'd have to wait past turns.
Yeah. I remember I was looking at that in the casual playthrough, and I was like, oh, how do I set this up so that I can make this work? And there's two ways you can do it. One of them is you keep the other buffing characters at a low level, which is not a good idea, obviously. And the other one is you can use seal the speeds, which is also not a good idea. So we don't really use the other mixture. You'll see the crit mixture quite a bit though. So now we're in the Sapiente's Gladios base that that Carla told us about. So we had to deactivate a bunch of secret passageways just to get to where we need to go to.
What's really cool about the Sapiente's Gladio thing is it's kind of got a bunch of like just silly puzzles that are quite a thing. There's a very specific order you got to go in. But this is just a personal thing. I always talk about this whenever I do this run. Is that the door opening sound effects in this particular level are fantastic. So when LCC goes up to the top floor, if you just have a little bit of a moment of silence for the amazing door opening noises, they're quite cool. I want to just quickly go back to something regarding the tarot cards, because there are some great things in there. Like there's a card that can exponentially increase your experience gain, and also one that triples your attack power, which would be incredible if there's a way to manipulate them. We haven't really found any way that we can manipulate, but usually when you do the tarot cards, it spins around and basically you press X to choose a card. But there's one that's shining, and it's usually a really, really good card. If there's any way that we can find to manipulate them, they'd actually be very, very handy in using, but until then, as Tide said, they're kind of not really usable right now because of how random they are. But if we can find a way to like get triple damage every single time, then it would change the way it would be much easier than having to use aromatherapy, because it'll be instant.
It's really like it's the inconsistency that I think that's the major thing against it, because like Bowie was saying, there's some really good stuff in there. Like there's also a draw where if you roll it, it instant kills enemies, like similar to Joker Doom. Problem is there's no way of guaranteeing what you're going to pick up, or you're going to pick up the reverse versions, which is bad. So for the most part, we're not going to use them because they're so unreliable. But if you're at home and you want to play around with it, figure out which boss is going to be one-shotted by the Joker Doom tarot card, you can go ahead and do that. Although for the record, you don't really need to Joker Doom the bosses in this game because you can smash them in other ways, but whatever floats your boat.
If anyone wants to look into manipulation as well, that'd be beautiful, thank you.
Yes, that would be one of the ways that this game's route would change considerably. So we're actually not going to use Lucia just yet, because like Bowie was saying, we don't have the oil combination that we need yet. We wait until we're done Petrocrat almost before that becomes available. So for now, she's going to be warming the bench.
There's also there's a secondary reason as well, actually. Not sure if this is kind of known, but what am I doing? I'm doing ring customization on someone. Yuri. I didn't do my strike area increase. Sorry. The thing with Lucia as well is if we don't put her in the party immediately as well, she doesn't gain as much experience. So when we do put her into our party, she's a little bit lower level than everyone else, which means that everyone else will get their turns much quicker than her. She's slowish anyway, but it increases that differential so that when she does do her crit, we can get more turns off before she gets her next turn, which is when the crit buff runs out for aromatherapy.
Yeah, the counter for the aroma oils, I think they run off of Lucia's turn counter and not the character's turn counter. Yes. Which means that if it says that the buff lasts for one turn, it means that Lucia gets one turn, but you can lap Lucia, you can get an extra bonus turn with the benefits of it. Which is why if you can set up the strike buff for stuff, it gets really silly. Because you turns and get the 66% bonus off your regular attack as well after you're buffed up. So the effect stacks really high. Gets to the point where you can do like 12,000 damage in a single hit.
Yeah, the fire one's the only one I upgrade for the Solemn's Key.
Yeah.
Because the other ones take too long or just aren't useful.
Yeah.
Oh wait, so does the Fields of Fire, or the fire one, upgrade to get Evil Ray as well?
I
Yes.
believe one of them upgrades to get evil ring. Yes.
We used to do the Fields of Passion, and that was where you got. That was where the Fields of Passion gave us Evil Ray and Holy Light or Blessed Light.
If you actually fill out the entire thing, I believe you do the Crest, which is like the strongest crest in the game. The reason why the Fire one is so good is just because you can get it so quickly and it gives you an extra copy of Entrance really early. So now you can have 2 people who can buff magic if you need to, and you get a whole bunch of extra neat things, and you don't have to go terribly out of your way for it. Now we get to fight the 2-headed god, Janus. So here's the first chance you're going to see on Entrance. And like I mentioned earlier, Entrance doesn't care about what the rest of your stats really are, you just need to have an MP score to cast it. So even though Joachim's magic attack is kind of low, it doesn't matter as long as he's able to buff Blanca with it. As you can see, he was quite a bit of damage. Because the fact that you can stack multipliers together.
Andre for me.
And Blanca's normally faster than Joachim, but as we mentioned beforehand as well, Entrance has a pretty fast recharge time. So now Joachim ends up doubling everybody else from the recharge. And you can't stack the Entrances together, so he has to wait. I don't even need to strike on that one.
I think I'm missing a Crest equip. I'm not sure.
Alright. So we're out of Florence. We're on to the next area. Bowie's just fighting the giant pussycat right now.
I did have the right crests on. I was a bit worried there. Perfect. Good. No, I got the critical as well. 570 damage.
Very nice. Probably saves a turn. So we actually just covered the Ambergray manuscript in plot that LCC just finished reaching. So we talked about this in the first game as well, but a recurring theme within the Shadow Hearts series is that there's a lot of talk about resurrection and going about doing it. So the Ambergray manuscript is the document that's associated with bringing back from the dead. So we find out that Sapiente Gladios people want to get their hands on that book. And basically at the end of that cutscene, Yuri has an exchange with Nikolai, who we find out is actually part of Sapiente Gladios. And he basically offers Yuri a deal. He says, get me the Ambergray manuscript and I'll return bacon for you. Depending on the type of bacon, it sounds like a bad idea. But in this case, it's a 700-year-old magician. So,
I'll take it.
yeah, since we're also buddies with Roger, we're gonna go save his Heine. We're gonna figure out where the Ambergray manuscript is, which Yuri says they buried it within a ruin because it was so dangerous that they decided to hide it from the world forever. So now the joke's on them because they have to go back and grab it. We're going to head to what's called the, I forgot the name specifically.
The Neem Ruins.
Yes, thank you. I was like, name runes? Name runes? Anyways, you might be familiar with the music, because I believe this plays, it's like the exact same track as in the first game. So the gimmick in this little dungeon is that there are a bunch of moving platforms that you need to navigate. And if you come back here, after doing a whole bunch of events in Japan, you can actually do a bonus quest. Meme runes, yes, meme runes. That's what I'm gonna call it now. So, if you come back here later, there's actually a bonus quest that you can do. And the bonus quest involves you basically going down to basically get rid of the evil, but you can also find Roger's beloved Shanghai Heaven buried somewhere because he was in a hurry. Get out of the ruins, left it behind. And that's the thing you learn about Roger Bacon. He's a 700-year-old magician. So, but the only pleasures he has in life is going around and eggs.
Eternal love child.
Yeah. Because I'm from the New World, there's a quest to get him a poor mag as well. And if you get that for him, he gives you Johnny's ultimate weapon.
What an
So
exchange.
the basic leads are starting. Guess stop saying
Oh,
basically
no.
tied.
I will try to refrain myself from saying that as much as I can.
Not saying basically.
But we've learned that I'm basically just a giant meme. There, I said it again.
Well, you don't want to get too complicated. Keep it basic. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. So more block puzzles. Just ride on top of the boxes.
It definitely
Actually,
gets
no.
overused.
I don't know
By a
the
lot of
exact
people.
sequence of what you had to do to get out of this dungeon. I remember it wasn't that complicated, but would be surprised if you could get lost in here pretty easily. Just because of switches around the places.
It's annoying to learn because nothing's really obvious.
Yeah.
Hard to actually explain in writing how to do it as well.
So now Bowie's riding the elevator in
Good times.
the secret hideout. I actually really like one of the things that they did here. Like there's a thing where you examine it and Yuri goes, "Oh, I have to get a password," and you're like, "Oh, I wonder what this password is," and then you just figure out the password and it doesn't require you to type it. It just
Exactly.
says
Yeah.
Yuri typed in the password.
It does this a
It's
lot of the times,
unagi.
though, actually. It's the same with at the very beginning when we were in the underground and we had to kind of put the fuse into the train, and it's just like you have this fuse and it says what should you do, and the top option is just wing it, and the bottom option is to not do it, and it's like you just don't even have to try, just mash X and you'll get it right. It's just
Mash X,
doesn't really think.
as we learned in Shadow Hearts 1, Mash X is the best final boss strategy.
That's literally all the strategies. There's nothing else to it.
I love it.
Just press X a lot.
It's one of my favorite final boss strats ever, because the whole game you're
It's pretty
like
great.
trying so hard to do all these rings and do it super fast and invisible and it's all over the place, and it's like, no, I'm just gonna use a couple items and mash X.
If we're being very honest, the majority of this game is pressing X. Press X.
That is
quite a
true
lot of
for
times.
all the games, actually. You press X because you have to confirm where the things are.
Yeah, we need to go into the menu. Press X. Press some circles now and then.
Not even circles, you press R3. Get out the menu instantly.
Unless you're in a shop.
Yes, and you can't do that in the shop for some reason.
I'm wondering why that is.
Yeah, I'm actually not too sure about that either. It's kind of weird. Just press the button, exactly. Easy task. Press the button. So this is kind of where the bonus area is, as I was saying beforehand. But it doesn't open up until later, so you can't walk in there and suddenly fight like super powerful random, get yourself killed.
But if you
Password
could,
is-
you wouldn't do it in speedrun.
No, you wouldn't either.
I don't think there's like anything good back there, is there?
I don't think it will anything that would help speed you up. There's the eternal key, but you do a bunch of stuff to get it. It was like right by the doorway.
Or like a new weapon or something that's late game. That would probably be good.
Don't remember this weapon. I know that if you get in there and you grab Roger's Naughty magazine, it gives you the white panties, which helps physical attacks. But
Ah
since
yes, the
we
white
one-shot
panties.
everything anyway.
Classic item.
Classic. It was also in the first Shadow Hearts.
Yeah. And the third, I think.
But since
Maybe.
I don't know if it was in the third. I don't think it was. But the thing was, when you equip the white panties, it actually does changes the graphics on the character. So if you equip the white panties on Alice, it changes the panty color to white. And you can do the same thing in here. Which is why I say Roger Bacon is basically Haposai if Haposai was a good guy. It's just like, oh, you found my Naughty magazine. Here, have some paintings.
What respectable elements of this game.
Oh yeah, the Eternal Key, since I talked about it just for a brief second. We already talked about how the keys work. So Eternal Key as a name says, basically, if you can keep the ring rolling, then you can hit as many attacks as you want. So one of the things you could do is if you use a Gamble Ring with the Eternal Key, you hit the hit zone once, and then you attack until the guy is dead. So I'm sure there are YouTube videos of like Geppetto dancing someone to death with the puppet.
Getting ready for some door action here at Sapientis Gladio headquarters. Oh yeah, it's a good door. Oh yeah, there we go. Double door. Sorry. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know too much about whether or not Roger Bacon's related to anybody else. I do know, again, because Shadow Hearts likes to reference stuff in the real world, that the real Roger Bacon is actually a philosopher who actually lived in the medieval era. He's not actually a horny 700-year-old magician that is probably still alive in the Shadow Hearts world.
Although if he was, that'd be impressive.
It would.
Oh,
Someone needs to dress up as a Roger Bacon puppet.
I
How about
didn't
Kevin
Really
Bacon?
crazy person.
I
Kevin
forgot
Bacon!
to do the Solomon's Key.
Hope Kevin Bacon dresses up as Roger Bacon. Be a thing.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah. Shadow Hearts movie coming to 2024. Starring
Good year.
Kevin Bacon as Roger Bacon. How do I know that he isn't? Well, if it's any indication, he supposedly came here to find porn, and now that there's the internet, he's probably hidden somewhere inside the internet.
Okay.
So we're getting to this part of the game that I remember. So LCC is about to cross a bunch of invisible, disappearing bridges, I think. So the thing with this is that you can actually fall off bridges in this area. I remember when I was doing this, I fell off repeatedly. It was pretty annoying. So you need to be quick, but you have to also be careful enough to not accidentally walk off the edges, because that. We're just getting the new weapons that we need. You are actually Roger Bacon. I somehow doubt that, my friend. If it is, you have a copy of the Shanghai Heaven in your possession. So yeah, it kind of shows you what the path you need to take is. And then you need to basically cross it without accidentally walking off. But if you remember where the platform is, you can actually get ahead of the little tile itself.
I forgot to do my Solomon's Key, Janus. That's a new strat again that I haven't yet implemented, so forgetting to pick that one up is going to cost me some time at Janus. Man.
Yeah, and that means you lose one person that's able to cast Entrance. Ideally, you can actually Entrance back and forth.
I genuinely
So
feel
after one
weaker than
person
usual as well
casts
for some
something.
reason.
Yeah.
Choking a few rings. It's really important. Like, I think one of the most important things about this, and obviously it's quite clear in the run throughout that, you know, getting the effect, getting all of the ring perfects is really, really important. But it's a case of it. I mean, in there's a lot of kind of turn-based RPGs where you just kind of like input your move set and it just kind of, you know, you get damage roll or not. Whereas when I kind of feel when I'm playing this, I feel I've got a lot more kind of say over the run. You know, if an error is made, it's down to the runner, you know, not performing the rings as well as they could. So there's kind of a lot of ownership over a ring in terms of execution, not just from the strats themselves and kind of getting the RNG and the damage rolls, but also from actually being able to put yourself into a position where you can get those strats to work.
Yeah, there's also actually the element of having nerves in this game for sure as well. And it applies to the first game, and to the third game as well, where if you start screwing up, it's really easy to just get nervous and then start choking, and not only make bad decisions, but messing up like critical rings and putting yourself into an even worse position.
I think that's most punishing from the New World, because for the most part, even though if you do miss things, miss moments, I'd say that Covenant is perhaps the most marathon friendly of all three. It's the cleanest and perhaps the least punishing run, whereas 1 can be punishing at times, and I think 3, if you miss a ring, it's pretty much game over. So, or if you
miss a ring in from the New World, usually it's not completely unrecoverable, but it does lead to the situation where if you come back from it, you just lose a lot of time. So yeah, it is really punishing.
So it does kind of increase, at least for me as the player, kind of a real interest in the run due to how, you know, execution heavy it is and how much you need to perform. You know, because I think that's kind of one of the unique things about this game is that the concentration levels don't really tend to go down even when you just manage to kind of get the strats in place. Like, oh, I got my turn order, now I'm going to attack, now I've got to concentrate again after attacking. It's kind of like that. There's just a nice little extra depth to the game's mechanics that really enhances the speedrun as a speedrun.
LCC is just Fang, fucking Stargazer. So this jellyfish / slarfish was installed by Bacon as a security system.
I've just realised why I'm weaker. I haven't used my Seal of Strength yet.
That would explain a lot. As I was saying beforehand, Yui does attack a lot, so you really do want to use that on him. It does make a difference throughout the run.
I think,
I
believe it's been mentioned, hasn't it? Just quickly, I believe it's been mentioned that you want to use your seals when you have either 2 or 3 of your enemies, just in a random encounter. You want to use them in fights, obviously, but when you have enough time that you can obviously use it and then get away at the same time.
You need to pay attention to random fights in this game. It's not just completely free where you hit escape and it's like, okay, I'm done. So one of the things in the Stargazer fight that LCC just finished, it was very important for him to not miss a ring. So he didn't need to get all perfect, but he needs to hit all the rings, because one of the bonus prizes in the fight is if you hit all the rings without dropping them, it gives you a Seal of Wisdom. And this becomes important because later on, when he goes to a dungeon after Petrograd, Blanca is going to become sort of like the primary mage for a lot of the fights there. And Blanca's intelligence or wisdom is not that high. So if he doesn't have the extra points on the Seal of Wisdom, it will actually prevent Blanca from consistently one-shotting enemies. So he wants to have that seal and then hit a +3 on it to guarantee that those enemies can be one-shotted. And as for the actual fight itself, he also had to be aware of the fact that the starfish can instant death as well as can combo you. So it's a pretty tricky fight. It's one of the tricky ones in the game. I don't get to say that a lot about this game, unfortunately, but it is one of the harder ones.
Yeah, as long as you can kill the starfish off before they attack you, it's not that bad.
Alright, so we have the Emigre manuscript in our hands now. So now we have to find a way to deliver it to freaky Nikolai, which means we have to board a boat, because apparently he's hiding somewhere inside a prison island.
I need to redo this all. I've done something wrong somewhere.
Yeah, you really want to kill the ads in that fight, because even if they don't instant death you, they can combo you, which means, similar to the Castor and Pollux fight, they can probably one-shot someone. Then you have to revive them, which takes time, and it messes up your money. So you can get them out of the way quickly. Tends to work in your favor, of course. So LCC just got a hold of the prison key, which would let him go directly to the prison island. Now they have to borrow a boat.
There it is.
Yeah, you can see Bowie kind of fumbling along with the stellar menus, as we were saying beforehand. The
Jeez.
stellars as well as the crests are the most confusing parts of the menus in this game. Because they have different names, they're aligned in
also-
different ways, and it's like,
Yeah, that is also these are crests that I haven't. As I said, there are certain things I'm not as used to because they're kind of new still. So I'm kind of, as I said, I'm amalgamating elements of the newer kind of strats and the old ones, and unfortunately that menu there particularly was one I haven't done yet. So
yeah.
I was supposed to do that before Janus because I'm supposed to have Evil Ray and Entrance against Janus, but I didn't. Hence why that battle was particularly long. Plus Yuri didn't have the +2 or 3 strength from the Seal of Strength. But now I've done that now, so it's back to normal.
Crest
Back to normal.
menus can get really confusing, for sure.
It's kind of remembering exactly who has what, because when you start like taking skills off of, or crests off and putting them onto someone else, it's a reminder. You're trying to remember, right, who has what and where is it. So if you know, and have I taken the right skill off? Do I want to take the right skill off? So you need to try and remember exactly what crest has what magics on.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, because again, they operate on a capacity meter type of thing, where if you de-equip the wrong crest, you might not have enough points to equip the right crest and whatnot, so it's not as like a simple swap and de-swap menu. And it's part of the reason why those menus are kind of tricky.
And
and here's
also
the,
a fantastically named crest, or seal. There's one called the Seal of the Urn,
yes,
which
Seal of the Seal of Terror.
which increases your DCP. So if you are finding yourself struggling, you can always just kind of just throw one on those if you're trying to like just mishmash something together. Which is I've had to do it before, where I've completely lost my crest route and had to just kind of like make it up. So a seal of Turn was the way to go.
That wolf bout is also mandatory. Fight that guy. I think it's like the only other wolf bout that you're.
Yeah, they're the two. It's also remember to equip that shell bracelet.
Definitely.
You get the
Oh,
shell
yes.
bracelet, which protects from poison, and a boss is coming up that does poison to you. And if you get hit twice by poison, it's deadly poison, and that's rip doggy. Much poison, very pain.
Yeah. Spoilers:
Means.
we're about to fight a solo boss with Blanca. Hero.
I think that's also one of the interesting things about Shadow Heart's Covenant as well, in terms of a change they made between the first and second, is that they had a lot of these moments where individual characters had their time to shine, and you kind of have these segments that kind of focus on specific characters. Of course, in Shadow Hearts 1, you do have characters that are mandatory in your party, but they never kind of, apart from like the odd fight where like Alice gets a segment by herself, or like she gets a fight by herself, like Blanca gets an entire level by himself, and it kind of and then the way the gameplay or the kind of overall mechanics of the dungeon change based on what characters you have as well, which is quite nice.
And now we're in a bunch of cells. It's time for the required interrogation torture scene. So the funny fact about these scenes, in all 3 games, the fastest and best option is to always pick option 1. Default option. You can play around different options. Some of them is pretty funny. Like if you have Joachim in the torture rack, and one of his choices is he tells Veronica that he's gay, but you don't want to do that because you have to put extra inputs, and then it doesn't get you the item that you need. So by answering all the first choice answers here, Yuri ends up getting a new weapon, which is stronger than he's going to have at the moment. So not only does it save a bit of cash, but because again, Yuri's kind of the guy who's going to be carrying us through most of the game from using his physicals. It tends to be better than whatever prizes you can get. I think one of the prizes is a 3rd key, so it's pretty telling how strong Yuri is in this game, that it's worth skipping a 3rd key over.
I don't think there's a 3rd key option in this game. I could be wrong.
I don't know for sure, unfortunately. I think there was one that was it, which is why I think I asked you that time.
Let's see what you say
Interrogation
after
choices were.
this.
But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there wasn't.
I don't know. I'd have to look at that again and double check it, but I'm pretty sure there wasn't. Otherwise, I might have taken that instead. But having Gear with a better weapon is pretty nice still. Regardless, because he does a lot of damage.
Yeah. Most important guy in the team. Yeah, if you put Geppetto in the rack, he can hit on Veronica while he's being tortured, which is kind of weird, but you can do that too. But there's some funny things you can do.
Blue, yellow, green, I believe. How often? It's
Oh
off
man, this switch puzzle. Oh, and of course Blanca's the smartest guy in the team, so he escapes from breathing in poison gas. So now we get to do Metal Gear Blanca.
Metal Gear Blanca is the best bit.
Yeah.
Tom
I
Clancy.
remember when I was doing this in my casual playthrough that I got so frustrated I tried to sneak around. I just like, alright, I'm just gonna fight all these guys. It's fine. So is that your fire alarm or is that your alarm clock? Oh boy.
It's fine. It feels good. The urn's still going. Shadow Hearts 2 is Shadow Hearts Covenant.
Yes, it's the same thing.
Shadow Hearts 2 is just a Japanese name for it. It was a local Covenant. Although in the menu, when you do open it up, the menu does say 2. So.
Yeah, for those of you that are wondering, Covenant means, at least if you look it up, it means to make the pact with a deity, which makes sense because in this game you make a pact with different deities, as well as Nikolai makes a pact with a deity, and so does Rasputin. Now you have to fight wolves, because the wolves are like, hey, you beat up our dude, beat up our bro, we're gonna fight you. Little did they know that you have the power of rocks on your side.
I need to get a mirror bracelet as well. Or do I get that later? Get that later.
We are indeed going through from the new world after this. So, I believe we're about like 2 hours into the run right now.
About that, yeah.
So this run's expected to take about 6 hours and 15 minutes or so.
It'll probably be longer for me, just so you know.
Yeah. So we'll
I mean,
be switching games at about 9 EST is my guess, probably. Possibly earlier, possibly later. What happens?
My word, I just keep losing time today. It's been a while, so it's fine.
Cut those corners, man.
Trying to.
Don't fall off. Don't fall off. Because falling off is really bad. To go all the way back.
I don't know how far. I've never actually fallen off in a speedrun, so I have no idea how far you go. In fact, I've never fallen off ever.
You fall down to the room immediately down below, but it means like if you're farther along and then you fall down, you have to do all of this all over again. And you can get into random encounters as you're running back to get back onto this level as well. There we go. Easy.
I am not sure. I'm just going to do this just because I'm a little bit unaware of something.
So, within this dungeon, when you're basically a solo Blanca, you have to sneak past the guards, so there's different things that the game wants you to do. You can hide behind walls. Blanca will stand on his hind legs, and the guards won't see you until they walk past. And they look your direction, and you're standing there. If you're walking through an area with a bunch of branches, if you walk through them, then you won't make any sounds. So, ideally you want to sneak past all the guards, obviously, because it's faster to not fight them. But I believe there's like one fight or one situation where if you get into a fight, it's not a big deal. But it's like that's the only instance.
Yep, all 3 games back to back. We already did the first game. The time's cumulative, so it's all together.
Yeah, and now LCC is looking for a key. And this area is bad because the key's not always guaranteed to be there. And if you take too long, the guards will spawn, then you have to fight them anyway. So I believe this is the thing I was trying to mention earlier.
I believe
Oh, so there, yeah, you found a key.
I've made a bit of a. I just realised I've had Yuri on the same side as Blanca, so 1 and 2, not 1 and 3, which is very silly. Why have I just realised that now?
It's the
I'm doing
rust,
fantastic
man.
today. I was gonna say for sure. My timing's fine. I've missed the odd ring. It's like this is a thing. Like you get used to like a kind of wow, that's a big hit. You get used to a kind of that definitely a push it is, yeah. You get used to a timing, so it's kind of nice to be able to keep your muscle memory in terms of timing. But there are little tiny, there's so many intricacies to kind of set up the run because it's the boss fights are fairly straightforward, and dare I say, for the most part, quite easy. Let's say. But the only reason they're that easy is because a lot of preparation goes into them to make them so simple. Or at least appear simple, and that's all of the menuing and all of the stuff that side at least. That'll be on Karen, and she's probably going to die. If he uses instant death, no, just attacks me. Cool. Yeah, so the only reason it's so simple is because a lot of the setups that kind of go in between, like all the menus are actually kind of perhaps one of the most important parts of the run as well, alongside the execution of the Judgment Ring.
Alright, and LCC is gonna fight Oscar. So, this is a solo Blanca fight. And as we already touched upon, you need to equip the anti-poison thing. Which is just the shell bracelet or the bell bracelet?
Shell bracelet.
It's one of them. It's one of them.
And
the
I
other one
didn't
protects
hit
like
it perfect.
paralysis or something.
So this fight,
Yeah,
if you
so
don't
the
get all
Bodhi
perfect, you
bracelet.
lose out on a chain belt, which gives you more damage. That sucks.
Actually, bring back what's the face. Where is she?
So there are points in this game where it's not really want to hit all perfects. Anytime that is true, it does get a little bit harder. Alright, and it's gone. So now we get to rescue the entire party. And we get a new fancy weapon for Yuri. Phantom Claw.
I've been missing perfect for like pixels today. It's going well. Where is it? Red Blaze. I should finish off Grail or Gazer. That's fine. There we go. That's good. Nice perfect to finish off with. And it was really stressful in boss fights when you miss like the critical, well, or the strike by so much, because like there's certain strats that kind of make bosses ridiculously good. So I think in the beginning of Disc 2. There's a strat that requires you to get a perfect on a tier 3 fire spell in order to wipe out 5 adds in one. And if you don't, then the boss will defend on his first turn, which means you have to waste a turn, which can add a lot of time. And it's kind of there's a lot of pressure, obviously just on the speedrun with the timer, but also then with the strats themselves, kind of riding on you doing something like that.
Yeah, actually choking during a run is a real concern. Just either from missing rings or getting into really bad situations.
Don't worry, Baskra. I will be losing plenty more time. So, I mean, if it's of interest to anyone, I believe LCC's PB is what, 558?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, about there.
Mine's 630 odd, I think. So I'm a little bit behind in just general PB. Before obviously new strats. And LCC's a god gamer anyway, so it's fine.
True story.
True
LCC
story.
also routed from the New World. So even though he's not playing it this time, we're primarily using his route. So
The New World is the best game.
it is.
Shall I play it?
I agree.
I will fight you IRL at RPG. It's not even a mainline game. It's a spin-off. It's a spin-off, boys.
It's the best spin-off. I've said it before, but if Covenant had the same style system as World,
Stock
I
system.
will probably learn Covenant, but it doesn't. So that's
What
the
you can kind of see the kind of the additions that were made. Like I don't, for the most part, they don't tend to really take away things from previous games, which is quite nice because like there are some things that kind of like experiment with new stuff and take away other things. But in terms of like what kind of makes the game tick, it doesn't really tend to take away too much from previous games. It just adds. So you can see the progression.
they tend to build upon things that work. And then polish other things. Nerf some things, like energy charge, for example. So it's kind of what makes the game progressively better in terms of gameplay. So if you're playing from the New World, the system tends to be a lot more polished than the other two. Is TheLCC going to commentate all 3 games? I don't know.
You probably will. TheLCC.
Is that the plan?
Probably.
Yeah.
I
Well, I'll
mean,
be.
I'm gonna be streaming all of it, so might as well be here.
Yeah. Well, you get to scrutinize what Trank and I are doing.
Yeah, I'll tell you everything you're doing wrong.
Yeah, it's just be like, nope, that's bad. No, you shouldn't have done that. Nope. I'm just gonna be winging.
To be fair, I haven't played that game in a while, so I probably forget a lot of little things. Like just to see a situation, know what to do.
It's surprisingly important, kind of like just how much the little things matter and they kind of add up and kind of tick away. It's one of those runs that you really want to be on it.
Yeah, from the New World, we were saying beforehand, it's more punishing. So you really want to, especially when you're making decisions, you want to make sure you're on point.
Decision making.
If you make a bad decision, it can back to bite you. And obviously, we were saying earlier about doing rings. You screw up, like in this game, if you screw up some rings, like it can just cause you to lose time in terms of like that's how game punishes you. And from the New World, certain rings, if you mess them up, it's a game over. So you can't mess up rings from the New World. It comes back to haunt you really badly.
Also, we were talking about music in the first game being really, really good. This game also has some fantastic music. If you listen to the town theme when you're on the Europe side, is, in my personal opinion, one of the best town themes in video games. It's very, very different style. So they have different. This has different composers. I think we confirmed that the first game had Yasunori Mitsuda and Yoshitaka Hirato. And then this uses Mitsuda and Kenji Ito, who's known for the Mana games. So a wealth of talent going into the music side of things.
Yeah, the soundtracks are like I was saying beforehand when Snowfire was linking the final boss theme for the first Shadow Hearts. The final boss theme for all 3 games are really good. So if you want to take a listen, I highly, highly recommend the final boss themes.
I believe Night Queen also has a cracking one as well. Night Queen and Arma is quite good as well. Those ones are very solid.
So LCC's coming up to God Hand. But first we have to fight these random odd dudes. And we were saying beforehand, like forced encounters in this game, you can't get surrounded. Like so. So whenever you get surrounded, all you have to get turns before you to injure you, and you basically lose a lot of time. That's unfortunate. And it's part of the reason why I believe we go out of our way to grab the warning device at some point. Because that prevents stuff like this from happening. As you can see, he's losing a lot of time just from having to watch 6 enemies take all these actions. Attack.
Oh, did he get surrounded?
Yes, he did.
Brilliant, brilliant.
So now you have to Oh yeah, and the positions of the enemies afterwards sometimes aren't even moved that nicely either. So sometimes you can hit one enemy, and then sometimes you can't. So it's a really easy way to lose a lot of time. You really shouldn't. Luckily, like we were saying beforehand, they polish this up in the new world, such that if it's a forced encounter, it will never be a surround on you. Here. Which is good, because if you get surrounded in that game, oh boy. All three of the composers worked on the final battle game. With this game, Richard, or like you're talking about just Shadow Hearts 2?
Okay, I don't seem to recall Hiroto's name being mentioned in Shadow Hearts Covenant. I was looking in the credits and it's just... Oh, we see Ito and Mitsuda mentioned.
Yeah, I have to beat the game again. Just the world credits, not that hard, but I don't remember exactly who worked on it.
Doesn't matter either way, it's all good music.
Oh, the boot to the head kills that guy. So now we're gonna fight God Hand. No, War Claws. And this time we surround them. Hooray!
The cameo Crest.
Oh, that weakness.
Here I go!
Time to increase the volts.
Beats the bolts. Just these in every game. Here.
You have missed some of the running animation of Joachim. I think you get one more chance to run one with him in Japan.
Yes, I believe
you do
that's
for
correct.
sure. Joachim will return for a brief moment.
So I know.
Should have watched next episode. Grand Papillon goes shopping.
Oh yes. Top class. Teacher.
Okay, now we fight Lenny.
I have no idea what the cameo Crest does. I've never picked this one up.
Has Rock Storm.
Oh, that has Rockstorm. So we lose Beleth and Aim for it. We have Hail Breeze and Rockstorm. Interesting.
Yeah. Rockstorm, I think, is better.
Very
The
cool.
timing is slightly faster in terms of the animation, and it has a wider area to catch points.
They went first. Great.
Energy charge. So this boss can actually petrify you. With some of his attacks, which is why we equip the anti-petrification plan. So
It's just on Yuri, so it's still a problem, but having him lose his fusion and stuff is really bad.
yeah, you lose a lot of time because you're stacking all these buffs on that one character, so that guy he stack everything all over again, which obviously is not very fun. Grittier tracks are done by Aroma, but the Celtic type stuff are done by Mitsuda. And Ito does all the orchestra. Interesting. I actually have not looked into this. I just listened to the music and I'm like, oh, this is a good track.
That makes perfect sense given what I know about the composers.
I know nothing about the composers.
I know
just
quite a
listened to
bit.
them. I'm like, alright.
Yasunori Mitsuda did Chrono Trigger, if that's any.
Yeah, Mitsuda did a lot of Celtic albums and Celtic style music.
Oh yeah, when you get hit against the wall, there's a wall bounce. Wall bounce combos if you're in combos.
Getting off to a great start against Philippe. He's actually going to get 2 goes anyway. That one on Earth.
Rock on this! Rock on this!
So up until now, I've been keeping everyone alive for all fights because I want experience, because if you're dead, you don't get experience. But in this particular case, I'm not going to use Joachim anymore. So I left him dead.
Well, he's petrified. But for all intents and purposes, it's the same thing. guess
When he did the
curious to
Deadly
make the
3
experience
move, he died from the impact, I think.
Roger. Wake
Wow.
Oh right, like if you get hit with the physical when you're petrified, you shatter
Yeah.
or something.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
actually know if I'm going to kill him with one more rock storm.
Uh-oh.
I seem to
Oh,
be
that
taking a
crit.
lot more. I'm taking a serious amount of damage. I don't know why.
Probably need to check your armor as well. So you get to do the funny thing of being able to name Bacon here, and then he tells you no.
Even if
My
you call
name's
him Roger
Roger
Bacon.
His name is Roger Bacon. And Bacon explains more about Sapiati's Gladios to us. And what their goal with the Emigrate manuscript is, I believe. Because, yeah, we finally rescued him. It's the whole point of getting to the prison.
This segment could be quite tough. If I'm taking this much damage, I must have equipped my desert cloak onto the wrong person. Which is always fun.
I don't even remember what shop gets the next upgraded weapon. Or not weapon, but belt. I've not been without the chain belt for so long.
That feel when you miss a perfect ring in Covenant.
Yep. Sad.
No offense to Bowie or Garrick who run this game. But
It's like you hit most of them, but every once in a while.
yeah.
It's
It's
the one
just
you kind of want
because-
to not miss.
It's just because we run from the new world, and when we get there, you'll see the strike zones in that game are much tighter. So once you start hitting those consistently, and then you go back to this game, you're like, wow, these zones are easy. So then when you miss one, you're like, god damn, I suck at this game.
Agreed. I'm not even
now
going to try and defend that.
It's okay, if it makes you feel better when we miss standard rings, we feel really bad, because standard rings are easy. You should not miss those. Oh yeah, so Bacon tells us he has a surprise for us in this basement. So we go down to this basement, and we find out that his surprise is actually an airship. So now
It's not
we're
what I
able to
expected.
fly. We're actually able to fly. Although I don't remember what happens to the airship. Like, he crashes it or something, so you get stranded in Russia for a while. Well, you have to fix it.
I forget exactly how it goes. I think someone tries to take control of the wheel, and then they, like, crash it. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
but basically you get stranded for a bit, which is how you end up the entire Russia portion of the game. And we see this little girl who's going to be joining our party. We're familiar with history. That's Anastasia Romanoff. Actually, no. I'm confusing stuff. What am I saying? That's Anastasia, but not Romanoff, because that's, I think, wrong last name.
I believe that's the name.
Is it?
In this,
I'm
yeah.
confusing myself.
It's not the actual Anastasia's name, though, I don't think.
I don't think it is. Curse you, Shadow Hearts, for confusing my real-life history. I can't figure out what's real anymore. So we find out there's some disturbances in Russia, and Anastasia is basically trying to stop this guy called Rasputin, who you might also be familiar with in terms of the name.
Yeah, he's the lover of the Russian queen.
Yeah. And I truly believe that this Rasputin is the same Rasputin as in history. AKA
He did exactly that.
made a pact with a demon.
This is all true.
Also true. I learned everything about real world history from Shadow Hearts and Civ 5.
Of course, I'm not going to have the keys in here. Yep. So
I'll believe it, Richard.
when you have to pick up those keys in that room, it's actually RNG. You might find them, you might not. If you
Yeah.
don't, you have to do a fight, which is always fun.
And if you take too long, you have to do a fight too, which also sucks. So. But we go into the fight. Oh no! I like Anastasia's theme, actually. Now you have to go around and try to avoid detection as you're trying to figure out what your evil stepdad is trying to do.
There's ever a character that definitely looked like an evil man, it's Rasputin.
Yeah. Can't possibly be a bad guy dresses in all black. Weird facial face. Has a curly mustache. Oh yeah, Anastasia also has a camera, so that's how she has proof that Rasputin is actually conspiring against the country. So now that she found this out, Rasputin, being the evil man that he is, wants to kill a little girl, so he sends a demon after her. But just in time, because our intrepid heroes crashed the airship, wandering around Russia. It's time to save the little girl from being attacked by a monster. Yeah, so Anastasia has her little sort of pseudo-side quest is that she has a camera which was made by the inventor Edgar, and that camera allows her to take pictures, which is basically the scan function in most games. But if you take pictures of specific enemies, you can learn special skills. The really unfortunate part, though, is that a lot of those skills that she learns are like post-game enemies for some reason. So she only has access to like 2 or 3 skills for like 90% of the game.
Yeah, most of them aren't even that great.
Yeah, I haven't played around with a lot of them because it's just more fun to get Yuri to punch things in the face and one-shot things.
Because poison doesn't work on most bosses, and the one that has hit points doesn't work on any bosses. There's one that lets you run away automatically 100% of the time, which is, I don't know, not great, because you can usually run away anyways.
Probably would be better if, yeah, if you didn't have like run failures as a big concern.
That being
You
said,
didn't
she's
have
still
to roll
alright. I
dice.
mean, you can just put magic on her and panoramic lens so you can scan everything.
Yeah. Her stat base isn't that terrible either. Like, she's built more of a mage type character, so she's decently fast and her magic's decently strong. Oh yeah, so this part of the game, the LCC, is the camera just kind of wanders around in very different ways. She'll
Yeah, it
pass
kind of
by
spazzes
different
out
monuments.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful.
And Bowie's fighting Oscar. Did you figure out what was causing you to take more damage, by the way? Because it looks like doesn't seem to be too much of an issue. He probably wasn't the inspiration for the Purple Man in Marvel Comics, just because I think that probably came before Shadow Heart's Covenant.
I say he was.
You think he was?
Absolutely. Let's just go with it.
I don't know. Marvel creates some really amazing things, so it wouldn't surprise me if they got inspiration from other stuff and go, yeah, we're gonna do that. They're down in the line either. Yeah, so Anastasia tells the party about Rasputin, and they figured that, you know, we'll pretend to be like her bodyguards or tutors right now, so we can be within the castle to kind of inspect what's going on, because she's royalty, they're not, so they're plebeians, and if they were just normal people, they'd get kicked out. So we have to put on the show for now. I'm supposed to attend some royal ball or something, but surprise, Rasputin wants to do something evil because he's not an evil man at all. Yeah, so there's some funny business going around, despite you have all these encounters inside castle now. Which is not supposed to happen. But alas it is. So the way they get you to traverse different areas of this castle is that they use the guards' bodies from blocking certain hallways, so you're forced to go in a certain direction. Because you obviously can't move them out of the way or anything. And our goal is to go back to, I think it's called like the Lion Shrine or something. And that's basically at like the top of the second hallway. Does one run use heavy bug or glitching? No. As far as I know, none of the runs utilize any glitches. There are glitches, they're probably all harmful, because we don't utilize any glitches during the route. But, the runners can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's the case.
Bugs? No. Doesn't really use any.
Yeah.
There's a couple that I've noticed, but they're
probably like, more harmful than actually helpful.
There's one where you can sometimes randomly do more damage. Like 25% more damage. I think it has something to do with elemental affinities. Oh wow, nice. And there's one where you can actually skip over event triggers by pause buffering through menus, and it's like really, really hard to do. And it's like task only kind of thing.
Ooh, pause buffering. We've seen those in Dragon Quest 8. Bowie seemed to have dropped from the call for some reason.
Oh, has he? Okay.
Yeah. He's not in the channel right now. Yeah, we're doing fine. PX. Just trucking along. Hitting rings. Trying not to choke when you mess up. Yeah, so now we have to fight this assassin dude, which we saw communicating with Rasputin earlier before. So having entrance on Blanca makes it such that we can get more entrances off, because Blanca's actually fast. So you combine that with the fast recharge on entrance, lets it get more turns quickly. Rid of Victor. Oh no. Thought it was enough. Still not dead.
I thought I could do it.
He's really close.
Not quite.
Poke.
Should have just passed turns and defended over to Anastasia. But
Yeah.
thought I could do it in less turns.
I was looking at that and I was like, just hang on by a thread and refusing to die. Yeah, so now that we have the key to Lion Shrine, we can actually go there because that's where Rasputin is. Oh, welcome back, Bowie. You
Yeah,
dropped
sorry
from the
about
call a bit earlier.
Yeah, sorry about that. I also just missed a very, very key perfect. So these enemies have like, I think 2 HP, 3 HP left because I didn't hit them by 80.
Yeah.
Great, it's always fun. But hey, I kept getting caught on the walls as well in this. Like some of the rooms are particularly tight. And like if you this game hasn't got like kind of a collision detection where you just kind of like slide along walls you run into. If you get caught on a wall, you're caught on a wall. So you have to be quite aware of your movement.
I'm just gonna invite one of my buddies into the channel.
Alright.
So, he's also from the same message board that I go to, so please welcome Grafter when he's come into the chat, because I have to be leaving for dinner pretty soon. So he'll help out in my absence, and then I'll be back later.
Alright, sounds good.
I'll wait for him to actually get in first though.
Rockstorm. Rockstorm's actually really handy a move. It's much stronger than most. Very quick.
Yeah, it's a tier 2, wider AoE than Hail
Well,
Beat or whatever.
in terms of Hail Breeze, it seems stronger than Hail Breeze as well.
I don't know if it's
Just-
stronger. I think it's faster though.
Yeah, it definitely has a wider range, so that's really helpful because it can catch people that Hail Breeze normally can't.
Okay.
Alright, so Bowie's done claws mostly, I think. It's gonna make Lenny become a family butler.
Go home and become a family butler, man.
Yeah, go home. Family butler.
Gale. I'm missing something. What am I missing?
Also,
Ah,
LCC's now in some valley because Rasputin
Valley.
kicked Yuri's ass because of the mistletoe curse. So now we have to visit some like shaman or whatever to unlock recesses of his soul, give him more power to stand up to Rasputin. Which is why we're in this valley.
Well, okay then. Geppetto hasn't got any crests.
Grafter, your mic is mute. I might have done. How do I unmute? It's the mute button. God damn it. Discord, why are you so confusing?
Oh my word. There's something
Oh,
about Entrance I actually genuinely struggle with the hitbox timing because of where it is on
Yeah,
the...
it's a bit early.
It's kind of like... Because it's like it's slightly before where energy charge tends to be. And it's just
Yeah.
like... Great idea. Great idea.
You're probably not talking to the right people because we have a lot of practice with that ring in front of the world. We had the areas
Yeah,
a bit
it's-
tighter too.
It's the exact same ring,
place?
except
It's the same ring.
it's the
It's
exact
just
same
that the strike-
timing, but the actual hit
Just the
area is
strike zone
bigger.
is wider.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's easier to hit.
Yeah, I think Grafter just has to unmute himself somehow,
Yep.
and or he's
So-
pushed to talk or something. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Well, wait. just to make sure that
Really.
we don't have to do anything in our hands.
Surely I have, so this is when I want to attack.
So LCC is about to enter the Mirror Palace. So that dungeon, like its name suggests, it's basically two sides of the same dungeon, more or less. And we're gonna come across a familiar figure for Shadow Hearts, but I believe he's in a cutscene, so we might end up skipping him. But yeah, the whole point of going through all this trouble is because Yuri got his axe kicked. So now we need to unlock the power that is sealed by the mistletoe within his soul. And the only person that accompanies you in this dungeon is Karen. Because, well, in case it wasn't obvious enough, Karen has a crush on Yuri, so she refuses to allow him to be the only person to traverse within his soul.
Bit odd, but you know.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I do like about this game is that she does eventually confess to the fact that she has fallen in love with Yuri, instead of being around the bush like most games would with these romantic plot lines.
That would have killed him if I just didn't miss that rock storm. It's quite a bad one to miss. You know, it's the reason you choke is because you kind of feel yourself moving slightly over to the other side of the judgment ring. So you kind of like try to do it a few seconds or like a few moments later, but it puts you on the complete opposite end, which is quite ironic.
I think it's just you just get nervous, so you're like, I have to hit this ring, or this is just gonna be worse. And
then
the
you
strength
kinda
is obviously on the
overcompensate.
end. Yep.
How did that not kill him?
Okay, yeah, so it sounds like Rafter just has to pick my issues. So I'm gonna go for dinner, and I'll be back a bit later. So in the meantime, everybody, please enjoy remainder of the relay. Welcome Rafter when he comes on chat, and I'll see everybody in a bit.
Alright, have a good one.
Later.
Now it's just me and you.
Yep. Roger.
Doesn't help that we're both the ones playing.
That's alright.
Oh well. It's okay.
I mean, I'm used to, you know, doing a semi-good speedrun and doing a commentary. It's what my entire stream is about. So I'm just a little bit behind, obviously. I think I must be, what, 20 minutes behind now?
I entered Mirror Castle, just defeated the fight, so... You killed Godhand?
Yep.
So yeah, you still have Petrograd and Garmy Valley stuff.
Yes.
Not sure how long it is exactly, but it's a while.
Yeah. If I'm 10 minutes behind my PB, I'll be getting to. I'll be fighting Victor in 15 minutes. Oh, about 15 minutes. So. Wales. But yeah, it's one of those runs that you want to stay on top of if you want to be doing a marathon run or a relay run.
Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta have like the timing down and understand a lot of the strats for bosses and what to do. So yeah, it's generally the way it goes.
So obviously, yeah, we're gonna be getting to get Armin, because Armin will give Yuri the power he needs to defeat Rasputin. Canon, in terms of canon, not in terms of, you know, game. Armin sucks. Neo Armin's not bad, but Armin sucks. I was considering the way when you spend so long playing a game in a certain way, especially when it comes to speedrunning. Kind of find it very difficult to play it casually again, like the way you normally would, because you want to try and get things done fast. So I was trying to think back to like being able to play this game without having energy charge, and it must be a much harder game.
Probably, yeah. At the same time, you get a lot more levels and stuff. Oh, it's not too bad. But when I played part 3 and then went back to this, it's like I already know what everything does and what everything is going to be useful for. So it's using trance, using energy charge, and you're good.
It's a very broken
Hi.
skill. Hey,
Finally
Greta.
got a wiki.
Oh, hey, cool.
Playing this casually is something I can definitely speak to. That's all I've ever done. I don't do speedruns like Tide and you guys. For what it's worth, the game's pretty easy. Like, Shadow Hearts 2 is not a notoriously difficult RPG.
No, not really.
So the three does not pull punches, but 2 is...
What I found is that I went back to my casual playthrough of 3, and I was trying to fight Lady, the end boss, and I couldn't do it. And I was like, how did I do this when it first came out? Because I did it when it first came out. What was it, 2007, 2006? And I did it, but I don't know. I don't know how I did it. It's a very, very tough end fight.
If you do it without doing extra subquests and stuff, then yeah, it's really, really, really dumb. That last fight, because it can do everything before that, but then once you get to the last fight, it's like, no. You gotta leave and do side quests.
Take a nap until nightfall. It's really weird how like certain menus have the advancement on the top menu decision and some are on the bottom. There's no real consistency. Sometimes you have to just kind of remember what your story and plot triggers are.
Yeah. Whenever you're like going somewhere, like traveling, it's usually the bottom one. But if it's like shop menus or like I don't know, silly story stuff, it's usually the top one.
So in terms of like other things that the game mechanics have, so I'm not sure if it's been touched upon, but ring effects that are used. I think early on when LCC was fighting Tetsu, he managed to get the deadly poison, which obviously you can equip ring effects to your attack. So you will do a status ailment to someone based on what ring effect you have. However, it's only the last hit that matters. It's always fun when you dodge an enemy attack with petrified. You dodge 4 hits and then take the 5th one and get petrified. It's always good. But they used to be quite a big part of the run, so we used to get like physical defense downs and special defense downs that we were like, yeah, this is a good idea. For the most part, they just need to be phased. They were phased out quite early on in the routing process, just because we found that for the most part, the difference made didn't justify the timeout trying to get it, which I guess is the case for most. Aqua Ray, fantastic poison, love it. Which, yeah, which I guess is kind of like the thing with most things that you kind of the little things that you can do to add. The majority of what you need to do is kind of done for you with energy charge and trance.
This might be a question that's already been answered because I was late to the run to even start. I see you run 1 hit when you're on Yuri. Is that for ease of use on the ring, or is it speed of animation, or is there something else?
It's kind of like a mixture of all of it, really. So first off, obviously, to again to those who have maybe come in and are wondering the same question, it's always good to keep going over it. The reason we use 1 hit area is because first of all, it's for the other than Blanca, everyone else with their 1 hit area, the ring does the hit area doesn't go as far around the ring. So first, we don't have to go as far around the ring. Second of all, the animation's quicker, but also the damage differential between say 5 hit areas and 1 isn't all that huge. So over the course of the run with the strats that we do using the multiplicative damage buffs. So energy charge, rage, the tech ring bonus, all that kind of stuff adds up to a point where the extra little bits of damage that you can get for multiple hit areas isn't that great, and also having less means you have to hit less hit areas in order to get the extreme, which is obviously I think it's an 85% hit area percentage, and then 65% hit chance, perfect chance or percent, 65% perfect rate on your judgment ring. Excuse my inability to English. basically the extreme obviously does triple damage. So in order to make sure we get that and we can end up one-shotting all the enemies late game, by having one hit area means that we're able to do that more consistently. That was a really long explanation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like the way the math works out is that if you have extra hit areas, it kind of spreads out your strike zones too much. So you get 44% more damage off of a technical strike, and then you kind of condense it all into one hit area. Where if you spread it out, you might miss some. And if you miss some, you're already kind of losing out on damage you should have gotten. And, yeah, pretty much just that.
Yeah. Makes sense. It's a mix of a tactical choice and a time-saving mechanic. One, I was wondering if it was just one or a mix of both. I'd forgotten how much that would help with extreme as well. That certainly adds up.
Also lets you skip ring souls.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of, again, for those of you who don't know why I'm not using Joachim, is because having to get his weapons, if you want to get them, you have to kind of go out of your way. Why am I going this way? I have to go into the ballroom. To get his weapons kind of early, you can get them super early as opposed to buying them. You have to go through cutscenes, which maybe you could just not get them and buy them when you're supposed to buy them. But the cutscenes kind of add loads of time to you having to deal with. Joachim, that's my personal take on it. LCC believes it's faster, which it probably is. I don't see why it wouldn't be, given the strength the bat has. But he is very squishy, the bat, as well. I think having Geppetto and Blanca as your offensive damage dealers, you can have Karen, Rage, obviously, Yuri, and then she can entrance the pair of those magic dealers, so you have more magic damage coming out of those two. Because I think Entrance has a quicker cooldown than Rage does.
I think it's about the same, but I don't know for sure.
It definitely feels like Entrance is faster.
Wouldn't
Because I
surprise me
know
if
that
it
Rage
was.
is slower. I know that Gale is slower than most because
Yeah, Gale is definitely slower. Most buffs are about the same from what I can tell, but Gale is slower.
Energy Charge is also an incredibly quick one as well. Like if you were to rage yourself, you wouldn't get your turn again as quickly as you would if you got on trance. Energy Charge. For the most part, Energy Charge can actually allow you to out-turn enemies quite significantly. Crest change. Let's get rid of all of Anastasia's because I think all of hers are pretty bad. Although she seems to have more than usual. No? Does she always have that many? Equip crests. Vergas.
Noting my stream lag is probably a bit behind, so if I comment on plot things like 5 minutes late, it's just because I'm missing things.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm seeing you guys go through, skip through the Ammon cutscene, where you encounter the fake Roger Bacon on Windswept Ocean Vista. The plot in this game, I don't know if Tide covered on it, but for a very long time, this was held up by myself as one of the best ways to do a sequel that a game's ever had. The Shadow Hearts 2 takes an original game that's a quirky, weird little thing of Shadow Hearts 1. It's let's do a Resident Evil's big, right? Let's do a horror RPG, and we'll make it kind of funny. And Shadow Hearts 2 takes it and takes all of the crazy elements that involves you punching God in the face at the end of it, and makes it one of the most wistful, complex RPGs. It's really, really amazing for how different it is and how much it works off of all of the components of the first game.
I would agree with that. It's very well put as well. Very well put.
Yeah, and then Mass Effect 2 came out, and I was like, oh, well, this is different, but this is a really damn good sequel. As you get deeper into this, it gets even better and better. There's all kinds of juxtaposition between Kato's arc and Yuri's arc. Oh, spoilers for further in the game. There's a guy that's a tiny side character from the first game, and he's the ultimate villain. It's
we'll get into that bit.
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so I go for it.
Oh, it's a speedrun. I was going to say we're probably going to skip the cutscenes anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's. Oh, and I also should have said when you're fighting M1, every time you play it casually, make sure you use demon rays as much as possible because voguing enemies to death is amazing.
Come on.
Oh, definitely.
Rogue.
Gotta do the little dance,
Right,
man.
It's very Guyver-like, if anyone knows Guyver, which is
Oh, you can-
another horrifically underrated theory or like franchise.
Oh, did you just say Guyver?
Guyver, yeah. Did you know that David Hayter, the voice of Solid Snake, was the Guyver in the film?
Yeah,
adaptation?
the second film. I watched it. It was
So good.
It was quite special.
So good. It's one of the best things.
Actually,
in
the
the world.
first one was more special. The second one was actually decent.
I don't think I've seen the second one. Well, the thing did not use. The pendulum did not use aqua rays, so I'm happy with that.
So I'm coming up on the mind's eye here. So I have to do a lottery. And the lottery spins really fast. And there's a very tiny hit area. So it's really hard. But I have a couple tries and I'm going to save it. Just to make sure I don't screw up. Because the mind's eye gives you double damage on your physical attacks. So it's really, really important to get. Same way as it was in part 1.
I was gonna say, didn't you? I believe you once said that what you would do is you wouldn't save the mind's eye, and if you didn't get it, you just go with it.
No, I'd just reset.
You just reset the run.
Yeah, I just would quit.
3 hours in.
Yep.
Fair enough. I'd cry myself to sleep. I think if that happened. If I was on
Yeah,
like godlike
it happened to
pace.
me once, and it was sad.
You're a stronger man than I, LCC. Oh, what happened there? Is that me?
I think that was me. How much of a time hit would losing the mind's eye be? Like, you're essentially halving your physical damage, which...
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. It would just make... It would just... Yeah, it's a dead run without it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Which, I know that's very, very sad, but it's true. Perfect on the entrance. We used to get loads more mind's eyes, actually. We used to get the other ones. Or I used to get the other ones. I keep saying we as if, you know, Garrick and I, because LCC, he started by rerouting the route. What am I doing with my life? I'm entrancing someone.
I imagine swapping over from using the ring statuses to focusing on energy charge and the like sort of centralizes it, right? So you can just get away with one mind's eye user that gets energy charged, that gets raged.
Yeah,
and
pretty much. You
all-
just
all
stack
the eggs
everything
in
on
one
one
basket.
person.
Yeah.
And it just everything stacks together so crazily that it's dumb how much damage you do.
I'm honestly surprised to hear that there was any other approach, given how inherently the game sort of manages that with Yuri anyway. Like the rest of the cast are really good characters. They're fun. They have interesting skill sets, and Yuri is always like at least 25% better than anybody else you're using for anything. It's not as bad as Shadow Hearts 1, where it's an entire game based around carrying two other people with Yuri, but
Oh, I'm really good at hitting that one
harmonics
pixel.
yeah, the harmonixes in this series are always just crazy good.
Although Shania wasn't... She's not as used in a speedrun, is she? seem to recall her being.
She's not as centralizing, but if you're not using her, you're doing a speedrun.
Shania is kind of bad, but she's kind of required until you get past Vegas. Which is sad. Because the one-on-one fights means you need to keep her in your party game levels. Then after that, it's kind of, you can use Natan or do whatever. Problem with Shania is she's just really slow. So the opening turn order is really bad. Yeah, that was like super late.
In a casual run of 3, she has a thing that gives you 2 stock every fight, which is pretty outstanding compared to everybody else's unique accessories.
Yeah, in casual she's pretty good because she gets really good fusions at the end, and you get a lot of extra statues and stuff. But because you're speedrunning, you can't really pick up a lot of extra junk. So she kinda just is bad, because the most important thing with Shadow Hearts 3 is opening turn order, by far. So you need highest agility characters. And she doesn't have that.
Yeah, Shadow Hearts 3, by its nature of being the same combat system as 2, just amped up. Like, everything in that game is enemy hit points pools are smaller, your damage comparatively thus is higher, enemy damage is so much bigger, everything is just cut down to this razor thin edge on a speedrun. I was surprised how quickly the route was put together with that, and how well it works. So I thought that would be a much harder game to crack than it was.
Honestly, so much of the stuff that was found during just running the game is kind of nuts. 'Cause originally, you wouldn't get Bat Hilda or Energy Charge, but that kind of got introduced, and then Shania was used through the whole game, then that kind of got phased out, and when to use Mask Hilda changed a bit too. And honestly, it's just a really risky run. Because you could play a lot safer if you really wanted to, but to go as fast as you can, you kind of have to take the risks. Where in this game, you're just going as fast as you can without much risk anyways. So.
Yeah. It's the enemies hit much weaker, it's much more, this game's combat system was much more about longevity and sustainability. Like, they're trying to leverage the sanity point thing because it was a carryover from the first game.
Yeah.
The third game, they've looked at it and gone, yeah, we'll just make the pools for it tiny, and then it only matters for a few characters, really.
I mean, the way the developers want you to play this game is they want you to use characters that have affinity, and you build up affinity by doing combos and get high combo damage, and then use buffs and defensive buffs and elemental affinities, all that stuff. But it just turns out you don't really have to.
No, there is a lot of... It's a good thing it's a single-player game. There's an awful lot of centralizing components to this, which you guys lean on very hard. All those multipliers is ridiculous. Like,
Yeah, so, I mean, the same multiplier you can't stack on, but every different every kind of different buff that does the same thing can stack. Which is actually kind of why, which is actually the first reason we even came over to Lucia as a whole, because we knew that she had a physical attack buff as well. Because we were trying to think, how could we make Yuri do more damage? So obviously we came up with the idea of Lucia to use her physical attack buff and her magic attack buff, because it was party-wide and it would last for 3 turns. Lovely. And that's kind of when we fell upon the Moon and Night crit thing, which was just silly.
That's really good. One weird thing about the way buffs work in this game too is if you actually look at the damage that Rage increases your damage by early game, it actually does less than what it advertises. Like, it's supposed to be 43%, but it actually does less. But the further you get in the game, the higher your stats increase, it actually increases its effectiveness for whatever reason. So the 43% eventually becomes actually higher than that.
I guess that's why you don't use Rage early on then as much. Like,
Yeah.
super early.
noting that it's been a very long time since I've actually had my hands and head in the mechanical side of this game from memory, it's because it uses a subtractive defense system. So earlier on, the it's not on the same scale as your Dragon Quests, where 2 strength is like tripling your damage, because Dragon Quest's weird. Like you're just not overcoming much extra. Whereas later in the game, because your strength's higher, you're getting a 43% boost on top of a much higher number, and the enemy defense does not scale up nearly as quick. They use the HP pools more as the buffer, so you're just sort of overcoming that defense that much more. And you did touch on something that I did also want to babble on about, if you don't mind, as an armchair games designer, with that stacking multiplying defenses, multiplying buffs. So you've got Lucia's, you've got Rage, you've got Energy Charge, you've got all of those different things, right? And then you put Technical Ring on top of it, and it multiplies all of them as well.
Yeah.
Whoever designed the Technical Ring and applied it to every value in this game is either a genius or crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, if you actually go over every buff that's available, you get 25% from Elemental. You get potentially an extra 25% if you stack an Elemental Edge onto the same person that's already that element, which is kind of silly, but it works. Then you get 43% from Rage, 180% from Energy Charge, and then Crit, which I think is variable how much it actually adds, but it does a ton.
I think it's just like an increase on on your base damage, but like I think it's either 1.3 or 1.5. I think it's 1.3.
Yeah, it's probably something like that. But if you add all that together, and then you give him Mind's Eye, which does 2 times damage, and or Extreme, which does 3 times, and then Belt, which adds some extra damage, some Seals of Strength, and whatever else you happen to have kicking around, you are doing literally tens of thousands of damage.
This is why I found the tarot cards to be so much fun, because I accidentally was fighting Susanoo, just practicing him, and accidentally you chose tarot cards instead of aromatherapy and got the 3 times damage, and I had fun.
I bet you did.
I hit Susanoo by I think 45,000 damage with the 5th key.
Yeah, that's another thing. The 5th keys and stuff. You can attack 5 times in a row with all those buffs as well.
Which is really, really funny. Because I mean, that's what, over 4 times the amount of HP the end boss has? Like, overkill to the max. But, yeah, there's so many different things that you can do, and I think the technical ring was only supposed to be an overall increase rather than an actual increase to what everything can do, because obviously energy charge should only be able to do 150%, but technical ring makes it 180, which just adds another 30%. So like, if it just kind of added 20% to the base damage you do, then I think that it would have been far less broken, the technical ring. But I think it's the technical ring that makes everything so ridiculous.
Yeah, sure.
It just magnifies absolutely everything.
Yeah, the game is definitely balanced around normal ring and people being bad at rings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, like, there's a reason Gamble Ring is in there, but it's in the tooltip for it. It's just like, if you just cannot fucking deal with this game, Gamble Ring. Let's do it.
Just in terms of stream, PG-13 stream, by the way. Just, you know.
Sorry.
That's alright. No, it's fine. Just, you know. But yeah, I agree. If you can't handle it, just kind of, if you can't do 5, we'll give you 1. It's a little bit smaller, but you don't only have to focus on that 1. It's a very, very good point.
Yeah, and there's the I forget the name of it. The one that just lets the ring keep going.
Oh yeah, practice ring.
Yeah, that's the one.
Which is so free. Practice ring, just, yeah, if you missed it, it's fine. We don't mind.
I've gotten use out of it.
Yeah, it's used a couple times in the run, just to make ring rotation of a 5th key faster.
No, fair enough. I was going to say, it was the run I started on a DDR mat, which was hard, but interesting.
Yeah, we need that one swear from Shadow Hearts in the world. That's right, man.
Daddy!
Freaking that game can definitely make you swear. Anyway, go left, not right. Go left.
It's quite true. Especially, I think I seem to recall a while back you were doing a run and you got to the very end. You're fighting one of those trees in the end level, and it decided to go hell for leather on you, and it was just thanks video game. I think that was during the relay last year.
Yeah, the relay I got wrecked. Ridiculously bad.
Just a question. I can't remember if you do. You do pick up the third key. I mean, as in with your new strats, you do pick up the third key, don't you?
Yeah, at the Mirror Castle.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. See, I started this run having a look at certain notes early on that you gave me, and I've just completely forgotten to keep scrolling through. So I'm just running on memory now, which is it's really bad. I don't have any notes for any speedrun I do. Probably why I'm so bad. I should probably make some notes.
Oh, I always use notes for RPGs. Doesn't matter what game it is.
But FF6, you must know inside out.
I mean, I can do FF6 without notes, but I usually have them up anyways. Well, I'm gonna put my controller down for a couple minutes.
Oh yeah, God. Okay, so the part that LCC is at now is one of the most infuriating parts of the run, because these enemies are so fast. If Blanca doesn't go first, then they'll just use, I think there's 5 enemies, and they'll just all use Arc Barrier or Arc Shield. It will just take about 17 years until you get a turn. There is something disastrous that can happen if you just randomly get a random encounter. You can't run from them, even if it's a random encounter. You can only you can see they're like the battle script is that they're all mandatory, even if you get, and there are 3 that are kind of set that you have to get when you're running up towards Night Queen. But if you get a random encounter, it's the same battle, so the battle script is the same, so you have to fight it. So if you're unfortunate to get an early battle, then you have to do these fights, and it's just even more time with enemies that take ages. And again, you need to make sure that you're what was I saying, that you're getting you're one-shotting them, because if you leave them alive, they'll get another go. So you have to be very, very careful.
Surprisingly, not a single one of them did arc anything.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing. They all just decided they wanted to attack me, which wasn't that bad.
I was very lucky with my second pair of doppelgangers. I got surround on them. Pretty annoying with the doppelganger thing any experience. So I think we've talked about the money route for the most part. We picked up the bandit earrings recently, and I haven't actually equipped them. I probably should have, but it makes the money route suddenly completely not an issue, because it gives you increased money, obviously. And as soon as you get to disc 2, the money route is free. You get enough money for everything.
Yeah.
The experience route is also it's very particular early on, but the experience route tends to actually just die out quite in terms of the specificity of it. You just don't have to worry. I think pretty much as soon as we get to Le Havre, that's it, you're done. In terms of worrying about it, at least.
That's going to be a few things contributing there, right? Like, A, you're not learning new things as you're going along, and you've hit all of those multipliers, right? You're starting to use Mind's Eye or the Extreme, etc., etc.
Yes. And you're also kind of just the experience you're gaining from the boss fights is enough to keep you at a level where you're not getting destroyed by everything as well, which is quite nice, because as you go on, the amount that each subsequent piece of armor increases your defense by, both physical and magical defense. It just goes up and up and up and up. So you're more able to deal with damage output. 10-hour mark hype indeed.
Yes. What's the? I should know. I've just seen the projected timeline, but what's the expected length of the entire relay? It's
I'm gonna say
17,
about
18
17
hours?
gonna be a big day.
Yeah, it's long.
Funnily enough, there was a Shining Force relay rate, literally last weekend, and that was a 19-hour relay race. So it's been
Was that just
a
the
lot.
English games, or?
we did Shining Force 1, Final Conflict, and Shining Force 2.
Yeah. Okay.
19 hours. So.
'Cause I had horrible images of people trying to rush through Shining Force 3 and all of its bits and pieces. Like,
The word rush through the Shining Force 3 I don't think is really applicable.
it's like 3 games.
I think book 1 as well is about 10 hours on the speed. Sorry, Armin, I like you and all, but you have to die. So literally from this point on, I mean even now I'm just energy charging and killing him in 2 hits. So you'll see the same thing as soon as the mind's eye happens. It's destruction. What also kind of is important about the mind's eye as well is it's conditioning you to remember a certain timing, because sure I'm getting the hits when you can see it. Ironically, I'm actually better at hitting perfect when I can't see it. But it conditions you to remember the timing, so that when you get the extreme, you can get perfect hopefully. Because there are sound cues as well, so there are little things that give everything away. It's kind of one of the reasons that Mind's Eye is not completely impossible, because I think it's a 3-frame trick. There's one frame which is the absolute outside edge of one of it. The next frame is in the middle, and the other frame is the other sliver. Anything outside of those 3 frames is a no-go for the Mind's Eye, which is why it's the hardest ring I think in the entire series. Outside of deciding to give yourself a 1-frame trick with the 5-hit gamble ring 5th key.
It's probably a question for 3 hours time. Like, if you want to see that hit count on Final Boss, it's
Yeah, if you want me to try it out, I can show you, but it's a bit brutal.
No, I don't think it's worth it. That's a stream occasion of its own. More than anything else.
I think the hitbox is genuinely just 1 pixel width of red that you can see. You can't actually hit. You actually can't hit it. You can only perfect it.
Yeah, when this launched, the forum and chat room Tide knows from, there was a few of us trying to get it, and for people that are not quite as good as you guys at video games, that was an endeavor.
That fight was so weird. Just the turn order was wacky as hell.
Where am I going? I should be going to St. Mariano Island. No, not Mariano Island. Marguerite Island. Hello, Dexterous Lock. So I'm going to be going to get the Mind's Eye again. This is a thing that, as we were saying earlier, if you don't save and you don't get it in 3 tries, the run's over. Personally, I don't think saving loses you to them or too much, so I think it's always safer just to do it because you relax a little bit more, because if you don't save and you don't have that backup, you get a bit more, at least I personally get a bit more tense, because you have to get it or it's 2 hours down the drain, 3 hours down the drain. I think I'm now 22 minutes behind you. Yeah, it's going to get worse. I am sorry, Trank, that you've got so much to do. But, so yeah, this is also the side quest, as I was mentioning a lot earlier about Karin's ultimate weapon, the Durandal. It's obviously done by here. And this is where we need the tissues as well, so just casually hanging out with some ghosts. I do find it funny that although Yuri transforms into demons and they spend their time fighting creatures of unholy proportions, ghosts still terrify Yuri.
it's a bit of a trope, right? And it's the person that is capable of overcoming anything, not handling the incorporeal, the thing that they can't touch. It's the one thing that they can't deal with.
That's interesting. Although we do find many ghosts in the game.
But he can kill them by punching them.
Yes, but those ghosts are potentially not as...
So that it's clearly non-hostile ghosts that he's scared of.
the worst. I can see why.
They give you items, it's terrible.
Trying to be all nice, luring you into a full sense of security. Hello, young man. Yes. Creepy dude. Giving me an engagement ring. I love it. I do. It is quite funny. Basically, he gives you this engagement ring. He was quite young when he died. And he's like, please give this engagement ring to my love, Irene. You go to Irene, she's like, who's that? What? And then you go back and lie to him saying, oh yeah, we gave it to her. She misses you. Which is just really nice. Good stuff. Okay, save. Don't load.
And again, because I've missed the earlier run, and I will at least go 10 hours ago, I was asleep, so I have my excuse for that part. The time difference, how much of that was from Shadow Hearts 1, and how much was a blowout in 2?
8 minutes difference between the two runners at the end of Shadow Hearts 1 and Garrett. Garrick. LCC's made it. I've lost about 14 minutes to LCC.
Cool. Not to diss or anything, or throw shade. It's going, oh, yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm not as good at this game as LCC.
Yeah, to keep in mind, Bowie hasn't run this game for a while, and I did a lot of new stuff in the routing, which would say is probably a good 10 minutes or so over the old one, and he's not really familiar with any of that stuff, so it's going to be a difference no matter what.
And to do the thing that I always wish everybody would do with the speedrun community, like, significantly better than I have any hope of ever doing in any of the games, so both runs very impressive.
It's very kind of you.
Oh, it always bothers me when people talk trash about someone else's, like, especially people that are just in chat, not doing runs themselves, talking trash about someone's other Dark Souls run or whatever, and it's just like, oh, they're all pretty good at the game.
Well, the only thing I'll talk trash about this game is that I beat Garrett's New Game Plus run with this New Game run, so suck it. That was my one goal, and I did it. It was great.
I think one that I mentioned this to yesterday to LCC, and I will always bring it up just so I can like poke him with it. Is I came up with something that he wasn't aware of.
That's true.
And I will forever love the reaction because he went, oh, that's actually a good idea. I was like,
It is?
actually? Because obviously everything else we did was pretty much obsolete, but for that one, I'll hang on to that one forever. It's the one straight. It's literally one decision in one fight, but it's mine. Oh dear. Because when we routed this as well, Garrick did the majority of the routing. I just tweaked things here and there. Go on. Why couldn't I have done that last time?
Well, that's why I need lots of people running a game, because one person can't do everything, no matter what. Doesn't matter who it is.
Exactly. Like, and that's the thing, and a lot of people kind of find this. There was a thing. This is just getting outside of these runs, the speed runs in general. It's a thing that I've actually had to recently, encounter. And I was like, it's very strange. But people who can like hide their PBs from others, and so, like, or hide their strats from others in case they get stolen. It's like that's kind of the point. In communities that they work together to kind of make the speed run as fast as possible. That doesn't really, of course, you like to have a record and that kind of stuff, like the fastest. But if someone takes your strats, it just means that they're good.
Yeah.
And
Same thing with the competitive games. If you try to hide the way you play and what stuff you found, you don't learn how to fight against someone who knows how to fight against you, and then it kind of just backfires if someone actually figures it out and you don't know. Haven't been able to practice it at all. So sharing stuff almost always ends up being better in the long run.
Yeah, and especially with something like speedruns, right? There's no point having a PB that no one can verify. Like,
Yeah.
yes, you have done it, but it's also only has the inherent value that you place on it.
Yeah. And I think it was really good as well that the first thing that LCC did when picking up this game was not just go, I'll learn that route. He was like, I'm going to challenge that route, and it's the first thing he did is kind of, sure, we run it, and he watched us run it, so he knew what it was. I think you also watched a few of our changes. Like I think you were there when we got rid of Joachim. I'm pretty sure you questioned us then at the time.
Not really.
You weren't.
I mean, I didn't question anything until I really understood the game perfectly. The only thing I really questioned was not using Tech Ring. That was
Oh yeah, that was the thing. We never used to use Tech Ring.
That was like the first thing I did from the New World, and then you guys were not using it for the longest time in this game.
Yeah.
I thought that was a little weird.
As someone that's entirely outside of the process, but because we're nerds on that chat room and forum, yeah, knowing the way it applies those multipliers and stuff, I would have assumed it was on from day dot.
Yeah, I think there's always like little interesting things, like, and a lot of changes in strats, especially in the changes in these strats. They're not like the hugest, like massive route upheavals, but they're just little changes that don't appear that they'll make a difference, but like the difference is very, very subtle. So, as I said, as you said, the Tech Ring was actually a thing that happened. And we were like, oh right, okay, that's. As I was saying earlier, there are some like mandatory fights you have to do that if we got a perfect, we'd kill all of the enemies but one, and they'd be left to 1 HP. So you have to kind of, or like a few HP. The difference in that change to the Tech Ring was such a small change, but it made a huge difference to the strats, or at least to the fights. We didn't have to worry as much about. Obviously you have to get the perfect to get the bonus, but you'd be aiming for the perfect regardless. You don't play this game to go for hits.
I want to make a comment on, you're in Idar Flam, right? I am not completely misremembering what these dungeons look like.
Idar Flame?
LCC.
Yeah,
Idar.
Idar Flame.
That's a pretty special dungeon amongst our community, because it's such a huge dungeon that I know a few of the people in it. Just like, this thing's huge. I hate it. I loathe it.
I hate it too.
You'll love the speedrun then, because it knows the exact. I mean, I don't know the new path that LCC routed. There is a new path to the one that I take, but it's literally just run through it. It's very, very clean and quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was the comment. Like, if you actually look at the way it's mapped out and look at it, it's mostly a straight line that just sort of wiggles through it and has all of these branches that go off everywhere else for loot. It's
tricky, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite bits of map design in this game that generally has not amazing map design. It sort of plays on and subverts a lot of the. If you play way too many JRPGs, there's expectations you've got built up on the map design of, I will go off this path. If it's the right one, I'll probably see a treasure chest off to the side. That means that other path is the dead end that's got a treasure chest. Cool. You see that in Final Fantasy and Star Ocean. I went to say Star Control. It's a significantly different game. Much better too.
Star Control. I've never heard of it.
Star Control 2 is a very old space explorer game. The guys that make Skylanders made it, which is no way selling it at all, but has a lot of pedigree. Skylanders has pedigree. But yeah, Idar Flame is lots of paths that branch off and then go back onto the main route and have a treasure chest. So if you're a completionist that wants to hoover up all of the items, it's a nightmare.
Yeah. Absolute nightmare. I remember this actually when we first routed I'm currently in the catacombs still, because I'm behind. When we first reached this, we thought this was like the worst thing in the world, but it's actually very linear. And I think that's it's quite a clever piece of a lot of these level designs, I guess. I mean, it's probably very infuriating as well. Like, everything's linear, but it's not at the same time. But it's a lot of the level design is quite tricky, not in the fact that it's actually hugely maze-like, but it's very aesthetically excuse my big words. It's aesthetically labyrinthine, but its actuality is not, which is, I think it's clever. I've been surrounded by Jack and Jills. I could die.
I just wish the music was not just noise.
Yeah, that.
If it actually had decent music, like the end engine of Shadow Hearts 1 or something, it'd be awesome. But it's really bland.
Speaking of, I think one of the worst choices in terms of music in this game was the final dungeons choice. It's just a reset. It's just it's been used before kind of thing. Like, if there's no unique music for the final dungeon, I was like, why not? It's the final dungeon. I always like it when final dungeons are quite memorable, and I don't think that the Asuka Stone platform is, unfortunately. I think it's one of the weakest parts.
Definitely looks like a final dungeon, but
oh yeah, it looks like one. But
it's
a little
not
wacky.
the best. It makes me sad that it has not the best music. Like, I'm not big into video game soundtracks. I'm a hipster nerd that quite likes music that's more interactive instead of background music. So, Shadow Hearts 2 soundtrack is one of the few ones I've actually got and put on every now and then. And it misuses some of the best tracks. I wish the game pushed you to go berserk more often, because the berserk tracks are pretty universally great, and like 2 people on the planet have heard them in context by accident.
I return.
Hello, Tide.
Hello, Tide.
Hello.
I wasted your swear word for Shadow Hearts 3, sorry.
It's okay. You are forgiven, my friend.
So you
nice
just
of
gotta
you
beat it and go real good.
it's so lovely. Trumpets.
To ramble a little more on the dungeon design, I do think you hit some really key elements there that they loop back on themselves. I think some of it's probably a relic of it wanting to be like survival horror stuff. Like, it's that Resident Evil style of, you've got this space that you're going to walk around in repetitively. It's probably, some of it's that, and just a lot of Shadow Hearts 2 specifically is trying to be dungeons in lived spaces. Like, the catacombs is a human-built thing, right? Like, it's not going to be a linear maze. It's going to be a space that's to store dead bodies. So they make you walk back and forth through it. It's pretty well put together. Not necessarily the most calming and soothing thing to play, though.
I'm 3 souls off level 10. Why did I choose to do this here? Great. Okay. Equipment count, item count. What? Unequipped. Had a moment there. About to get. Oh my god, I don't know this. Hippos.
Yeah, so those Crest names, quite stressful. Having to remember all of them is quite a challenge.
Let's get rid of OC. I bet you I'm gonna get the bonus fight. Good, I didn't. If you get, I once got the bonus fight a single pixel away from the cutscene, in which this continues. Spirit we in the chats. Please spirit we if you can. Arc barrier times 1.
Whee!
That's 5 special defenses. Oh yeah, I should have split for Gary the Dead. Arc shield number 1. Which means I have to get perfect to kill them. I didn't need to before, but now I do. Arc shield number 2. These don't stack, by the way, on the opponents. If they did, that would be really unfair. Crazy magic. Arc stone. So, I mean, obviously you can see what's very, very good and very, very well and often used. Oftenly? That's not a word, please. So yes, don't. I guess the term is don't fix what ain't broke.
You shown off the strat yet, LCC?
Hmm?
Have you shown off the strat yet? Now that you have the moon oil.
Don't think he's fighting the mother of the
Oil?
Falaris.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
All right.
Mother Falaris already. My word.
There we
I'm
go.
oiling up.
Oil it up. Put on this compression.
All these Street Fighter references.
Yeah, so this is kind of the point of the game where defense just surges to the point that enemy durability doesn't really catch up. They try, but yeah, it just doesn't.
They try.
They try, yeah.
I was gonna say, it's almost like the game is really not balanced around doubling your damage halfway through it.
No, not at all. I mean, he's doing only about 600 damage right now. Only, in quotes. It's gonna get worse.
Well, I do a lot more damage.
HP.
It's just
Yeah.
that those particular fights I don't want to energy charge every time I attack because everyone has
Yeah.
crits, so you just kind of do that instead.
Yeah. Basically, he doesn't need to use the extra buffs because those enemies' HP is quite low, so he just does whatever he needs, and it's adequate enough. Then you take all of them out. But you're about to find out just how broken our party is now that we have all the extra good stuff. So after we killed Veronica, we got the extra entrance crest, and we have the moon oil in our inventory now. So Lucia is going to be able to of our party to hell and back, pretty much, and we're going to destroy the world, more or less, or pretty much anything on our path. We also got the extra keys, which you saw earlier. So they work exactly the same way as they do in the first Shadow Hearts. So they let you attack multiple times, equivalent to whatever says they're on their number. So third key lets you attack 3 times, fifth key lets you attack 5 times, and so on.
I'm sad I have to skip this cutscene.
Dang.
The best comeback of all time, man.
I'm sad
Bite
you're gonna
me.
skip the one where you get to tell Nikolai to shove it. You know where.
No, you will bite me.
Oh dang, that comeback.
Yeah. I've always been trying to line up in time for that particular comeback, which is obviously one of the best comebacks in video game history. You know the whole super hot fire. I'm not a rapper guy. I've always been wanting to line up that kind of reaction as soon as he says that. But I keep forgetting. Pretty bad. I'll change my life one day.
One of these days, my friend. I forget the exact
see if you can do that.
multiplier you get up to, but it's pretty ridiculous.
Ridic.
P-ridic.
Ridic.
It's like saying bear cray. Like what?
I'm so lazy to say the full word.
No,
That'd
it'd
be
be more
easy.
math cray than anything else.
Gonna be speedrunning with my words here. So about the only thing I think that is relevant is that you can't do this buff repeatedly, as I mentioned earlier, because it is limited dependent on your MP, and I don't think we purchased any mana healing items, because if you do things correctly, you don't need it.
I actually did purchase some, but, you know,
Oh, did you? Okay.
I usually don't. thought I was
Yeah,
low on
I was
them.
gonna say, I don't think you do normal hit.
Safety strats, not living the speedrun life.
No, it's not exactly speed strats, but strats. Anyways, so as you can see, our damage kind of escalated. 1672.
Look out, he's buffing.
Watch out, that 3-hit KO damage. Well, it might be 2-hit KOs on this one.
Yeah, I did babble a little bit while you were away about the... Noting that Shadow Hearts 2 is easier, like the combat in it is definitely built more around attrition. Like, I remember in the DL, like the big thing that we used to... What was before you joined? Like everybody used to lose their nut about how broken spikes were. And I forget the combo. The spikes makes you always be defending, and something prevents you losing sanity points from being hit under spikes. Like halving the damage you're taking is
I think it was like a
amazing.
combination of spikes and willpower or something.
I think
Where
it's,
like
no, I think it's spikes on Blood Jewel. Where if you
yeah, Blood
run
Jewel,
out
but
of
you,
SP,
you don't
you
have
roll it
SP
to figure-
reduction.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
combine with
that was
spikes.
it. Like that's probably never even been on the cards for a speedrun, right? Like the,
No. I've looked at it once. And I'm like, nah, I don't need it.
yeah,
It-
this. You go.
Yeah, I was gonna say the thing is, if you don't need to go for the defensive option, you never really need to. And since there's just so much offensive broken available in the game, that's probably why it never appears. But it really is kind of like, because one of the things I think when they were interviewing the developers, one of their things that they were worried about was that they would make the game inaccessible if they make the game too challenging, in quotes. So they wanted to make the rings easier to hit, which is why you had the custom ring options. And I guess that carried over into other development decisions and gameplay easier as well. And it kind of shows. So this is not a hard game by any stretch. So if you have trouble hitting rings, like, game is designed such that even if you can't hit rings really well, like, it's still playable. You won't get stuck.
Yeah, it's broken on a lot of axes. If you've vectors are probably better. Whatever. There's a lot of ways that it's broken, and if you're remotely good and have an understanding of the combat systems and the like, you can see a lot of direct. What's the word? Like the direct responses to things that were broken in this that are in the sequel, like spikes plus blood jewel doesn't exist anymore, and then they still live in like all of the offensive ones though. Oh, that's why enemies hit harder, why enemy durability is lower, like why the combat system is so much punchier, and because of it, Shadow Hearts 3 is significantly less approachable than 2 is.
Yeah, I think part of the other thing is the fact that they want to make it such that they reward you for getting the rings correct and playing well and everything. But in the second one, the thing that I found was that, like, even if you play really sloppy, the enemies just don't really put up that much of a fight. Whereas from the New World, if you do play sloppy, then the enemies can potentially kill you. So it's quite a big step up from that. So, if you take a look at that, it probably, like, that's probably part of the decisions that went to the development team, that, you know, every single game that they finish, they take a look at it and try to modify a couple of things, make things a little bit better, a little things polished, and so on and so forth. Yeah, now LCC is back in the tower that we originally started. So we have to go and confront Nikolai now that we've taken care of Rasputin.
That saves some time. Wow. It's been a good gallery of the dead there. Happy with that.
Excellent.
The LCC is winning. Team Blanca Z is trailing behind.
Team Blanca Z is the hero in our hearts.
But I'm in the first dungeon. How could I be ahead?
Yeah. How is it possible that you could be ahead in the first dungeon of all these party members that we've never seen before? Blanca Force, exactly. Yeah, so now he's just solving a puzzle here, which is like the inscription on the wall says something about how like different sinners are judged differently, and you have to basically balance the scale. So it's just the same puzzle every time.
So I have 397 cash left after the.
Excellent.
Yeah, the
after
fat
the
man.
last purchase in the first half. So that's just that proves how tight the money route is.
Yeah, I had to
That's why-
I had to sell extra stuff because I bought some mana seeds.
Yeah.
Like, oh
that's
yeah,
why
this
it's
is,
like if-
this is how much money I have. Okay.
That's why it's like if you die too much and you have to buy extra talismans, it can screw that up, so... That's probably the trickier part of the route, really. Other than crest menus, because crests all have different lanes and align differently.
Time for me to do Eye of Flame. I forgot.
Are you using the old path, or are you using the path that LCCs was using?
If I can get to the notes quick enough to find it, then yeah. Take the left at the first fork and fight battle. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Pretty much just
There
go
was-
left.
there was a
You'll figure
comment
it
there
out.
earlier, Tide, about running a bit freeform, not using notes.
Yeah. Well, when I run games, I don't use notes. I use them for practice, but for pretty much every game I run except for FFT, I don't bother reading notes.
CLC, you don't need notes to run games.
I
You're
know.
inhibiting yourself
Yeah.
and a glance down. He says
I
he
know.
runs Final Fantasy 6 with his notes in front of him just in case.
Just in
I
case.
see, my friend.
Well, a lot of people actually do run games with notes in front of them, but I personally don't think it makes a difference. It's really what you're comfortable with. And it's like, if you're going to use notes, you have to know how to use notes while you're in it. You can't just have like, oh, I have notes open. Because if you're spending time reading your notes, then it's time to use it. So it has to be, you have to be coordinated with your notes.
Hardest part of this run is knowing where to go and what to do.
I think several dungeons in this game are very mazy, so it's really easy to get lost.
Oh, I got a surround on the first bunch of enemies. Ha 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 ha.
I was gonna say, I can't personally, like, again, noting that I don't do speedruns, I can't imagine doing RPGs without it, but I guess that's why you do RPGs that normally take, like, 2 hours, right, Todd?
Well, I mean, I do while I'm straight, so that kind of validates that. But it's really kind of what you're more comfortable with. So, like, if you're gonna practice, and you practice enough, you probably know where to go off by heart that you don't need to refer to your notes. I mean, some people, when they run their games like pitted, their notes is only like 2 or 3 pages for like a 6-hour game.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's
just
concise and
reminders
easy.
and
Yeah, it's really, like I said, what you're more comfortable with. And if you plan on running a game then with notes, then you have to practice with notes. And
it's kind of like fact checking your own menu that you just did. It's like I know what I need to do, but now I'm gonna look at my notes just to make sure I did it right, kind of thing.
yeah,
Also,
I
solo
just kind
man,
of
this
run in there,
run-
and if I mess up, then I remember forever that I'm not supposed to do something.
Yeah. Or just look at it during cutscenes, so you can just refresh yourself right
LCC.
before you do the menu. Whatever you want to
Mr.
do.
LCC. There are 6 Filaria on this second egg.
Yeah, deal with it. Anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break because I'm on an unskippable cutscene, so I'll be right back.
Well,
Alright,
is-
bathroom break.
This can't be faster.
Rasputin is dead now.
I think if you end up getting
Yes,
the
I know.
ideal formation where like they're all
But
grouped
what of
together
he
and go
was
first or
never your
something, you
true
can probably
enemy
kill all of them before they do
Yeah,
anything.
Nikolai,
The only way this is faster is
what are
if
you
you can
trying
get us
to
around,
accomplish?
surely.
What are you after?
Surely.
I think when I did this in my casual run, all I did was I just ran straight. I didn't even pick any directions, and I skipped all the treasure chests.
This
CC
vault
South
is
doesn't
filled to
fail.
overflowing with the hatred, malice, and despair of the countless souls
It's all nice
who
on the
have perished
exterior,
here.
but then he's got the cruel,
What if
heartless
all
mind
that
of a
lies
Street
could be
Fighter player.
suddenly released?
Actually, I don't remember whose notes it was, but somebody
Into the
else's
hearts
notes
of
had a
people
mistake in them.
All over the
And when I
world.
was doing runs of the game practicing with notes, I ran with the
their
wrong
petty,
set,
paltry
and I got so
vices would
confused.
become magnified.
And it wouldn't surprise
War
me if this
into
was a similar
bitterness,
situation
anger,
where it's just
and
like, it should be
envy.
in there, but no, it isn't.
This is terrible.
Don't you see? Men will slaughter
You give me horrible flashbacks to terrible walkthroughs that mix up east and west with like just enough regularity that you can't tell when they're gonna do it.
True story. That is confused within my notes enough that that's also part of the reason why I don't like releasing my notes, because I really don't like distributing wrong information. So whenever I do that and it's the wrong information, somebody one day is gonna come back to me and tell me, by the way, you messed this up, and I'll be like, shit.
Oh,
And I'm gonna have to check everything.
disclaimer and get someone else to do the run as an editor, man. That's how you do it.
That's 2 in 1 game, Tide.
2 in 1?
Able to forgive myself.
I don't know, like it.
We've surpassed our limit now. I can feel the burning eyes.
It's not too bad for like VP2. I think at least construction should be correct. But I was reading over my notes for Resonance, and half the time I'm like, am I sure this is the right way? Because I distinctly remember the video possibly doing something else.
Hang on. I've clearly missed a game that you're doing. Are you doing Resonance or Resonance of Fate?
Resonance of Fate.
Okay, I was gonna say, Resonance is a weird game, but it's not a very tight game.
No, it's we're doing a Trice game designed.
Yeah,
doing 3 Trice games in a row.
the Triace game that's full of guns and backflips, yes. Of course you're running that.
Yes, of course. I have to channel my inner Rob the Stampede.
I'm back, by the way.
Sick. Oh yeah, we should probably talk about the cutscene a little bit as well. By the way, Mouse is releasing today.
Well, it's not an important cutscene. It's just implying why World War II started. It's nothing big.
Yeah, exactly. Within plot of this game is not that important. The only thing you know is that Nikolai opened the gate, which released a bunch of malice, which then goes into from the New World. So you can blame Nikolai for the 3rd game.
Oh, there's an important step in there. It's implying that all of this release of malice in Europe in the 1930s is kind of the reason the Holocaust happened, etc.
Yeah, about that.
Like it's
seriously dark.
yes, Shadow Hearts is a comedy game on top of seriously dark story matter, and then it's supposed to have been a horror game. Like we can talk about the what's the name of the grimoire? Oh my god.
Emigre manuscript.
Emigre manuscript.
Yes, the Emigre manuscript, and reviving the dead, and then watching it fail 4 times, and then doing it again anyway.
Yeah.
It's
kind of weird how the Shadow Hearts works. You got the first one trying to bring back someone's mother, and then it becomes like a woman hanging out of a plant, hanging out of a baby. It was weird. And then Shadow Hearts 2, it's like we try to create a woman, and then her like half of a body is kind of hanging out, just saying hi, and it falls apart. And in the third one, pop up pirate. It's a very different game.
It is.
oh, it's all sitting on that Kadelka base as well, which was straight up survival horror RPG about the Emigre manuscript.
Also, Ninzard is correct as well about Resonance of Fate, that half of that game is just playing dress up.
Agreed.
So much fun. It is
That's
so
the
much
best
fun.
part, man. You can make your character look like Rosen Maiden.
Yo, I made my one characters look like a Regina. And I tried to make one of the other characters look like Laguna, so you can be the man with the machine gun.
Congrats on Disc 2.
Yes, congrats on this too. By the way, we one-shotted the final boss of this one with the 3rd key.
Yep.
It's basically the same thing you've been seeing, plus the fact that 3rd key lets you attack 3 times, so you get to add a fun 3 times multiplier at the end of all of your damage, essentially. So, face reckon.
The majority of this speedrun is Disc 1 as well. Disc 2 is infinitely shorter.
Yeah, because of all the broken that you have from the moon oil.
Yeah, this 2 is basically all of your setup paying off, more or less.
I was going to say it's also classic PS2 JRPG of the last half of the game is on the last third of the game is optional side quests to get you ultimate weapons, etc., etc. Which I assume you
that's also
bypassed.
true. No, we don't need any of that really. At least I don't think we grab any of it. Also, we get to meet the last samurai.
I didn't need to press that one. It's the yellow one I wanted to press. You don't actually have to press the green button because it only opens up a shortcut to the middle. But if you're running down if you're running back to the centre, you should run the other way. It's the exact same distance. So me going to get the green switch was a complete waste of time. 'Cause I forgot.
If only there was some way you could have it down in front of you.
Yeah, don't mind.
A samurai man.
Maybe right stuff. Oh, samurai. By the way, you notice that samurai man has no mana right now. So the only thing he can do is literally chop people. Also, his ring is garbage. It's really weirdly positioned.
I was
Like,
going
you
to
have
comment
to-
on, he's got no mana and his technical ring is atrocious.
Yes, I was about to say his ring is awful. It's really hard to describe if you don't play these games, like to know what a
We
good
used
ring
to
and a
use
bad ring
Corando.
is. You used to use Corando.
He was really good. When we thought that 5 hit areas was a good idea, we give him the second mind's eye.
Oh, I'm sure he's fine if you strip him down to one hit area. And it's probably like a hit area that's 2/4 off the edge of the ring or something weird like that.
No, well, his ring is still bad if it's one hit area because it's in the upper right corner, upper left corner. See, I got my left and right confused. Imagine that was in the notes. Hit area is in the upper right corner, and then you'd just be missing ring every single time. Be like, what the hell? That can't be right.
And if anybody hasn't played the game, I can tell you exactly why the ring is bad versus the other ones. A lot of the ring design in the setup for them and sequences is set up to have a rhythm to them. Most of the time, it's 5 hit areas. You've still got a pretty consistent rhythm. Kurando's hits offbeats on no matter his ring configuration, other than 1, because you can't have an offbeat on 1. Like it's always short, sharp hits and then a long pause, and it feels so gross after you've played Shadow Hearts 1 and then Shadow Hearts 2, where every other character has a nice rhythm to their rings, and then Kurando's is just bonkers weird.
Yeah, that actually does make a lot of sense in the sense that all the characters' rings kind of have a pseudo rhythm to them. Kurando's is really weird because in his normal 3-hit area, it's all in the top half of the ring, but the problem is that his 3rd hit area doesn't occur until after the ring spins half a revolution. So you're basically doing tap tap, wait like 2.5 seconds, and then you tap again. So it's a really weird pattern. And his single hit area already mentioned, it's the area in the top left, so it's not easy to do.
Yeah,
The good thing about Kurando is that he's fast and he hits pretty hard. So you could turn him into a fast, like one-rounding physical KO machine if you really wanted to, but
This is why we used to use him.
that's about the only thing you can do with him. Yeah.
Coming together now, isn't it, Tide?
I know when I played, he was incredibly infuriating because he's also got that first hit area is so early in the ring. Like
Yeah, it's like immediately press the button.
it's also what throws off your rhythm of normally I've finished my menu input. Now I've got half a second to go, and he's just like go 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 go. It sucks if you use the technical ring and I'm bad at video games. Like, oh, I just missed all of that character's turn because I did not immediately press the button.
And if you have like a
I'll
fast ring
say-
status, good luck, because you have to press
Oh,
it like
yes.
perfectly.
Oh yes, it's great. I'd like to say, for the record, Bowie, that yes, I do understand why Kurando was used, but in my defense, in my casual playthrough, I also considered Kurando to be pretty bad. So he would not have been a first choice if I was looking at it. Just because I'm like, man, this character, I can't even equip Crest on him. So he has all the speed, but I can't even buff him up and he doesn't have energy charge. So what use can I make use of him? That would be my train of thought. But that's I guess not that important.
I'm probably going to lose Lucia here, which is going to be very upsetting for me.
Yeah,
'Cause they always
don't
go
want
for
to lose the lift. Actually, just since Grafter was talking about the
Yeah,
DL
they went
stuff
after Karen.
beforehand, I was really confused when I was reading the ranking topic because I played this game so late. When everybody else first played it, they were like, "Corinals is like really great and everything." And then when I played it, I'm like, "Oh my god, this character is like, what am I ever going to use him for?" And I couldn't figure it out. So I'm like, "Am I playing this game wrong? Because I'm like smashing everything and can't find a use for this guy."
Oh, that's because you live and breathe the speedrun life, Tide. Like, your approach to games is a little left of center of where most of us approach them from.
Yeah,
Brutal.
that's probably
It's
true
a bit
at this
weird.
point.
It's definitely a different outlook on things because you're always trying to look at what's most efficient and gets things done quicker, even if you don't
Well,
think
it
you are.
doesn't help that I think we were saying like you're not supposed to go from 3 to 2. You're supposed to go from 2 to 3.
Yeah,
From 3 to 2,
exactly.
you
Going
already
from
know
3 to
what all the
2.
broken stuff is. You play the hard game, so you go back to the easier game, and it's like, oh, okay, well now I'm just gonna smash the game to bits.
That's exactly what I did.
Yeah. Exactly what
I did part 3. I did speedruns of part 3. Then I played 2 casually, and yeah.
So,
Rest is
I
history.
think is the money route a little bit more lenient in the second part? Is it just a
Oh,
tight-
it's completely free. It's completely free. You earn far too much money to ever spend.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is
it's.
what my recollection is too.
I actually need to
Worst part
redo the money route because it's so free for the second part. Because I do like discount rings I really shouldn't be doing.
Oh yeah, never discount the rings in the second half.
Yeah.
Lucy is dead.
I forget how much you had to go out of the way to get the bandits' earrings. Is the money just rolling in on those, or is it?
It's just rolling in from normal play. Remember how I was telling
We
you,
used the
Grafter?
You get the
when-
bandits'
rings
earrings
in the
too.
first half.
Right, so the bandits' earrings were for the economy in the first half of the game more than the second half, was it?
Okay, wow, Yuri.
I don't remember exactly where the bandits rings was, but yeah, like you get a lot of money in the second half even without it. Like, remember how I was saying that I had enough money in IRC by 52 third keys?
Yeah.
That's kind of my recollection of why the money route shouldn't be a problem in the second half, because you just get way too much money. It's like, what am I gonna do with all this?
Yeah, we used to do that. We used to go and buy a bunch of third keys and use them. This is again old school strats. This is like when we first started.
Yeah.
You
Funny
don't get-
thing is, I had all those third keys and I didn't use a single one of them. And then by the time I was done all the bonus quests in the final dungeon, I have enough money to buy another 52 third keys. So, well, rip those bosses if I ever had to use them. So that's a lot of third keys.
Because we haven't been talking about the plot, like what's happening on the LCC's screen is probably pretty out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden, why are we in Japan?
Yeah, they're invading a boat on Japan. That makes sense.
That
We're
might
in
be
Japan,
important
because
to cover.
Also shout
Well,
out to,
after
London.
we defeated Nikolai at the top of the tower, so all the mouse is released in the world, and basically you find out that Nikolai is taken into custody by Kato, a special agent in Japan, and he is going to basically keep Nikolai in his custody. Yuri's not happy with that, which is why we traveled all the way to Japan, because we want to beat Nikolai up and take his lunch money, more or less.
That and there's some other components about like you've kind of got the princess of the Russian family in your party, and the Russian royal family is not particularly well liked at present. Like there's that whole Bolshevism thing happening, the fall of the Russian Empire, etc., etc. There's a lot. There's a lot of really implied moving parts to the Shadow Hearts plot. It's weird because it's like a call out for, hey, you know history. This should be interesting. Here is a completely alternate history. Wink.
Yeah, it's a completely alternate history where Rasputin made a pact with the devil and became the devil himself.
Yeah, but a lot of the moving parts still rely on the real history happening.
Yeah, that is true. So what essentially is going on? Why they're in the ship? It's because there is the Grifter alluded to this just slightly beforehand, but there is this Japanese princess, shall we say, that is in the care of the last samurai man, and Blanca sees them in trouble, and the girl is taken while you're out on the streets, I think. So, last samurai man's like, I must go and save her, and then you decide to tag along because you are just such wonderful dudes. And she's taken aboard this battleship, which is why you're on board a battleship now.
Yo, Baskara, thanks for sticking around, man. I know you've been here a long time. I think you've been here since like the start, so thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
And hello,
Who
LDR.
is-
I'm currently behind.
Yeah. Bowie's behind. I don't know the exact time frame, but somebody mentioned about 15 minutes, I think, last we checked.
50 is more than that, I think 30 at least.
Yeah, it was, if I'm remembering correctly, you said about 15 minutes at the end of Shadow Hearts 1. It's been a bit more since then.
8. But yeah, the end of Shadow Hearts.
Yeah,
That's the
8.
5.
Oh, was the 15 on this side? Man.
Yeah. So LCCs, this is one of the things that I think was made you consider getting the warning device, right? Just the surround battles and these soldiers being
Yeah.
your best
So
Ocean View
there's a
attacked.
dungeon coming a little bit later, and there's a lot of soldiers. And if they surround you, it takes a really long time. So I just go do a lottery real quick and get the warning device. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Where is that?
It's out in the streets in one of the Japan cities.
I forget the name of the city. I know what it looks like. It's the one with like the crossroads in the middle.
Is that Neon
You
Bastion?
guys need to work on your ice coldness. The answer was, it's in the notes.
It's in the notes.
Ooh,
Yeah.
it's in the notes.
It's the second visit
It's
back
in the
though.
notes.
So it's not the first visit. The
Oh,
lottery dude's
I-
not actually
God,
there.
I just missed 2. I just missed 2 rings.
Oh god.
You might have been slightly distracted.
Yeah.
I'm blaming you
Luckily,
guys.
this is not from the new world. Otherwise, you'd be dead. Missing 2 rings.
I'm blaming you guys, just so you know.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I'm okay with taking the blame for this as well.
Sealer speed on Yuri.
I actually don't know the actual way you're supposed to go through this battleship. And when I did, I just eventually got so fed up that I'm like, I'm just gonna FAQ it.
That's probably your best choice.
Yeah.
You can kind of figure it out. It's the map's in Japanese. It explains what everything means, but it's still kind of meant for Japanese players at the same time. You can
It's
definitely
really
figure it out, but
confusing
yeah,
if
it's
you
really
don't know
annoying.
Where to go. Plus the fact that you have to deal with these battles, and those soldiers are really, really annoying. They're the second oncoming of the Star Ocean 3 Square Enix security soldiers.
Yeah, get air juggled by machine gun fire.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, literally that.
Some of the complaints there tie back into previous comments about dungeon designs trying to be in a lived space, right? Like it's trying to say here's how a secure ship works. And it's like, yeah, it kind of doesn't work as a gameplay thing. And the map thing definitely ties into some of the work done on this game, like both in where it shines and where it falls down. Like Shadow Hearts is not a AAA best of the world ever series, even though it was coming out in the peak of JRPGs. Like they do a lot with sorry, they're not Square Enix. They're not working with millions upon millions of dollars. It's an expensive project, but they get a lot of mileage out of a smaller budget. And the localization team do a really good job at localizing it as much as they can.
I also seem to recall, as you were saying, that obviously they're not Square Enix, but I believe Shadow Hearts came out just around the same kind of similar time as Final Fantasy X, so they had quite a bit to.
Yeah, it hurt its
A
first
lot
week
of-
sales,
a lot
something
of-
crazy.
There was just generally a lot of attention elsewhere because everyone was going, "Oh my god, brand new Final Fantasy, different kind of era and generation." So it was like there was a lot of attention elsewhere. So
And from memory, 3 was hit with like Final Fantasy X-2 as well, and 3 is a significantly less approachable game. Like 3's sales are not great. It's a shame.
The thing is, also weirdly, everyone remembers 3. Funnily enough, I've always found that whenever I've talked about Shadow Hearts, everyone knows from the New World, and it's just I'm so confused by that. But the thing is, the reason is because for me, Shadow Hearts is a standout because of everything it did differently. Whereas, I mean, in terms of its darker themes, whereas From the New World is very kind of kooky and fun, but with a gruelingly hard battle system.
Yeah, I think some of that might be making assumptions based off of both of our accents. I know down here in Australia, it got a bigger push than Shadow Hearts 2 ever did, like publicity-wise and everything, which was unfortunate. I kind of assumed it was the same, given we're both in PAL territories.
That is quite true, because I kind of remember, I played one, and actually there's a fun story about me getting Shadow Hearts 1. When my father bought my brother and I a PS2, and he said, "Right, boys, you each get a game." And at the time, I was maybe how old was I? I was very young. To which I said, "Oh, Kingdom Hearts! A friend of mine plays that. I'll grab that." And then I saw Shadow Hearts. I was like, "Ollie, my brother, get Shadow Hearts. That looks really cool. It's like a gothic RPG. It's quite cool sounding." So, to which he said, "No," and he picked up a game called Raging Blades. I'm not sure if anyone here has played Raging Blades. YouTube it. Tell me about it later. And then he was, and that was what he got. And then like 2 years later, we went to a Blockbuster, and he rented Shadow Hearts 1 and was like, "This is literally the best thing I've ever played in my life ever." So Shadow Hearts 1 came out, and we loved it, and we got it. And then I heard nothing, and I was just randomly in a game shop, and there was Covenant. And it was that moment of like, what? Yeah, I'll buy it. Like, there was nothing about it. It was really weird. You were saying
I thought that was going to take a significantly different turn when you were talking about Kingdom Hearts.
No, God, no. I was just because you were just mentioning how like it's not that exciting a story. I know I built up for no reason. Sorry. But because
No. I had terrible images of a parent going to a store and going, "Oh, they wanted some Hearts game," and then coming back with Shadow Hearts 1 instead of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. Excellent.
I really wish that was the case. I really wish that was the case.
That would have been awesome.
Might have been slightly different tone than a parent was after, though.
The thing is also, excuse me for being very, very brash when I say this, but my parents were responsible, so they would have been like, "It's a 15. You're not 15. You can't have this." Whereas, we get kids who are like, "I want Call of Duty," and their son's like, and the parents like, "Yeah, sure." It's like 18 written on it. It's clearly not meant for your child, moron. Anyway, sorry.
Reasonable, like, as someone that grew up on Duke Nukem 3D and Doom, etc., etc. Yeah, I do agree with you on that one. I mean, my parents knew what they were doing, but they also know we were strange kids.
Yeah. I remember playing Doom, but I could never get past the first level, so I didn't think it got that brutal for me to even like bother.
The stage 1 still has a berserk pack where you can punch dudes and then they just turn into fried ribs.
Yeah, fried ribs. It was a really
And we're done. Another boss. By Lieutenant Torada.
I thought you meant LCC just completed the game.
Game's over.
Oh, no.
Let's move on.
If you'd read the notes, there's a bug to get to the end of the game.
Yeah, the credits warp. Didn't you know about it?
That credits warp in the notes hidden somewhere.
God's sake, I'm not reading the notes. God damn it, stop it. I'm making it
so
up as I go along.
cast the red cradle on the guards there.
This is my strat. This is my
Yeah.
strat.
This is Bowie's strat.
You guys can talk about it.
It worked out perfectly. I casted Red Cradle on all 4 of the guys in the front, and then the boss's AI only defends if there's guys available to attack you in his place. And then when he defends, you can't kill him right away. But if you kill all the minions first, he just attacks you, then you kill him. Which makes the fight really fast. Really good.
I believe you gave Red Cradle to Karen, I believe, and you obviously Blanca used Gale to get Karen her turn.
I gave it to Blanca.
Oh, you gave it to Blanca, okay.
Yeah, just because he's fast.
Like Karen, so I can get the game.
Blanca's faster, and you already sunk the wisdom seal on him. Probably already mix up the intelligence difference.
The thing is, Karen can do it anyway, and it's like if you get the Gale off immediately, then...
Yeah. I gave it to Blanca because Blanca usually gets a turn before Karen does. Meanwhile, I'm here playing as these characters. Why?
Oh yeah.
Well, good question.
Well, you're about to go to shooting range simulator.
This split online split is called... What is it called? I think it's like... Unnecessary split. Yeah, there you go.
Basically.
It's
Waste of time.
It's a complete pointless thing. Like, I get the reason why they're doing it. They're kind of like trying to show you an element of like what's going to come next. Like basically, Kato, the Oka, the one that LCC is playing as, is basically a reincarnation of Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima in the first game, obviously, who got wrecked in the face by a gun.
That's
Very nice description.
So he basically, because he loves it, he's trying to bring it back to life. So that's the reincarnation, and that's, you know, bringing back the idea of reincarnation. Enjoy. I've got a cutscene as well, yay. And so basically, it's like showing you her going through her training, so that when you play with them and they're kind of, you're having to deal with them in the story, you know what they've been through, and it's kind of introducing you to a level you're going to go to later with the main characters. But it should have been completely optional. It should have been like, you know, finding out what happened to Zack Fair in Final Fantasy VII. It should have been on the side, not mandatory. I'm going to go to the main part.
Oh, I was gonna talk about disagreeing, but I won't do it while he's away. There's a lot of moving parts in this plot. Like, yeah, again, later, or never. Might be the reality. That's fine.
So it's a pretty basic operations. This little mini game is. So you hit the button as the signs appear, and you don't shoot pictures of Kato because Kato's your husband, though. So as long as you don't shoot Kato, you're fine.
And yes, it does waste time to shoot him. Don't shoot him.
Yes, because a text box will appear and he will scold you for being a bad shooter.
And it's completely random, so sometimes you just lose time because the game wants to make you lose time.
Sometimes there will be 4 pictures of Kato just because he wants to display his massive chin. You have to sit there and wait for all the things to disappear. Stuff
If you
along
look good
the
in a
plans.
cape, man, like, you work it.
Yeah. Well, true story. His design made me think of Doctor Strange from Marvel.
Yeah,
So I keep
pretty
referring to him as Doctor Strange because every single time he appears, he seems to be casting some eldritch magic instead of being this, like, military figure.
Those high collars, man.
You do have to come back to this lab at some later point in the game, but for now, you have
It's
to do
not
this.
that far off, actually. Because
Yeah,
we go through areas so
actually
quickly and kill bosses so fast, it's like half hour will be there probably.
I forget you also skip all the cutscenes. If you're doing this casually, it takes a little bit longer because there's a bunch of cutscenes in between.
Yeah, you should probably come up with some kind of name for the type of thing that you're doing, where you do things quick.
Yeah, what's a good word for that?
I don't know.
Speed something, probably. Speed walk.
Beat action.
Speed action, there we go. Enjoy my speed
RTA.
action playthrough. I guess it's nice that they included a timer in the top right, so you can tell whether or not you're losing time compared to your best split. Just be angry when your time is slower. It's like, god damn it.
Yeah, every game should just constantly have a timer in the top right-hand corner.
Yeah, it's a good way to check without even looking at yourself. It's just go, dang, I know I'm ahead or I know I'm behind. Speed action replay, thank you, Street Manager. Also, I thought that was a picture of
Yeah, that particular shooting range actually doesn't have any pictures of Kato. So it's
Interesting.
very easy to just mash whatever button you want. Not have to worry about it.
If you mash the wrong button, doesn't he still scold you for being a bad shot?
Yeah, I think so. I always
think he
press the
does.
button whenever I need to.
You can randomly lose time to those things because yeah, that happens.
.409 is actually pretty good. Average is like 415, 420-ish.
Ooh. That is pretty.
There was a question in chat before about... Oh, not a questioner. I hope next year's Kadelka will be in the relay. Does Kadelka route it out, Tide?
Yes.
Oh, very much
it
so.
is. Divel and Nuka, who ran Shadow Hearts 1 for our team.
That would be why he's asking then.
Yes.
Well, the original plan, because we actually weren't sure what was going to be busy from last minute stuff, was that if we can't do a race week with Delta, we'll just do a full game relay of all the games in the series. Because I know Rudy was like playing debate about why we didn't include Delta, but the problem is he couldn't really do a race relay because we didn't have a second person running for Shadow Hearts. So you can either do Kudelka, then do Shadow Hearts 2, Shadow Hearts 3, and then not do Shadow Hearts 1, or you can do 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3 kind of makes more sense than do Kudelka, then 2, 3. So this was a little bit different than the relay last year, because it is 2 teams competing each other. But I think next year, if we do this again, it will probably be Kudelka, and then 1, 2, 3.
It's good to shake up the format, probably.
Yeah.
Kudelka's pretty short though, it's like 2 hours, so
Yeah.
it's
like
not going to add
90
crazy
minutes.
amounts of time, although it's already pretty long as it is.
Yeah. It's because these 2 games, 1 and 2, add together is like 13 hours.
Oh yeah, there's a couple unskippable cutscenes in this game. The one before the last boss of Disc 1 is one of those too. Well, 3 actually.
Oh, 133 is the current WR, I guess, or is this PB?
Yeah, well, I'm saying 2 hours because I know the game is crazy luck-based
Yeah,
stuff and marathon safety and all that jazz.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna ask. It was like, Kudelka's very volatile game, from my
Yeah.
understanding of it.
I unfortunately don't know enough about Kudelka to comment, but along the same lines, it's also why like the safe estimate from the new world is so much higher than what our PB times are. Just because there's so much stuff that can happen and get wrecked some other time. So
It sounds like a run I should check out.
You should check it out, it's actually
you
cool.
should definitely follow. Yeah, you should definitely follow Delunka. Watches highlights if you're into that, Grunter.
Yeah, I've watched him do quite a few, even though I don't say much in his chat, but it's gone down a crazy amount, and yeah.
And unfortunately, no, we will not be doing the good ending full because in order to do the good ending, you have to max out all the fetishes, and you don't get enough soul power from that naturally. So basically, the run would just involve a lot of grinding to get the extra souls. I should
Yeah.
go for it. Goddamn.
Good
He
ending.
wants me to do these things.
You'd have to. There's just a lot of different things you have to do. Like you have to fight a lot more battles along the way. You'd also have to pick up an item that doubles your soul after battle, and you have to do an extra side quest. And after all those things, you could probably get away with a run that makes it work. But it would go to like 6-7 hours probably.
I think it will still take a while because like you'll probably involve some sort of random grinding because even when I was doing it in my casual playthrough, it took like a really long time to max out all the fetishes. You
Yeah.
gotta do the snap side quest too because one of the fetishes is located behind the snap side quest item.
Yeah,
So you
I'm
can take more pictures.
not really sure how long all the fetishes would take to get.
Your run's probably gonna just diverge into something significantly less risky than the regular run is, I assume.
Yeah,
Yeah, it would.
it's just because you're also gonna have more levels for the final boss and everything.
It'd be much
So
more
you wouldn't have
stable. Best way to put it.
Having quite a bad split so far with Karando. The first enemy dodged, so it's the biggest hit. It's the biggest hit.
That happened to LCC too.
Did it really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exact same thing.
He missed the one.
He missed the one hit I needed him to hit, and then it's like, oh man, okay.
Last Samurai Man is it's not very accurate, unfortunately. If only he was Tom Cruise and not Karando.
Tom Cruise confirmed for Shadow Hearts 3.
Yo, I am totally on board for that.
Seems like the best place to start with a film series. Shadow Hearts 3, yeah.
Exactly.
Not
I can't wait
Kudelka.
until Tom Cruise plays Last Samurai Man in Shadow Hearts 3. But I don't think there's a samurai in that game.
Shadow Hearts 3. Well, what was supposed to be Shadow Hearts 3 was going to have Karando's father in it. So
Oh, okay, so there will be a last samurai then. Alright. Tom Cruise for Shadow Hearts 3.
he does look a little bit more feral than Karando, I must say. For lack of a better word. But yeah.
Alright. So we rescued the princess, and we just finished the side content with the mutant apes. I am not making that up. That is literally what they're called. And we're off to visit the graveyard when we're trapped in this weird force field area that we don't know what it is. So our party obviously walks straight into the trap, and then we have to fight this demon thing. Tsukiyomi, indeed.
I've had really bad enemy spawns as well. Like, what's really good about the fights I'm fighting is that if you get enemy spawns that are all together, you can use either Rock Storm or Hail Breeze, whatever you got, to one-shot them all together. But if they're separate, you have to kind of obviously go out your way.
Oh, that brings up a specific move I'd been meaning to ask. Like, I see you use Hailstorm a lot, Hail Breeze, right? A lot. Is that for speed of animation or the hit area, or?
Rockstorm's quicker than Hail Breeze in terms of animation. The range, I believe, is the same for tier 2 spell. For those two particular tier 2 spells. Same with Red Blaze. But yeah, I mean, it's just the animation is quicker for Rock Storm.
So at any point where you've been using Red Blaze is explicitly for the weakness, more than anything else.
Yeah.
Let's get the Seal of Speed in the warehouse.
Alright, we killed another boss.
I gave my first one to
Sick.
Yuri because I wanted to make sure that he definitely gets his go first in the battleship, because you need to obviously use it in battle to get the most out of it. So I used it on Yuri first because Karando is with Blanca, so you can normally get away with Karando or with Blanca in the battleship. So it's easier to kind of use the second Seal of Speed on Blanca than it is to use it on Yuri, because you have to kind of deal with Yuri's particular battles. Just as an aside there.
Alright, then at this point LCC defeated Tsukiyomi, which actually turned out to be Karando's fusion form. So yes, Karando is Yuri's cousin, so he can also fuse into different demons. And we find out that most people in this in their bloodline can actually only fuse into one demon, but Yuri is special, fuse into multiple demons. I forget the exact reason that they provided, but just know that Yuri is special in this regard. Then we find out that this force-field area is actually something of like created by this guy named Duran. Basically, this giant baby head on a pillow. I'm also not making that up.
Shadow Heart's enemy design is.
It is pretty great.
And
You have to start describing it.
well, yeah, that's what they're tapping into. That body horror stuff that sounds like a laundry list. From memory, I think it's supposed to just be the trauma is why Yuri is special. You know, determination and all that.
Yeah. I don't remember the exact thing. But you get trapped in this area because of Goran, and the reason why he decides to trap you is because the minister or president, I don't remember who it is exactly, basically wants to take the his political rival out of the picture. And his political rival adopted that little girl that you saw earlier, who the game refers to as Princess. So
It'll probably be a minister because you're still in Imperial Japan.
yeah, probably minister. So anyways, he wants to take out his opposition, and Garan decides to entrap the party into basically purgatory, and hopefully you get killed there is his plan. His excellent plan until he gets punched in the face. Now, in this dungeon, you have these star symbols on top of the gates. If a star is red, that means that it's being protected by some sort of spirit charm. And if you approach it, it will actually teleport you back to the beginning. So in order to pass it, you have to first find the amulet or the charm, whatever, to break through the spell that's cast on the gate. That's kind of why LCC had to take that detour, because if he did, he can't proceed through the rest of the dungeon. He'll just keep warping back to the beginning.
So you're just doing a ship from memory, Bowie?
Believe so, yes.
Yeah,
Oh
okay.
boy. That,
Oh, he's doing well, so...
from memory.
Godspeed.
I don't know, man. If it works with you, definitely go for it. But yeah, like I said, it varies from runner to runner, from game to game. You know naturally where you're supposed to go. You probably don't know what's for it.
Let's see how it goes. I might make one mistake or two, maybe, but not hopefully.
I just
not too
remember when LCC lost a run that was like 13 or 14 minutes ahead because he got lost on the ship.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah.
My notes said to do one thing, I did the thing, and then it was the wrong thing. Then I said, "Hey, what's going on here?"
It's like you had to do the exact opposite of what your notes said. I was like, "Oh shit."
I think the reason I don't use notes for this bit is because like it's really hard to kind of find your place. Like, where was I? Where the hell was I? Whereas if I just kind of went out on my way when I first like wrote the notes up to learn it.
Yeah.
And then
I have that situation as well, where when I was learning Star Ocean 3, I basically learned BowietheHero completely blind because following the notes there didn't really work for me. Also, LCC is getting to battle here because he has to manipulate his mana levels, because the boss, Garan, has this tendency to drain your mana. So what you want to do is you actually want to decrease one person's mana by having them cast Cure, and then you can, since that person's mana is lowered, Garan will lower that person's mana to 0. So it's a bit of an AI quirk that we're trying to take advantage of. I believe that's also why we actually pick up the Seal of Life as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's really a thing I should be doing anymore. But yeah, that was the original intent. Use a Seal of Life so I could use Arc Cure so I could actually drain MP.
Yeah, so you can control where the MP drain is, because you don't want the person to be primarily needing to cast the buffs eating an MP bust. Also, I didn't know even there was a 5th key there. Interesting. Right.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
Now I know. Now I know.
There's a lot of random keys just scattered around this game that you can kind of pick up, and they're pretty useful.
Yeah, it's
turns
like
out.
they're pretty useful because you can smash things even harder.
Go get the chest first, which has the key. Go into the cabin and switch over. Press the switch first. And then one person. Yeah, go to the key. Go to the cabin. Flip the switch. Then switch over teams. Switch. Yeah. Yeah.
This will help.
Getting caught in a fight in this particular battleship is terrifying because half your party, obviously you have split your party down the middle, kind of balance it with party members who are leveled up on both sides, strong on both sides. You really only need Blanca and Corando and the 2 weak ones, and they won one team, and then Yuri and some strong ones. Move the lever. Do I swap? I swap now.
So there's that MP buster talking about. Drains your MP exactly down to 0. But you manipulated your MP well enough.
Oh, I didn't use energy charge. Well, okay.
Oh.
Oops.
Boss might survive a second turn. Horrifying.
How can this be?
We're due for the extreme soon from memory, right?
Yes. I actually think it's after this dungeon.
Yeah, it's been a long time
Wait,
since we actually
what?
played the game.
Tassel from the New World. No, I did not. I will look at that soon.
I heard about that from DDR.
I want to know more.
I hope they use one ring combos, which we can't use. his goddamn shifting areas that you can never tell where everything is supposed to be. Just incorporate all the ideas we played around with, but you can't actually do consistently.
I mean, I kind of know how it will go already, but yeah, it's something I want to see still. Because I didn't expect anyone to ever task that game, ever. Is it Nero that's doing it? Or is it someone else entirely different?
Who do you mean, Nero Takanoko?
Yeah, Nero Takanoko.
Yes. So for those of you that don't know, Nero Takanoko is a Nico streamer who does who ran all 3 games. So he did 1, 2, and from New World.
Yeah, he probably was one of the very first people to run these games. Even though he did all his writing separately from us, like we did our own stuff pretty much. And we did it way better. Not to toot our own horns or anything, but we did it a lot better than he did it. But it was cool seeing him run all the games still.
Yeah, he was the pioneer.
Yeah,
we just,
I think he's more into
followed
Chrono Cross than anything.
Gone the way of Chrono Cross. A game that has talking turnips.
Oh, I've just been surrounded. That is horrendous. This is really bad. Like, this is beyond bad.
You should get lost.
No,
Please
I've
don't
been
tell me you got lost.
No, it's
surround.
surround. It's not the worst surround, but it sucks still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I surround with those machine gun dudes. They're bad enough that they're still memorable on a casual run.
The thing is, I'm
I
gonna
just
lose
remember
the
them
character.
wasting a ton of time, which is basically what they're known for. Just wasting time.
Couldn't get away. Couldn't
Oh
get
yeah,
away.
this is the return of Joachim Run. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh god, there's a very real chance that I can die here. Couldn't get away. I think I'm dead.
Oh man.
Great Gamma.
Defeat.
Yeah, the Joachim Run.
Think I'm dead here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a game with run failures.
The stream lag just makes that even more suspenseful.
We're suspenseful.
Oh, well, like,
When did I last save? I think I saved at the beginning of the disc.
Uh-oh.
yeah, you probably would have had a forced save there. Or am I just thinking way too much? PS1 era, I can't try and change discs without saving.
Beginning of the disc.
Dang, that sucks.
Ow.
Yeah. This is what happens when you run a game that has run failures on it. So, those of you that run up to time, be very happy you have the flee command. Because when you can flee, you don't have to worry about every single time you run your game. You're just dying to run failures.
This guy always meteors Anastasia and Joachim. He hates them.
I really wish we could find a way to run as Blanca, just consistently.
Oh, that'd be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah. Blanca's field run animation is really fast. Thank you, Dolnuka. So the link is in Discord. Those of you that want to watch the tasks of from the New World.
Yeah, I'll check that later. Not gonna watch it during the relay because it would probably lag other streams and stuff.
That would be pretty
Probably
ball
distract you.
I'll just watch the speedrun while I speedrun, yeah.
I could probably do it, but I don't
Do it in your
want to lag Bowie's stream.
So yeah, the foreign minister, his daughter is referred to as princess, whatever, wanted to visit the grave, which is the whole reason why he came to this area. So we rescued the girl, and now you have a bit of free time. And all of a sudden, there is a massive earthquake, and then monsters are summoned, so your party gathers together, and they decide, okay, we're gonna fight these monsters. Check out the dance on the shopkeepers, by the way, it's pretty great. I can't believe they actually animated that just for this one scene.
I've actually never died to Mikasa. I don't think I've never actually died to Ace around. Actually, first time for everything.
Well, the run rate is usually not too terrible, but sometimes the game just, like when you deal with run failures, the game just doesn't want to give you time to.
Yeah, RNG got RNG, man.
Yeah. Those failed runs bring scary from the dual flashbacks. Yeah.
Oh, can't wait, man.
Don't worry, we get to deal with those. We're gonna be saving often. Like all those save points you saw like halfway in between the dungeon, you're like, who's ever gonna use these? Well, we're gonna use them.
Yeah, if you thought I was saving a lot in this run, they'll be saving twice as much in the next game.
Pretty much.
Like most of the saves I'm doing is just in case my console crashes or something, or I get like a really bad surround. Most like Asia is pretty safe in terms of you know, staying alive. Mostly.
Mikasa's literally the only worry.
Yeah.
Mikasa's the only worry.
Yeah, pretty much just Mikasa because you have weaker characters. That's like the only spot. Everything else is pretty easy. Especially since you get the warning device.
Yeah. That gets rid of the surrounds.
Are they available slightly earlier? Not that I expected to use them in the speedrun, I just don't remember them being quite so late in the game.
Warning
The
device?
warning device in this game is not until Japan in one of the cities, so it's pretty late.
It's the second visit to Nihonbashi. As far as I know, unless you know of an earlier one that's easy to get.
No. Like I said, my memory is off. It's been a long time since I've played this. Actually.
Did it change your ring back to a standard ring?
Yes, it's a funny little quirk about her. She's the only character that automatically switches back to normal ring. I don't know why. It's just that's how they programmed it. It goes back to defaults for her.
I guess they were too worried that you would be missing rings. So here.
Yeah, I
change
mean, I
it
just
back to
missed one,
standard.
so I used her, so
Obviously.
they're throwing me a bone. It doesn't matter, I mean, it's the same amount of damage, or same required damage. Unless you miss it. Like I just did.
And yeah, we only get to use these guys once or twice during this portion. Just to kind of give you an idea that like they want to introduce some semblance of background to these other characters.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons for the Ogre scenes, specifically. Like, obviously, something that happens later. But, like, it's setting up that Kato successfully revived someone. Like, every other time it's tried to happen, it's ended up being demon babies that are tree monsters, right? Like,
Yeah.
Kato successfully resurrected her. And with the Emigre manuscript, which we haven't seen, but there is a sequence where earlier in Europe where Yuri gives Kato the Emigre manuscript. And Kato has actually done something that no one else has successfully done properly, even after all of these years of... because that's more implied backstory of the Emigre manuscript has been used a lot of times, and it's always bad. And you've seen it go bad, like Kadoka, Shadow Hearts 1 has a rehash of Kadoka in a tiny dungeon. I'm pretty sure you've even seen it at this point in 2. Like, it's pretty clear that it's bad news, and Kato's successfully done it. It's part of the mirroring between Kato and Yuri, which again comes up later when, spoiler warning for a cutscene that will get skipped, tries to revive Alice, and it's successful-ish. Like, even Kato's success is flawed in that she's lost her memories. Like she's a different person.
Yeah, there's a very nice, I mentioned that earlier, but there's a very nice foil between Yuri and Kato that they set up. And part of the reason with all the stuff with the mutant names is that it just lends that portion of the writing to be done by the development instead of just dropping it on you. So, unfortunately, gameplay-wise, it's kind of... It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's jarring gameplay for the plot stuff that makes the game stand out. Again, armchair designing, I can't think of a better way to do it, so a lot of props for him for how well it's handled. And so much of this stuff is just on the page, like it's never explicitly stated. A lot of it's just interpretation. I really like how much Shadow Hearts works. Like as a series for a complex plot, working off a lot of external data, like references to points in time in history are kind of important. It's got a lot of stuff and it doesn't handhold you through it.
Yeah, there's a lot of nice written thematics. Of course, certain other stuff that you do within the writing that if you look hard enough, it's definitely there. So it's really well done.
And it works on a lot of levels too, right? Like it works without Shadow Hearts 2 stands alone, even, but with the background of real world history, Shadow Hearts 1 or Kadelka, even like it stacks on to be such a strong story.
Okay, so that was our bit of introduction, or rather, they talk more about the mutant apes there. So now we're actually back within the old man's house, and LCC just picked up the Extreme. This thing, we've already seen the mind's eye in action. So what the Extreme does is it removes the dial from the ring. So now your ring has no hit area, and you only have a brief glance of what your ring looks like with the dial for like 2 to 3 seconds before it disappears. I think it might be even shorter than that. But
It's
if
like
you hit the ring,
less than half a second. It just shows it briefly.
It's very brief. If you hit the ring, it increases the power of the attack by 3 times instead of 2 times. So now we can do even more damage than usual.
If you thought this damage was ridiculous, well now it's getting even more crazy like Goku.
You could say
It's great.
Quite
Extreme!
The enemies have like 6,000 hit points now for bosses or something, and we're gonna one-shot all of them. That's pretty great. One is Extreme Bat Hilda. I don't think anybody's gonna go for that. That's too crazy, Huang.
I just think it'd take a long time. Go get it.
If the route ever gets to that point, that's probably when I will stop playing the game.
That's what Garrett said about this game.
I'll never be able to do it.
I could figure something out to make it good. It's so hard. I get it. Half your run is just trying to get perfect so you don't actually not get it.
You're gonna die. Get face wrecked. I know for those of you in the audience that haven't played from the New World feel like we might be over exaggerating. Well, trust me, when we get there, it'll be great.
I hope everything goes flawlessly and it just looks easy. And someone gets world record.
I'm just gonna use the new bat round, make everything look super easy. That's the plan. So now we're inside this lab, which is where Kato and his secret base of operations is. But more importantly, it's where we find out that Nikolai is being held captive. So earlier, when we were in this area playing as with the firing range minigame, we're basically in the exact same place now, just that we're going the other way around. We get to see where Nikolai gets tortured.
They did show Nikolai in the previous cutscene, so it's not a plot reveal or anything.
Yeah.
It's the characters learning another plan.
Yeah, that's the main reason why you're here. The secondary reason is also the fact that, well, this is Kato's base of operations. Let's go visit him, because he's an important dude. We're supposed to be good friends with him.
Yeah, it's really the setup for that even though they are mirroring Yuri and Kato, Kato is doing questionable things that Yuri doesn't do, even though Yuri is a
dark harbinger of death.
Yeah, that's the words.
Yeah.
Pretty much what.
Words.
I think anti-hero was what I was going for, but Dark Harbinger of Death is, yeah, pretty much just an anti-hero.
So, Bowie, somebody in chat is wondering which of the 3 games is your favorite. I think I already know the answer to that.
Go for it.
I'm guessing it's Covenant, isn't it?
To
It's the
play,
first.
yes. Narratively, it's the first, but to play,
Yeah, to play is the first.
Covenant.
I think a lot of people would agree that, like, 2 is probably their favorite. I don't know, I'm biased.
That's the thing.
New
every
World,
time I
man,
hear-
it's amazing.
Everyone is always talking about how good the new from the new world is. I just can't get over, like, gameplay-wise, it's fantastic, but I just can't get over the change in tone. It's
I really don't hear that many people talk about how good From the New World is, really. The people that I hear it from all the time are people that are either in DL that love the gameplay, or it's with, like, LCC and Trank. I haven't heard that from, like, anybody else, like, ever.
Yeah, it's really that old discussion that we have on the DL of do I play RPGs for the story or do I play them for the mechanics? And
Yeah.
people that like the mechanics, that favor the mechanics side, very, very much on for the new world being better than the people that like it for the story.
Yeah, that's definitely the, I think, general consensus, is that if you want to play the game with the better story, you play the first 2 games, but if you want to play the game that's stronger mechanically, play From the New World.
There was a wonderful 2 weeks when From the New World was just released and we were all working through it that we thought it might be really cool for plot things, and then it just turns out that
I've been so
no, they don't do anything with Lady and Killer. They are just Lady
They just
and
did
Killer.
nothing. They just,
Yeah.
I don't know.
They just
They
just
had
kick your
setups
ass.
for stuff that never actually happened.
Do they really need to say anything else? They just need to combo you and run around you to death. That's cool enough.
Friggin' power.
Play Street Fighter for the story. Thank you, Power. Somebody understands my sentiments for playing Street Fighter. Why I stopped playing it. It's the story, man.
I play Soul Calibur single player, and that's part of it, which is
How will
sad.
I ever find out how Ryu gets rid of the Satsui no Hado, or whatever it's called? That evil intent. That's what they call it in English.
Yeah, it kind of loses something in the translation, I think.
So LCC is basically back in the first floor of the lab now, just escaping from the lab itself. Picked up a 5th key along the way, which again also looked to be important. So obviously there's a save point, which means the boss is coming up. And I forget the exact name of this boss, but we're in Hojo Laboratory. Is the name.
Master Cylinder.
Master Cylinder, there we go. I just think of him as Dr. Fun.
It can be potentially dangerous if you don't kill him right away. Potentially.
Oh, I see. Potentially.
But
Alright.
he's not really that dangerous.
I can never tell which boss in this game is dangerous because I just one-shot all of them.
I just one shot all of them. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy game.
Before the extreme, this boss was kind of a pain because you didn't do enough damage right away.
You actually have to do improv strats, I guess.
I had to heal people, do stuff like that. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. Heal people. Dang. Look at this heal people strat in this game that I've never heard of.
I missed the raid.
I do need the bloody key. Stop hesitating. Just take my key.
Missed my ring.
Oh boy. Alright. Yeah, 3209. That was without the 43 rage and without the strike on the actual attack itself. So just imagine if you actually stacked all those together.
I think you have to imagine it will probably happen in the next boss or two.
It's pretty great.
It's pretty great.
Amazing one-shots. Alright, 242, poke it to death. Down goes Hojo. Except this time he doesn't have Genova cells instilled into him, so he doesn't transform to a giant mutant.
Yeah, the robot monster still disappears in a magic circle. It's
Yeah, about that. I
little
thought it would
terrifying.
explode, now that you mention it. I didn't realize it just, like, vanished. So we ended up not being able to capture Nikolai. Because, Hojo, being equivalent to his FF7 counterpart, decided to experiment on Nikolai, trying to free the will of Astaroth from Nikolai's soul. And he ended up destroying, I think, Nikolai's ego. So it freed Astaroth to possess Nikolai's body. So now Astaroth Nikolai is in control and flew off somewhere. So he is, we had to hunt him down, basically. We can't just, have basically gotten a hold of him and take his lunch money, unfortunately. And there's the
100%
warning
Covenant?
device.
I don't really have much interest in 100% RPG runs in general.
Covenant never got a sequel where Hojo uploaded his brain to the internet either. Dang.
Oh, how terrible.
Oh, Richard.
What was that lottery for?
The warning device
That was the, yeah. The
Right.
prevents
device.
surrounds.
No, it's not a thing in for the New World. They didn't have Benjamin Franklin invent the internet, unfortunately.
They all laughed at Christopher
Yeah, I
Columbus.
forgot what the name the little girl calls Blanca. Snowball, I
She
think?
calls it, yeah, Snowball, yeah.
And Blanca's all mad about it. Like, that's not my name! Except, you know, he doesn't say words.
He
So he's
does.
just all woof woof.
Crest magic, red Cradley. Perfect.
I think we go into some mountains now to hunt Nikolai. It's part of the plot. Get the exact reason why. But first, we have to
Welcome
talk
to
to our
plot.
teammates, who are scattered around the streets.
100% on Covenant. That would take quite a while. Have to get all the weaponry.
There's a lot of fetch quests, back and forth and stuff.
Having to get Durandal by itself would be an issue. You'd have to do the man.
Yeah, go to the Man Festival.
Which takes a while. What, 20 floors of that? 20 floors of Man Festival?
More than that, I think.
Well, it's 100 in the plot, but I forget how many you've actually got to do. Yeah, I didn't think there would be many people prepared to do 100%.
Oh wait, no, sorry. You don't go to the mountains first. You actually go and you decide to visit Randall's mother, who's Yuri's aunt. And we're gonna get trapped again by, surprise, none other than Babyface on a pillow head.
Same exact
Also,
thing.
you snap pictures
again.
of these dudes. It teaches Anastasia the 100% runaway skill. Fortunately, it comes after the point where the juggling soldiers of death are aboard the ship, so it's not very useful.
Yeah, I'd forgot how backloaded a lot of this game is. Like in your normal RPG pacing,
Yeah,
you
so Babyface first sent us off to Purgatory, and I think this time he sends us off to Limp.
Cool. Sorry, Tarada.
And this time with another gimmick. So as you can see, the screen is zooming in, but there is a weird like triangle candle pattern at the top. So the way this dungeon works is that the charms are laid out such that you have to move in a fashion. You go through each gate within the map only once. That's the gimmick of this dungeon. If you go through a gate that you've already been to, then it sends you back to the beginning.
Yeah,
And
you have
all
to draw a house using no
Yeah, I was-
no lines that go back
So
over
as
each
long
other.
as you move in a manner that doesn't keep going through, basically you go through the different gates, then you're okay.
I was fishing for how to
Unfortunately,
make the same
that
joke.
diamond doesn't light up every single time. So you have to kind of internally know where your position is. You're doing this casually. Obviously, if you're doing it in the speedrun, you just kind of follow what the route tells you to go.
Yeah, if you read the notes, it's riffing on a pretty common thing of don't draw a line over top of the other one. It's a common thing.
Well, I think Bowie's stream froze for me. Am I still connected to the internet? I think so.
I can hear you on here, so.
Alright. Good. I'll have to refresh or something.
I remember I once had a really, really good run when I was like 15 minutes ahead of my
Did,
PB, and I died to
Will you
Ian.
crash?
My stream's still fine. It's still sending. Yeah, it's still going.
Well, let's see what refreshing does. Oh, it worked. Perfect. Alright, later, Flonkity.
I'm fine. Actually, my split for this is not called called pointless split. It's called worst bit ever. It's just as good. I'm far too trigger happy at this point. I'm just like fire at everything, and then you get like 17 cartos in a row. You're just like, cheers.
Too bad they won't give you a prize for shooting 17 katos in a row.
I specifically go for them, you know.
It'd be great if there was like a trick where you can kill too many of them and it just makes you fail and takes you to the end. No one tried it until now, and it worked.
Secret way of getting through this area quickly.
And then you don't have to use them later on the things. It's just like you're not really ready for battle. Let's just
That would just make you guys even madder. Why is it not spawning any katos? Oh no, I got a terrible run. No katos spawn.
No katos, yeah. I have to wait for all of them to
That's true.
spawn.
I have to wait for the katos to spawn,
Oh,
so I can
pressed the
feel it
wrong one.
faster.
It would probably be worse because they don't spawn that often.
I got 3 carters in a row just there.
Alright. Now you can go ahead and baby face.
Baby rage.
Oh, there you shoot at me. So yeah, there's that baby kato where you shoot kato, then he just scolds you.
Wait, that's not baby rage. Baby rage is coming out as King Tamakos.
That's not baby rage. This is pillar.
Yeah, I'm saying King Tamakos is baby rage. At the end of the game.
Didn't actually
When you go
want
to
do this.
Scotland.
Yep. We're about to get there. first, we have to tell them what to shove it.
And
Did you get the warning device before or after Hojo?
say again?
Did you get the warning device before or after Hojo?
After.
Why so? Can't you go to Nihon Bashi before?
The lottery isn't there, as far as I know. It spawns later.
Why is this part of the game?
It's time for something completely different. So you can enjoy yourself shooting targets.
Sketch, so this is a speedrun of a JRPG. If it was a Monty Python sketch, it would be genius.
Uh-oh.
Good fan kitty. No, we didn't say that earlier.
Like, I can babble about reasons why it's there. I don't think it's good either, but I know what they're trying to do.
If Shadow Hearts 2 ever gets TES, Tarot card will be spammed. I do agree.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
The triple damage. is
Somebody will
too
figure
good.
out how to use Tarot properly, and then it will not be a useless move.
It's not useless anyway. It's really cool. When you accidentally choose it instead of aromatherapy, and you get the 3 times damage or the quad times damage against Susanoo O.
Yo, true story. When I was playing this game casually, I was so worried that because you know how the commands, the way they're laid out, like I'm so used to hitting up just to reach like a different command, but I keep forgetting that for Lucia, if you go from aromatherapy, hitting up goes to Tarot. So every single time I hit a Tarot, I get scared because I'm like, oh no, what if I draw the card that like instantly kills me?
Yeah, you can't back out of it, so if you accidentally select it, it's really bad. I've done that before, and it's like, man, I don't want to do that.
I don't want to roll Tarots.
And then my entire party died
Yeah.
because she drew the wrong card.
What a amazing function. But if you like to add challenge in your playthrough, you should definitely play through every battle using Tarot.
What I'd do
It's
is
the
I'd
only thing you're allowed
hack.
to do.
What I'd do is I'd hack the game and change the that tarot card that instantly kills you to rip run. That's what I'd do.
That's probably the right approach to the move. Like, any risk reward where you're gonna instant kill your whole party is probably too disproportionate on the risk.
Alright. Your Bowie's just finishing up the completely different side of things. Looks like I do believe you can game over here if your HP goes to 0.
Yes,
have
you
to
can. I've lost a
really
run to Hien before.
careless.
I was once 15 minutes ahead of my PB, and I had to hit Hien one more time, and then he dodged me and killed me. You can tell I'm really happy about that.
Yeah.
It's quite frustrating, like a little bit, just a little bit.
What do you do when that happens? Do you just like go for a walk or something?
When I lose a run that's on like a really good pace, I just take a break because like, I'm just too rattled to go back to it and keep grinding it down.
Going for a walk actually helps.
Yeah, speaking as somebody who has to does VP2 runs.
Just walk it off.
Yeah, well, Wild Arms Run Randomizer can also kill your run, although it just makes you lose like 25 minutes.
I love randomizer, man.
Depending on what happens, like if you use it on the final battle and you get angered and you just lose 25 minutes, you eventually get to the point where you lose so many runs to so many dumb things. I think you just kind of it's just part of the thing that you do. Run this game if you expect it. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, some of it's going to be a gap between losing a run and losing a good run, right?
Yeah, that's true. Alright, now we're fighting Saki, TheLCC. While Bowie's finishing up Mecha Battle. Nice. So, for the most part, this is one of those fights where I think it can get scary if you let the boss get too many turns, but...
I don't know. I never let them get turns.
Yeah, we're never gonna let them get turns, so I'm just actually reading the DL stat.
I have no idea what this boss does. I just kill it every time.
Apparently, it can energy charge and one shot you or something. But I don't know anything about what the bot does. When I say I had to read the stat topic to figure out what this boss does. I'm just like, really? Does that boss get turns in this game?
Death card? If you're talking about like the one you get at the very end of the game, there is an instant death card that kills bosses instantly, but it's only in the final dungeon that you get it. I think there's another one that doesn't, because they all have death immunity. But there is one at the very end of the game that bypasses that if you get like the proper setup for it.
Hey, it lets you kill Susanoo faster, I guess.
Yeah, it would. It would be the fastest way to do
Roll
it.
it perfectly.
Just get the right tarot
can use
card,
it
get
against
the
side
shiny
quest
sparkly thing.
bosses.
That was a really fun part of the game. Now let's go back to the real thing.
Sick. We're done with the giant robot.
Yes.
So now, Bowie gets to deal with the earthquake and then the monster attacks. Then he has to play with the mutant ape some more, because this wasn't enough. And we find out that Saki, who is Kurano's mom and Yuri's aunt, was possessed by something. I don't remember what it was, but she has a vision that tells her where Nikolai has gone into hiding. So we can now traverse up to the mountains because we have the instructions now.
Yeah, I looked over all the tarot cards in this game pretty closely to see if there's any potential to it, and most of them are either too difficult to get, they're kind of just out of the way, or the good ones aren't till way later. Coupled with the fact that it's random, I don't really have a way of manipulating it yet. So, not much I can do about it.
I don't think anything you get really adds worse effects to the pool, right?
I forget exactly how it went, but there were some that wouldn't really be useful in a speedrun.
Yeah.
They would just add
I'm
more
thinking,
garbage to the stack.
Yeah, I'm thinking from a baseline game design thing of
I'm gonna save here. Just
if you do have roulette, right, you don't want to randomly find things that this card just makes it so you can now party wipe versus.
Yeah, the world is great.
Yeah, I think the worst ones are all in there in the base deck.
Yeah, my favorite's the one that increases the size of the font of the damage. You can make it really large or really small.
That should be the only thing Tarot does, just aesthetic changes.
I don't think that's worth it, just to spend a turn to do aesthetic changes.
Yeah, it's like, we must do this now. It's a mandatory part. It's the equivalent of the Saban train suplex. Must rule the tarot cards to make the font bigger. Required. So the gimmick inside this particular mountain dungeon is that there are different stones you can collect inside these chests in the area. And when you put a stone on top of an altar, it changes the teleporter of the area to that specific color, and the teleporters lead you off to different paths.
My memory is right, it is Mount Fuji, right?
Yes, I believe.
Because of course it is, yeah.
Yeah. Where else? Where else would they have a mountain in Japan?
There are no other mountains
Exactly.
in Japan.
No other mountains in Japan.
Yeah, luck times 256 is good as well. You get the crazy crits.
I didn't even know there was a luck stat in this game. guess the joke's on me.
Didn't know there was a luck stat in this game. That is a special one, sir.
Yeah. I don't know this because if I want crits, I just roll the crit oil.
That was a really good Tsukiyomi fight.
Excellent, sir.
It's a gold by 11 seconds. Look at me.
Oh, baby.
I don't know why I'm actually having my splits up. It's very demoralizing. I can get plus 20.
It is. You should never do these marathon / relay runs with your splits.
It's more
Because it makes you realize how far behind you are from your PB.
I think what it is because like I haven't done this run for a while, so I kind of every time I run it assume I'll just get a PB because of how bad my PB is. But it's a case of it's not as easy as that. You got to practice. You got to get used to the game again.
My favorite thing is when I ran Wild Arms 3 on New Year's last year, which was a big derust. And by the time I got to like, was it like 7 hours in? I was like plus 50 point something. So it's like a whole hour behind. And I'm like, I don't know why I have these splits up anymore. It's just funny watching it really at this point. Oh, I'm like an hour behind. All right. Good job.
I didn't think I was that rusty.
Yeah, the reversed effects on the turret is really bad. Kind of depends on what turret you draw. Like some of them, it's like, oh, your evasion rate is down like to a quarter. It doesn't really matter. But there's stuff like your entire party is lowered to 1 HP, and there's entire stuff like, oh, when your speed is cut 75%. Like all that is bad.
I can just imagine.
I assume the inverted tower there is dump all your cash, which is rip.
I can imagine LCC kind of doing a really good run and getting a PB and on Susano accidentally does tarot card and then gets the death.
I'd have to pick up the card first.
Yeah, no, you could accidentally do it.
I could accidentally pick up the card and do it. That would be amazing, though.
That really sounds like something that would happen to me. 'Cause I get like the most amazing deaths in video games.
Oh, you mean the self-death? Yeah, that could happen.
All my deaths I highlight are various degrees of amazing.
It always makes me so sad when I see I couldn't run away. I just think one step closer to losing the fight. Very scary. Very scary.
Well, at least you're only dealing with part 2 enemies that don't have a lot of offense.
No.
Yeah, and
If
everyone
you're
wipes
playing this in part 3,
clean.
seeing that message, literally, it's like, it's really scary. It's like, oh god.
I do feel a little weaker than usual, I must say. Don't know why that is.
3 cards instantly kill you. Yeah, if I remember correctly, one of them is reverse death that instantly kills you. I don't remember the other 2 that can instantly kill you. One of them is like unblockable too. I should run this. I see, Richard. Why do you say that? You just want me to roll tarot cards, don't you?
Yeah, I don't want to see it happen.
Richard just wants me to do poor life decisions and just roll tarot cards so you can have a good laugh. Yeah, see, it's just YOLO tarot whenever you're behind on your PB. What can go wrong?
I believe.
It's a catch-up mechanic.
Just go Yu-Gi-Oh on that ass.
Perfect speedrun tool.
Oh, okay, I think that's the unblockable one, where it's just lowers and reduces it to 0. So it's not even instant death, it's just all your stats are going to go to 0, so you're dead.
Alright, this is the second unskippable cutscene of the game.
Yo, sick! We gotta watch,
Can take a break.
Yuri tell him to shove it.
LCC, please prepare your super hot fire retort.
Yuri, so you have finally arrived.
How you doing? You okay?
You tell me, how do I look?
You're a tough cookie, all right.
You're too late.
Nikolai.
That's no longer the Nikolai that you knew.
So, did you miss us?
Very soon now, the destruction of this world will begin.
Destruction?
Yes, that's right. Destruction. The malice released in the world will soon destroy it.
What are you going to do?
Waste him.
Be careful. His claws are poisoned with malice. There's no antidote for that.
One scratch, and that's it. I got it.
It cannot be avoided. My soul has been revived. The age of mankind is coming to an end.
Of course it was Alexia.
Joy,
course it was.
sadness, desire, all of it is finished now. I will usher in a glorious new future.
Before you do, can I ask a favor?
I always get a little bit nervous every time I have to go for something.
I wish you'd shove it.
Red
You know
cradle.
where.
Let's do this.
How much of it's just because you got rattled before?
I don't know.
Aw, yeah. I wish you shove it. You know where.
Good line. And then the comeback is just die. Pop shove it.
I muted the stream just for that moment.
Sentence, but I said it anyway.
That's the fun of verbal versus written. It doesn't need to be a correct sentence.
As long as you get the idea across, good enough.
Okay. Job done.
So you can see the ring has changed because we swapped to a gamble ring. Since we're using the extreme, hitting multiple times with the extreme can be difficult. So instead, with the gamble ring, we only have to hit the hit area once. So we're gonna be using a key for this. And now our cure is gonna just for safety, in case something bad happens, like missing the ring completely.
That would just completely do my head in, changing ring midway through the game.
Oh, and he's dead. 11,000 damage.
No big
That's like-
deal.
I think that's like
That's
5,000
without
more.
hitting strikes on my Yuri rings.
Yeah, on
It's
energy
125
charge
energy
or-
charge and regular damage.
Yep.
What a great game.
Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
Also, the boss has 6,000 hit points, by the way, just so you know
Yeah.
how much more I
was gonna say,
did
think
than I
it's-
really needed.
It's like, I think it's like 5,000 more HP than he has. This is
Yeah,
the DL. Like, these late game bosses, I have no respect for their durability because they just die in one hit, regardless of what you do. You do great.
Like the damage you're doing there is looking at like 2/3 of the final boss health or something. Yeah.
Final boss has 10k, so yeah, we basically do more damage at this point in the game than the final boss has HP. So pretty great.
Shout out to Joachim's running animation.
It's great.
Yeah. Running
I'm watching it
animation.
now.
This is your last chance. Watch this amazing run animation. It's for where the story is. Now that we told Nikolai to shove it, and send Astaroth off to the Shadow Realm. There's a cutscene that we completely skipped over, but basically all that build up with the mutant apes leads to Uka getting killed, protecting Kato. So Kato at this point is in complete despair. So Yuri goes back to report to Saki, telling them that they've completed their mission, but he decides that he wants to visit Kato at the cemetery. And there's a cutscene here where Kato basically tells Yuri that he's going to reshape the world, and basically the next time they meet that they'll be enemies. So this is very much a sharp contrast to kind of what Yuri does. This kind of goes back to what Grafter and I were saying earlier about how like the writing for this game is really sharp, because it really, you can really see the mirror situation between Yuri and Kato at this point.
Yeah, and this gets into endgame speculation on the plot, which, meh, time, another day. But yeah, essentially giving up and just rejecting the entirety of reality because the woman he's loved died twice for Kato. It's kind of a thing. And then Yuri, who's, even before Shadow Hearts 1's whole thing is that life has been kind of shitty for him, has had the love of his life die once, and then when we go to Scotland, some stuff will happen.
Always having to Scotland.
He's dying. Well, yeah, that's what you go to Scotland for. just to give up on life. Sorry.
Wow.
I can't help myself. But yeah, like, Yuri has had a lot of bad things happen, and just is like, but no, you can't destroy the entirety of reality just because bad things happened. Bad things happen to everybody.
Yeah. I think it just goes to show, kind of, because you get the idea that both Kato and Yuri are very strong-willed individuals, but it kind of just shows that, you know, in another possibility, it's quite easy to imagine Yuri falling into the same trap that Kato fell down to, and deciding that he's going to rewrite history because the love of his life died like more than once. So Kato's convinced himself that the only way he can, you know, be in a world where he is with Taro Kawashima, because he can't even provide her to do that, is to basically rewrite history. And Yuri basically is kind of thinks that's completely insane, as I think most people would.
There's also a couple of other things going on there, right? Like, Yuri has always had the power that he's had. He's a harmonic, so he's already killed God once. In Shadow Hearts 1, oh god, quotes around it. Like, Yuri has always been a powerful person, and Kato's background is that he was just a dude. Like, he was nothing special. He was a desk jockey in the Japanese military, and has ultimately come to all of this power, and his response to that is an abuse of the power versus Yuri's, who's his
respect.
Spider-Man, I guess. Like, yeah, that there is a lot of mirroring and juxtaposition going on. Like,
I think also that's a very important part about Yuri's character as a whole, beyond just his own power, but what the effect of the curse is, and his kind of coming to terms with it. It's about he's always been a powerful person, but this is the one thing that he's powerless to do. Like, the curse in the first one and the curse in the second, like, they both render him completely, utterly null and void. He doesn't know what he can do. So this entire game is about him using his power to try and fight against it. And at the end of the day, he just needs to submit, and that's what saves him.
Yeah, that's a very important point, because Yuri goes through a large portion of this game, like 99.5% plus of the game being under the curse of the mistletoe, and the more you learn more about the mistletoe, you realize that, you know, he really doesn't have a way to defeat it, so there is not going to be a happy ending, really, for Yuri. So he's not only dealing with all the crazy stuff that's happening inside Shadow Hearts Covenant, with God destroying demons and war and trying to kill him, but he's also really dealing with, like, the mortality that he knows it's coming, and he's completely powerless to stop it. Whereas before he's always been able to kind of do something. So watching the character kind of go through those phases is pretty interesting. If you haven't played like Shadow Hearts before, it's definitely worthwhile to play the first 2 games, especially if you like the story, because they do come together pretty well.
Yeah, and there's more components thereof. The mistletoe is draining Yuri's power. That's when Kato is rising to power. Where Yuri's endpoint is just unsolvable and unwinnable, Kato is trying to use all of his power to completely change everything. Someone knew what they were doing on that writing stuff.
Yes.
And I think what's very intelligent as well, actually, is in the recent article that the developer, in the interview he did, where he was saying that he wants to go back to Shadow Hearts and he wants to make the real Shadow Hearts 3 with Ben and with Yuri and Kamado's father, them, in their prime. He said that he was talking about the ending of 2, and obviously there was the fan theories about the canon nature of the bad ending in the first and the good ending in the second becoming the good ending in the first. That'll make sense when you see the ending here, but he confirmed that theory, which is it was a very intelligent theory the way they went through it, and the fact that that was confirmed again shows the kind of what we've picked out of what we've been given actually did have a meaning behind it. I think it's quite clever.
Yeah, and I'm glad that theory was blowing around more parts of the internet just than our weird little corner of it.
So LCC's coming up on to like Mechalord. We mentioned before in Shadow Hearts 1 that there's Shadow Hearts series loves having bosses immune one type of offense so that you're not completely stacked one way or the other. So for this fight, Mechalord is completely immune to physical attacks, so we can't do our standard energy charge and then bash its face in. But we did pick up that extra copy of Entrance. So we have 2 copies of Entrance that we can toss around with our magic sword. So we're going to be casting a bunch of fire spells that will basically destroy the robot. Do too much.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoy that they make the boss that's immune to physical damage, which the transformation you use for physical damage is the fire transformation. They still make it weak to fire, because why would you want to use any other form on Yuri than the fucking giant? Than the giant knight with the long sword and everything.
I'm so happy they decided to do that, because that means we don't have to learn extra fusions. Just one fusion for the rest of the game.
I kind of want to go up to the dev and go, was that intentional? Were you thinking about speedrunners? Also, little shout outs to this kind of cutscene that I'm doing with Shoki. I'm not sure if it was mentioned earlier, but there's a cutscene that happens, and then Yuri walks up to Shoki, and there's another cutscene that happens, and Yuri runs up to Shoki. I don't know why they just didn't make that all into one. I don't get it.
So you notice that LCC casted Bright Crest, so that's also important because the crests, which are level 4 magics, all have a related stat down effect when they hit. So when you hit the strike on a Bright Crest, it reduces magic defense. So the strike on it reduces magic defense by 43% instead of 36. So you get a little bit more damage out of your spell cast by taking that to work. If you have Anastasia in your party here, you can also take a snapshot of this boss and use the proton cannon. It's a special move, but we're just gonna cast fire on it and blow it up.
Here I go!
So with 2 in trance, you can trance both Karen and Yuri, and then you can just cast fire spells. Set Mechalord pack up. So as you can see, the damage on magic is not quite as good as that on physical, partially because you don't have the additional moves. So magic tops out at about like 2,000, 3,000 damage. But physicals, man, there's no limit to what that can hit. Why does Bowie seem so far behind?
Because I actually am that far behind.
Oh, Bowie also ate death on the battleship, which was bad.
I got
So he lost a lot of time there. ate like 5 run failures, which is awful. That's basically when you're a part of the game when you have weaker party members with you. So not being able to run away makes it such that you probably die. You had a chance to save beforehand, which we didn't. All that stuff all over again, unfortunately.
I should have saved before just to make sure, because I lost the reason I lost so much time because I had to do the beginning segment again because I had to go from the very beginning of the disc, which is about 6 minutes for the first split. So I lost about 8 minutes there, and also LCC for the most part is executing better than me from what I've seen from when I've been looking over. So I've just been slowly losing like half minutes here and there. So it's just been a slow burn.
Bowie is a very busy man, so he did the Shining Force relay last week. He's doing this week, and then several weeks later he's going to do the Star Ocean relay. So
and GSH,
he's also a little,
right?
Yeah.
And average limit break, and yeah, there's so much stuff going on.
He has a lot of stuff on his plate, so he hasn't had as much time to practice. So he's a little rusty with especially with the new route 2, which I don't think he's able to do a full run of even. So, there's little bits and pieces where the menuing is probably a little bit sloppier as well.
It's yeah, I mean, I've been trying to pick up a couple of extra things, and it's just been my Crest route more than anything else. I had a menu about an hour and a half in, 2.5 or 2 hours in, that just I probably spent about 3 minutes just trying to figure it out. Because I think apart from the execution in the Judgment Ring, it's kind of knowing your menus and kind of nailing them can actually save you a lot of time. And if you know exactly what you're doing and where everything is, you can just throw it out there immediately, and it's kind of it's a lot more important than it seems. And as LCC said, like the entire pretty much the first disc is like set up for creaming through the second disc. So all of the kind of intricate and technical stuff is done in disc 1.
Alright, so we're at the Scotland Castle area. So this area is designed with a chess theme gimmick. So different pieces of the chessboard open up different doors, and you need to pretty much have all the pieces in order to get to the final area. And there is a funny story regarding this part, because I think the puzzle here is it randomized? I don't think it's randomized.
It's somewhat randomized, yes.
Somewhat randomized? Okay, yeah. So we didn't know about this initially. At least LCC didn't know about this.
We as in
so
me.
Yeah, because I don't run this game, unfortunately.
Well, the original notes that Garrick made didn't mention a couple things, and I didn't realize there was a couple things even in the room, and it got me very confused. So I looked it up on GameFAQs, and the GameFAQs let me know what was up.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
That cost like 5 minutes.
Is that the notes for the room that is mirrored, but there are some things different?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the one.
The spot that
Every time I did it in
differences are.
practice, the chair wasn't, or not the chair, but the vase was never an issue. I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it was really weird because when Garrick wrote the notes up, he got the same two. So he got the same two formations. So he was like, "That must be it."
Must be it.
Are the runners going to use GameFAQs during this run? Good question. Are we going to use GameFAQs? Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Well,
But,
I don't say to not consult GameFAQs, so hold on.
We could look up when the warning device is first available, just to be sure.
Yeah, just let me know that that's first available, and yeah. That's right.
Speaking of GameFAQs, it's one of those things that I'm pretty sure every RPG gamer is aware of. Is that there's a user on GameFAQs called Alex who pretty much
Everyone knows
pretty much
Alex.
saved everyone knows Alex. Shout outs to him, just because he wrote pretty much every guide for every game that was worth playing ever.
And some that weren't, and then some that possibly don't actually exist. Who knows?
Yeah.
The breadth of his work is ridiculous.
The other person whose FAQs are pretty good are the ones from Split Infinity. Usually they have like bestiary and boss patterns and stuff like that. So those are also. Well, you might not know of him as much. He's really the only reason why I really know of him is because he does a lot of work for the Wild Arms series, and I read a lot of that crap when I was.
I've seen Split
doubting.
Infinity a bit, yeah.
So.
Yeah, Split gets around. He's a bit like Dan Simpson is for your PC RPGs.
I know Dan Simpson.
Yeah, like there's people that are just really solid in their niche, whereas Alex is just everywhere.
It's pretty much any RPG you go on. It's oh, there's the Alex fact. Okay.
It's so true. I think if there was ever like a lifetime achievement award for video games, like, you should get one.
Yeah.
Most
There's
epic.
another guy does a lot of like fighting game FAQs. I think Call Migaru.
Vaguely familiar, but
Yeah. I'm not as familiar with his stuff, but he was on the featured list for Game Facts a little while back.
Well, that's probably just because you're only reading like the plot synopsises on fighting games, right?
Yeah, of course. Gotta know more about the entire history behind why Ryu goes all evil. Sorry, Ryu.
Star Ocean 2.
Why-
There's a lot of
Why
cutscenes in
through
Star
his
Ocean 2.
little volcano, etc.
Yeah, it's got like a slow start, but after that's alright.
the only thing I want to know, I seem to recall someone had mentioned Street Fighter, right?
Yes.
Someone had mentioned Evil Ryu. Question: why is Blanca not in 5? What was?
Good question.
I have no idea. he's DLC. He's DLC.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
you
hope he
see.
isn't. I hate that character.
Is he good?
Why
against
is X not in Street Fighter 5? It's because Street Fighter 5 is supposed to have like a 2 or 3 year shelf life, right? Because they're not doing Hyper Turbo Extended Super Master Edition. They're just doing
HD remake and Knuckles?
patches.
Yeah.
Yeah, their game plan for that one is to just do patches, big patches, and release DLC.
Yeah, Star Ocean 2 is about 5 hours. I forget what the record is, but a while back it was definitely a bit longer. But I think there were some developments recently, so it's about like 5 to 5.5 hours now.
Does the PSP remake shave any time off that with the different basic combos or anything?
I don't know too much about the route itself. The one thing that I am aware of, the last time I checked, and this is a while back, is that the route requires Claude to have a certain like number of talents, and if he doesn't have those talents, then you have to reset. But I don't know if that's been curved away.
I think that's still a thing.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, there's a Star Ocean 2 thing. I don't think it really completely skips encounters, but it resets your threat level. Which means you just keep resetting it every time you go through or go into the menu, more or less.
Yeah, I think that's a tri-ace standard
Yeah.
thing. They use that engine, I assume, a lot.
So either here with the lore and the knowledge of the actual route. Apparently you item creation, the Eternal Sphere, you're able to.
Just one-shot Robotnik.
Yo,
What's
sick!
that?
That's
That was good.
that is the game plan for basically everything that's supposed to happen. You're taking more than one turn to fight this boss thing. You must have screwed up somewhere. Rip. 5,100 damage.
That's a lot.
And now LCC's fighting this recurring boss. That's I think also in every game. He goes by a different name, but we all know him as Baby Rage because just take a look at him. It's great.
So, chat, let's see your baby rages, please. Get your baby rages out.
Baby Rage. Baby Rage.
Baby rage.
I'm sad that my Baby Rage face broke. Doesn't work anymore.
Your baby
Yeah.
rage face.
I can't believe it.
What do you mean your baby rage face?
Some emotes sometimes just decide they want to break randomly.
Alright.
I don't know why.
Currently it's Paper Age.
Clear your browser cache?
Maybe.
Tamakos. That's what he's calling. No, I forgot what he's called here. King's Mother.
King Tamakos.
Ah.
Where is this lottery?
So I guess I'll put there. Also, nice spam PX. Except there's no emotes, so it's just coming off as a bunch of text. It's the guy on the bridge.
Just early again. I'm so bad
It's
at
like
this
standing
game.
right there, yeah.
I'm pressing it so early. I'm just aware of it as well. Let's just wait, please.
Cascade failure is real. Don't stress too much about it.
Yeah. It's a real thing when you're running these games.
It's a
When you
real
screw up
thing in
once-
day-to-day life, Todd.
Yeah, it's real everywhere, but I mean, it's different because in some RPGs, when you just press the command, it executes it. So it's like there's no execution element to executing the command itself. But in these games, it's like I know what to do, I'm gonna do it, and it's like crap, I missed the ring. Call for cats. That's a good question. All the cats.
We need to make Malcat a emote and Blanca Z is going to emote as well.
Well, I have the pictures there.
I need to send mine to Dan. I need to send them to Dan as well.
Also, Rip Baby Rage. Didn't die in one hit, but it was close enough.
It's off by like 300 or 400 damage.
Yeah. Wait, me. I don't know what I did, but alright. I accept whatever blame you're laying on me, if it's for cats.
I should probably pay more attention to where that boss occurs. It's probably always related to emigrated dungeons or something.
Yeah, now that you mention, I think it is. I forget where it is in the first one.
If it's related to the Emigre manuscript, it'll be in the orphanage.
That's probably where it is. It's definitely related to the manuscript in the third one.
Yeah.
Alright, so Yuri gets to be sent to another vision of a soul. And we have the materials necessary. So basically, when Kato told Yuri that he was going to reshape the world, he tossed Yuri the Emigre manuscript and basically told him that the answers he was looking for was within the manuscript itself, because Yuri didn't really understand why Kato was doing what he was doing. So, as part of the manuscript, Roger decides that he's going to revive Alice, who, as we mentioned several times, died at the end of the first Shadow Hearts game. Bad ending, and it's the canonical ending of the start of this game. So Roger decides that he's going to do Yuri a favor and bring her back. So the whole reason why you were in that Scottish castle was to get all the materials necessary for Bacon to prepare the ceremony.
The one you were looking for was the Moonstone, which is apparently integral to the ceremony, let's say.
Yeah, he says it's integral.
Kind of is. Kind of.
Who is the little girl? That is
Jean is a little
Jean?
girl who.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jean was. She was a little girl who lived in Domremy with Geppetto, and she was killed in the war, basically. In that kind of onslaught that happened at Domremy, she was killed, and then she basically her spirit basically goes into Yuri's soul and kind of acts as like a guide for his spirit, as it were, and yeah. So she kind of helps guide Yuri through dealing with the mistletoe. She's kind of like a Jiminy Cricket of sorts, but yeah.
She's the she was also the owner of Blanca. So when she was still alive, Blanca followed her, and then when she died, Blanca followed Yuri. So that's also kind of how she plays in the story. So she serves as the owner of the dog.
And that's also why, despite being called Snowball, Blanca has an affinity for Princess as well. because she reminds him of Jean.
So we're about to go through the process, and basically during the scene, to sum it up, Bacon and Yuri decide that they're going to go through this, but Roger warns Yuri that nobody who has done this, and I Grafter was saying this beforehand as well, nobody who has read the manuscript has been able to properly perform the procedure. And there's dangers because, as we saw with the manuscript in the other game, the later games, anytime somebody decides to try to bring someone back from the dead with that rare manuscript, something really terrible tends to happen. Whether it's like they bring back a monstrosity or they become a monstrosity themselves. So Yuri tells the party that if he or Bacon ends up going insane and transforming or whatever, that they have to kill him. But they decide that they have to do this not only, basically not only to determine kind of what Kato's motivation is, but also kind of closure for Yuri at this point.
Yeah, I have always read that as more any reasoning for determining what Kato is doing is just an excuse. Like that Yuri is well past the point of breaking between the mistletoe and everything going on there. It's just like this is just something that needs to happen for the character.
Yeah.
I
really feel like it's, to me, it really feels more like it's the closure part that Yuri needs, not so much the motivation. But the game says that, like, you know, Kato tells him, "You want to find out like what I'm trying to do, then read this thing." Almost.
Yeah, and generally with the Emigre manuscript, it's the stock plot of you can bring back the body, but you can't control back what you bring back with it. So Flatliners did that, I think, something like that. I'm trying to remember what I've ripped that line from. It might have even been Kadelka, but yeah, like generally, it's the Emigre resurrection is just a flawed concept.
Yeah.
And
so they're aware of the danger that they have to go through this. And there's this cutscene that we see with Jean, but the important thing to realize is that we talked about several times about the mistletoe and how it affects Yuri, but through most of the game, he's also unsure kind of like how to spend his remaining time, because Yuri also kind of struggles with a bit of inner conflict here. He wants to honor Alice's gift to him with the gift of life, so he can't just simply give up and stop living. But at the same time, he wants to be with her, and the only way he can do that is realistically by dying, because she's dead. So, also kind of adds to why they want to go through this revival process, even though it's so dangerous.
And to go on to more of the juxtaposition stuff of Kato and Yuri, Kato's given up on living, but can't bring himself to kill himself, or whatever the motivation there is. So giving the Emigre manuscript to Yuri is also suicide by cop, essentially. He's going, well, I'm going to do this, kill me, like, whatever. I'm either going to reshape the world or I'm going to die.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The counter of what Yuri is doing of, well, I'm going to die anyway, but I'm going to keep trying to live no matter what.
Yeah, it's a nice mirror, nice full image. So, yeah, Kato and Yuri, like, even though Kato says that they're enemies, realistically, they're, like, they trust each other, so to Kato, like, this is the most logical decision he can. So, we are getting ready for the, actually, I don't remember if the revival process has already happened, because I forget whether or not that cutscene's skippable.
I thought that was the cutscene we just skipped.
Oh, okay.
Skipped. We're pretty much going to the final dungeon now.
Yeah.
Just one little thing to do here, and then we'll leave.
There's a cutscene with Karen, if I recall correctly. We actually haven't talked a lot about Karen's role in the story, but she's also really important.
Yeah. Also, I think you skipped. Did you say you skipped a scene with Alice, which is a very, very important scene as well? Which
we skipped the actual revival scene.
No, but as in the scene on the train.
Oh yes, we skipped that too, and yeah, that scene's also really important.
The scene on the train. What that is it was actually fully CG in the Japanese version, but not for us. But what happened in the scene on the train is basically Yuri goes to the train that he was on when Alice died in his arms. At the end of Shadow Hearts 1, they're on a train going to Germany, or to Domremy or wherever it was. Yes, no, Germany. And because it was in Zurich where her grave is. And she dies on the train because obviously she takes over the curse, the Malice curse in Shadow Hearts 1 and dies. So Yuri goes through a door in his soul, because obviously the graveyard is a physical manifestation of his soul. He goes through the door and is on the train where Alice is, and he has a talk with her, but it's not actually the real Alice. It's like the remnants of her spirit that's left over from taking on the curse inside his soul. He's reconciling with the last fragments of Alice that he has as well, which is a kind of very important part for his kind of again coming to terms with the curse. Yeah, it's a very beautiful scene. I'd recommend looking up. It's called The Oath.
Yeah, what I like about that scene at the end is that Yuri promises Alice that he'll be back when it's all over. That's kind of part of the reason why within the ending of this game there's some speculation about how to interpret the events, and you discount what the devs have said what they interpret the events to be, because at this point in the game, like, Yuri doesn't know that he can be quote-unquote saved from the mistletoe. So when he promises Alice that he's gonna be back, one can look at it as saying he's determined that, like, he's ready to die. That's definitely one way of looking at it. So it's a really touching scene. There's actually a couple of other really good scenes in this game that don't involve like action sequences. Like one of the other ones that we skipped over, like 3 hours ago, was when Yuri talks to Albert Simon inside the remnants of his soul when he needs to free Emma's power. And they're just sitting on a bench, talking to each other. And I think Snowfire alluded to this back in Shadow Hearts 1 commentary, where you find out that, oh, well, Albert Simon's real motivation wasn't to destroy the world, whatever. It was to stop stop Rasputin from doing whatever the heck he wants to do.
Yeah.
But it's a really cool scene, and yeah, if you get the chance, it's definitely worth looking up.
The thing about that bench scene is actually that again, it's kind of like Kato, not doing necessarily an inherently bad thing, but doing it in a bad way, and that's why he comes to blows with Yuri and Co. And that's why Yuri has to stop him, because he's doing something really bad just to try and stop one man. So almost being as bad as Rasputin with what he was doing.
Yeah, so LCC's in the final dungeon now. The way to traverse this final dungeon is to always hit green.
Yeah, just go green.
Yeah. If you
Sending
go green,
a message.
you're usually in the right place. I don't remember if you have to grab anything in this dungeon though.
No, you just go.
Don't you also spend like 5 minutes cursing that the scale is completely wrong, so it feels like you're taking forever to walk anywhere?
I never thought about it that way, but now that you mention it, it definitely doesn't feel the same.
Yeah, that's not a gotta go fast speedrun, why can't I move quicker thing. It's like, no, everything just feels wrong.
I guess they wanted to make the final dungeon a bit longer, so...
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be a huge monolith of stuff.
Yeah. I know there's like a 7th key in the final dungeon. And I know that we don't need a 7th key, so...
Yeah, we really don't need a 7 key.
Yeah, that's not the reason why I know we don't need anything in the final dungeon, but I just need to check. Because as you can see, when we fought Astaroth, the 5th key deals more than enough damage to kill it, so that's what strikes too, so we really don't need it. So the gimmick of this dungeon is that when you change the rings in the center, it alters the formation of the dungeon's layout. So normally, if you were playing this without a guide or anything, this can take quite a while, because there's lots of different formations you can try. 4 colors, 4 spaces, probably something like 24 different formations. And, we already talked about how this area feels out of scale, so it feels larger than it is, or sorry, smaller than it is. But in reality, it's like really big for some reason. don't want to get stuck here.
I really appreciate that the way through is just green light go. Like,
Yeah.
at least they've got that. They probably could have just done 3 colors instead of 4, though. It's stuck with the theme. But then I guess then your final dungeon being a traffic light's probably not great either.
Thinking your final dungeon was a traffic light, people would get the wrong idea. It's like, what is this? The message of this final dungeon? So telling me that in life I should stop, wait, and then go.
It's a good rule to live by.
Stop, wait, and go.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna get
Jump
my
in first.
PS2
A bit.
booted up because it's not gonna take LCC too long to finish the
So
final
if-
boss.
If they
I was
were
going to say, you've got to be
re-release-
ready to get tagged.
If they were going to re-release this on PSN, they give it like the Rogue Galaxy treatment, where they kind of up-res it a little bit. I would be all over that, like Robbie Coltrane on and a plate of chips.
I was expecting it. I hope, at least, that it, amongst a lot of other PS2 era RPGs, get on that whatever they're calling the rental service that they're doing with PS1 games and stuff on the PS4.
No idea, mate. No idea.
Yeah, like there's licensing stuff to fight with, etc.
I can't believe I never knew about that warning device. This is going to make every single thing so easy.
That's why I got
The
it.
amount of times.
It's pretty good.
The amount of times that I've been in the Immortal Mountain, it's like you get surrounded by the birds. They all use Archgale. Have fun. It's just like- Yet I've just been surrounded. What?
Did you not equip it?
I did. No, I pressed recommended. It must have gone. And the one fight I do, the one fight.
Well,
Oh, dear.
at least you found out, right?
I officially hate my life.
that is one way of looking at it. At least we found out.
I just, of course, I'd get surrounded on the one time. Oh my god, I hate my life.
Yeah. Why would it be any other way? Murphy's Law.
Why do I breathe? It's the question. Why do I breathe? Because what I kept not realizing about the whole warning device, because we were so focused on the concept of the demon ward necklace, which obviously decreases enemy encounters. We were always like, oh, we can't go get the demon ward necklace, it's so far out of the way.
It's super easy to just railroad on stuff, right? That's
Exactly.
why you share. That's why you share the path, the route, and everything with community, like you were saying before.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost there. Almost there. It's 3 in the morning as well. Good stuff.
Oh yeah, I hadn't even thought of that. That's kind of brutal.
Okay, I'm finally coming up on the last couple bosses.
Rising and Fusion first to begin with.
Yep, I hate those guys. But I hate the little girl more. She never leaves me alone.
Is it the worst boss because you've got to actually kill 2 things instead of 1? They
And
can
they
do
defend.
something.
What's really cool, I think earlier I was saying that it's very easy to kind of there are so many options that it's just the option to go ahead is the top option in like a list of menus and stuff. The good and bad ending of this game is decided in the last conversation with Jean. If you do the top option, which is just what the natural one is, and just mash away at X, you'll get the good you get the good ending. If you go down to the other option, you get the bad ending. So the good ending in this game is mash X to get
Yeah, it's a bit different from part 1 and 3. Where you have to go out of your way and do crazy stuff.
It works thematically better, right? I mean, I'm pleased that they didn't sacrifice the plot arc for the sake of gameplay, question mark.
It's very interesting because, like, obviously, there's the whole gameplay versus narrative thing. Like, I'm very much of the opinion, obviously, that a game is a game, and you know, a game is a game, and it's about playing the game. So that's the most important thing. But you know, there are some games where a narrative is just so strong and it can't be denied, and it's very easy to enjoy a game because of the story, even if the gameplay's not that great. Like, I've had games where the story's fantastic, the game is not interesting enough, but the narrative makes me want to play it because I want to find out what happens. And vice versa, where a game story is a good example of Star Ocean 4. The story is beyond garbage, but it's fun. So yes, the canon ending is the good ending of Shadow Hearts 2. So it goes Kudelka, Shadow Hearts 1 bad ending, Shadow Hearts 2 good ending, Shadow Hearts 1 good ending. From the New World as a spin-off. Second, because I've got my long cutscene.
Alright.
Alright.
In a bit. Good luck on your final few bosses, Mr. LCC.
I got interrupted at bad times. I did have stuff to say about the game versus plot thing, and it's just like the core of it is mostly that for some things it's unfortunate that they're called games instead of something better being come up with that's actually catchy.
Alrighty. This is off to an amazing start.
Yeah, I had to answer the phone. I came back. I'm surprised the game wasn't over.
Ay.
Do you have a better response than you pop shove it?
I do not. Hold on.
Well,
pocket watches and stuff there is just to fight the ring status effects, I assume.
yeah, it is. I got my time is 5:58 on my file I saved, so that's not bad.
Can
So
you
it's
see
probably
it?
a low 6. I think.
The other
I don't know
side
how
of
accurate in-game time is in this game. I think it's pretty accurate, but not quite there. But I'd guess like 6:05-ish? 6:10? I don't know.
Well then,
You started well before me,
Let's
and it's only
go.
6:02 for me. So, probably around 5:55.
Alright, ready. I just took out Lady after screwing up like 2 rings in a row. It's part of the tradition. To do a practice run on Lady and then possibly fuck up a ring.
Yeah, I thought you were doing a warm-up or something.
Yeah. Just to get ready for it. I mean, I'm gonna be saving anyway, so. Make sure I have the right memory. That's not the right card. That's not the right card.
Interesting opening.
Yeah, we're still above down. You did buy pocket watches, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a move that like hits you for 98 times and does 0 damage.
Do we have the copy pasta ready as well for the ending?
I don't have the copy of the past already, unfortunately.
Damn it. Okay. Just imagine a funny copy pasta about Monument Staccato chip.
Yeah, this final boss music is really good, so definitely
Cool.
worth a listen. Get the chance.
Just to repeat myself, whole soundtrack real good. Berserk track's amazing. Do recommend checking out if you haven't listened to it.
Yes.
Tide, if you don't mind ripping like 5 times throughout the run to give Trank some time to catch up.
Great.
Just like 5 times, but you have to be inconspicuous about it.
I think if you can get about an hour in, get to save and die, good.
Don't worry, I'm gonna be testing out new stuff while I'm doing the run, so this is potentially a very bad idea when you're trying to do a relay and testing new strats. But I had this plan a while back, I just never really got around to it.
My fight's been pretty slow so far. I haven't really got a good setup going yet.
Oh yeah.
You got the nullify, that is so annoying. That's the only thing that can really kill something. Kill a run without him actually actively killing someone.
I think
Let's try this.
we were saying that the final battle now the reroute isn't really losable, but
Not as
I guess
long
if
as you do it right.
Yeah, as long as you don't get careless.
I probably have to duck out. So, sorry, I missed the end. LCC. Sorry, you're not a limited listed corporation. And good run, Bowie.
No worries, thank you.
So, thanks, guys, and thanks for putting up with me rambling.
Thank you very much for coming by.
Yeah, thank you very
Not
much.
a problem. Thank you, Grefter, for dropping in, and we'll see you later.
Okay.
Yeah, and good runs all around. Like, I will check the results when I'm back from.
Yeah,
what I'm
for sure. So,
Cheers, guys.
alright, See ya.
Can't remember if I energy charged already.
He's going for his big combo. Fortunately, there's no way of telling whether or not you're energy charge, I don't think.
Yeah, I think I did. Let's just assume I did.
Yeah. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
Missing the fifth key.
Two different options there for you. Take a
Just
pick.
for you.
Oh, I got us around. Get hold of you.
Oh, that's not good. Now you definitely have to recast it.
So now he's gonna do his Voltron. I had the battle won, I just missed the key. So it's pretty long.
I'm so happy that with a warning to myself, I won't ever get surrounded by these guys, which is just the best news I think I've ever had in my life. And I got into one of the top drama schools in the UK.
I think my Yuri's dead.
Yeah, I think if you take that and defend it, you die.
Freaking Voltron.
Yo, 1,074 damage.
He thinks he's me, doing all this damage.
Wait, do you manage to survive Voltron?
Yep,
Yeah,
I defended.
Back
Or you
to it.
defended? That actually is a good idea. That's quite smart.
Still not a good position though.
Internal orders all messed up.
This might kill someone. Yeah, petrify, same thing. Of course, he's the dog.
I was gonna say, to be fair, I think Barbecue Sauce is right though. I noticed that ages ago. It's been bugging me for a long time. I didn't want to say anything.
Just for you.
Oh man, is that wrong spelling?
It's
Oh
not
my
bad.
day,
That's
I'm gonna stop my run
computers.
right now and fix this.
Only has one,
How come no one told me?
it's been 13 hours and I didn't notice at all.
I hate you all.
It was so intentional, wasn't it? Just to not tell him.
Trying to run a
Look how
professional
mad he is.
operation here, guys.
Look how mad he is.
High quality players.
Me losing this race is totally worth it.
It had 1 M, not 2 M's. Can't believe it.
I'm just being running about it. Yeah, dude, you gotta start again.
This fight's taking forever.
It's absolutely ruined. It's ruined.
Content infinite.
Okay. I think I have it finally, as long as I can hit the key. I'll even do this.
Going for the whole shebang. Going for all.
I missed it again. What the heck?
Uh-oh.
Can't believe it.
Susano is pretty annoying, yeah. In an
Wouldn't be
ideal
a problem
world,
if I could just hit the ring.
in an
There it
ideal
is. It
world,
is probably the hardest rank you have to hit in the entire game.
there's so much pressure on it, so I think
Go way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might die now because I missed it twice.
Oh my god, I completely forgot to put Lucia onto a tech ring. She's been the entire game without a tech ring.
Probably didn't notice because the oils don't require to use tech rings.
Just for you.
I know, this is it. This is the moment where I come back the entire time. He just doesn't finish his game. He's just stuck on this for like ever.
Memory corruption.
At this rate, maybe.
Typo's getting to him. He can't concentrate.
Typo choke.
Crest.
Well, this is pretty much all or nothing.
Just for you.
YOLO.
There.
We did it!
Third try key.
We did it.
What a fight. It only took
GG.
like 5 minutes more, 10 minutes more than it should have.
15
I don't know.
minutes.
I don't know how long that fight took, but it took a long time.
Oh my god, I missed the red cradle.
13:09:24 is what it said on the timer. I don't know if you were running an individual one though. So you have to subtract like 6:42 from the time. Get your time basically.
Yeah, something like that.
It's good. It
All right,
ended
Kato got one-shotted. Excellent.
this way.
Rip Superman.
Takamagahara and the vessel will disappear within the time warp.
I don't know when you want to switch over.
I'm mostly ready. I'm just actually
Once
setting up my
you've set
timer,
foot here,
so I have a track
You
of
can't
how long this is taking.
return to the present.
Yeah, I'll let a little bit of this play out.
Yeah.
Whenever you're
Looks
ready.
that way.
We'll probably just talk about the ending too, since we're not gonna see it.
You must
Anyways, we defeated Kato, so his
pray
world revelation of
as hard as you
basically
can
warping us back in time isn't gonna happen.
for the world.
But because
The
you're all
way
trapped
you
within
want.
this time warp that he created, the only way you can
What I
escape
want?
is to
Yes.
think of another time period that you want to go
The
to.
best.
And Kato's advice is to think of the
One
period that you were most
You
happy in.
can
So all our party members
Imagine.
will be going to different portions
Hey.
of their lives, at their times, where
plan
things are happier. So Geppetto goes back in time, where his daughters are still alive, and Joachim becomes a world-famous wrestler, and so on and so forth. So the only two characters where the ending is basically like you have to point out is Karen as well as Yuri. So Karen wants to find a time where she can be with Yuri, but there's a scene that we skipped where she confesses her love for him. So she decides that, or rather her heart decides that the time that she's gonna go back to is back in like 18 something, I think, when she sees Yuri's father, Ben. And the implication is that Karen is actually Yuri's mother, because there's a lot of stuff that we didn't end up talking about
Come on
that
now, let's
has
pray.
that basically
For a better
foreshadows
world to return to.
this plot a lot.
We can do it.
And that's for
really
Yuri.
try.
At the end of this fight, he, depending on your interpretation, he either goes back in time, and it's basically at the start of the first Shadow Hearts where he spends time with Alice again, or you can see it that he died and his ending up at the train tracks is actually his most fondest memory, and it's his personal heaven. So those are the ways you can kind of interpret it.
The way I always thought it, just kind of as like idea, just because Karen doesn't know where she's going because she wakes up with amnesia. She doesn't know who she's looking at when she looks at Ben and Hugo. So she doesn't really know what's going on. She's just kind of like, who's this? And they fall in love, and it's a picture of, her. Because obviously when Koenki says, gives her the picture, she's like, what on earth is this? So she goes to the time period that's on the card. Rather than knowing that it's Ben, she's going to go see, right, if that makes sense. And my personal interpretation of going back in time is not that he goes back in time himself, but because he does die at the end, which you're probably going to see in a minute. Spoilers.
I knew I was living on borrowed time.
Is that he doesn't go back in time himself, but because he accepts the mistletoe's curse, and his soul is not destroyed, because that's what happened. Is in the bad ending, his soul is destroyed as such, and it becomes like a walking shell, basically. But his soul is saved by accepting the mistletoe's curse, and then his soul doesn't go back in time, but like fragments of it do, so that he doesn't actually know why he recognizes the train. But he says obviously that train, he doesn't know why he recognizes it, but like there's like, if you know what I mean, like remnants of the memory.
Yeah, he was losing all his memories throughout the game. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's different interpretations you can see ending, which is kind of what makes this like really neat. Like, despite all the narratives and all the stuff that they do, like the ending is open to interpretation. You can kind of view it in different ways. And if you want Yuri to have a happy ending, it's ambiguous enough that he can't have that happy ending. And on the other hand, if you want to take a more cynical, darker view of things, you can do that too. So it's kind of neat in that
I
sense.
can't keep that promise.
Although if you do ever play this game, the bad ending, just look at it on YouTube. It's such a bad ending. Like it's a bad ending.
Personally, I think the bad ending, even though it's considered the bad ending, is still like portrayed well, because we get a lot of talk about how Yuri and Roger Bacon are like best friends, but we don't really see a lot of scenes between them, and it's really only in bad ending when we see that everybody has gone off into their happy little world. The only person who is still behind that will take care of Yuri is his friend Roger Bacon, and to convince like Yuri that they should live their lives together is like he tells Yuri that he's basically his dad. Like that's kind of how deep their friendship runs,
Yes,
but the game doesn't really explore it. So it's kind of neat in that sense, but obviously that's the bad ending for Yuri.
But yeah, it's really I just don't like it, because like it's not Yuri. It's not what he'd do. He's stronger than that. That's the thing. I don't like it because it's
he truly doesn't
loses
get a
his
happy
soul.
ending in that sense.
yeah, like there's nothing good about it. He's just literally he becomes a body. He just becomes a body, a warm body, and it's just like hell. but here is his soul being freed from the mistletoe
Yeah,
and returning.
and it's portrayed that too in the scene when you see his necklace shatter.
Exactly.
Because it's the portrayal that the curse that had encased his soul, so to speak, is now broken. He's free. He's free.
He's free now. Yay! Okay, you can start your stream now.
All right.
I got credits going.
I have
So
to
I'll
stream
switch
up
it
just
over.
to make sure that my stream is loading. So I'm gonna hit start.
I'm going to immediately cut my stream as soon as I deal the final blow. Save some time.
Yeah, go for it.
No worries. GG. LCC. Good stuff.
Yes, very, very well played. Slight hiccups here and there.
Okay.
Free like this.
Free like those frames. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Free like those frames. Yes, exactly.
Power of the. Stop lying to me, please.
We're unable to load sponsor messages. What are you talking about? Get out of here.
Power never change. Time for the best Shadow Hearts indeed.
I will fight all of you single-handedly. Look at it. It's got a rubbish little logo as well. There's a little fairy heart.
Okay. Do either of you have game audio on